Well, happy Friday, everyone. You know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help you answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you are gracing us with your presence, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works, it's really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes, believe it or not, I do not. But either way, we have a great time talking about lawn care. Guys, so last week you guys roughed me up a little bit, man. There were some tough questions. I had some questions about bent grass, some cool season questions, and there's a whole lot of I don't know, I'm not sure. You know, it's just it's not one of my better moments. You know, so this week I've got some reinforcements. I got someone that is very much more qualified than I am to speak about cool season grass because that's how he earns his living. You guys have seen him on the show before, and he's going to be hanging out with us tonight. So if you guys have any cool season questions, feel free to drop those our way as well, and I will bring him in now through the magic of technology. There he is. Devin, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for coming to take some time this evening to come hang out with us. Appreciate having you on the show as always. Always a great time. So how's everything been going with the course? Everything this time of year, you guys, I imagine, is a more busy time for you.
Yep. So we're pretty much in our peak season, busy time. Multiple tournaments every week. We got our biggest tournament of the year coming up in a couple weeks, so we're starting to prep for that already. And then once we get through that, we're kind of on the downward trend for the rest of the season. So we're kind of right in the thick of it for cool season golf course maintenance right now. So
nice. Well, sounds like go time. I know. Remember earlier this year, there's a lot of times when you were talking, it was like, hey, but you got to cover the greens, uncover the greens, and now it's definitely go time. There's no no off and on at all at this point in the season. So great. Cool. All right, guys. So let's see what we have in the show this evening. We got some questions that came in. I got a lot of pictures to show you guys of lawns. We have a couple of problem lawns that we're going to discuss here this evening, and also show off some cool lawns and some innovations. One of our viewers, Golf Course Academy member, sent up his solution for beating the summer heat, so getting his mow on. So I'm going to show you guys that later on in the show. We got new blog posts to share, so a lot to cover tonight. Lots to get through. All right, first of all, we are greeted by none other than Mr. LG. He says, "Hey, Ron and friends, what's going on, LG? Normally, sir, we have to call, beg, and steal. We got to plead for you to come here. We got to send out, carrier pigeons. We got to send out a search party. And tonight, you're like one of the first ones in here, which is nice. So thanks for coming and hang out, LG. Appreciate having you in the live stream. Here, guys, remember, if you guys were in here earlier, for the first few minutes, questions do get scrambled. So your comment might be coming in order that wasn't the end of the order they were put in. It's just a bug in the software, unfortunately, and they still haven't fixed it. All right, so we got Patrick in Texas saying, indeed. So Patrick is up. We have a question from him. He's going to be one of our problem cases tonight that we'll walk through. I think we've already kind of cracked the case based on something he said, but stay tuned for that. All right, so our first question of the evening, or comment really, is from Mr. Alex Ricciano. He says, no questions, just a statement this week. If anyone here is not using plant growth regulator, buy it now. It is by far the best thing I put on my lawn. I waited because I hate spraying, but I'll never go back. Yeah, I always say it, man. There's life before PGR and life after. I mean, how important is PGR to your program on the course, Devin? Like, could you guys do what you do without any kind of growth regulator?
Probably not. No, we actually just finished a pretty big bulk spray for our rough tea surrounds and green surrounds, which it's roughly about 48-ish, 50 acres that we'll spray Primo on. So we just finished that this week, and then we'll be doing fairways next week. But it helps big time, cuts down in labor costs as far as having to backpack blow clippings or rake up clippings. It's just huge and just gives everything a nice, tighter quality cut.
Nice. And do you guys use like growing degree days to track when you do your Primo apps? Do you have it on a calendar? Like how scientific do you guys get as far as your timing on your applications?
Early on, we'll do that with Primo when we're doing that on the greens. But we'll only use Primo when we're also doing our POIC here, because some of the other PGRs we can't really use because it's too much stress on the plant. So once we get out of that, and then it's just pretty much on a 2-week basis, kind of just limited by the golf calendar.
Gotcha. So pretty much every 2 weeks, that's when you guys will apply it. Just gotcha.
Yep.
Calendar based. So cool, guys. So if you guys are new to the show, what Alex is talking about is Primo Max, which is the growth regulator that I like to use. Again, it's what professional turf uses. Again, there are obviously like knockoffs out there, but like Primo is the name brand stuff. It's what I use on my lawn. and which you'll find most professional fields using. I mean, for a lot of reasons. I think for you guys, it's also like if there are an issue with a spray or issue with a batch you get, like Syngenta will help you guys out with that. We'll help take care of that, right?
Yep, exactly. Because they also Syngenta does podium, which
Mm-hmm.
if I'm speaking correctly, that's just it doesn't have the same backing like
Right.
the name brands Primo Max does.
Yeah, so I spoke to one of their reps, and I asked them. I said, so you got like a T-Nex, you got Podium, you got Primo. Like, what's the difference? I mean, they're all got Trinexapac ethyl in them. What's the difference really between the three different types? And what they told me was the carriers. They said that even though yes, the active ingredient is the same, the quality of the carriers that are in Primo compared to the others, and the consistency from batch to batch is a lot tighter, which is why it costs more and why they're able to offer,
Yep.
I imagine, that kind of guarantee. So good
Cool.
stuff. Yep. All right. Next up is Jason Harrison. He says, "Can you tell us a bit more about Nutra and shrub? Is it essentially Nutrizol for non-grass plants? How about rates that don't call for 50 to 100 gallons?" Yeah, so Nutra and Shrub is a product by Miramichi Green. It's designed for like drench applications, designed for ornamentals. You can use the Carbon Kit 901C Nutra Kelp. You can use those on ornamentals too, but Nutra and Shrub is specifically designed for ornamentals. I can show you what I'm talking about here. So if you go to the store and go to Miramichi Green here, there we go. Nutra and Shrub is what you're talking about. So this is, again, it's a biostimulant. It's got 2% micronized carbon in it. It's light as far as nitrogen goes, so it's a 323. I mean, I believe there are rates on here that don't require you to do a drench. Let me see here. Yeah, so here you go, Jason. So yeah, I knew we had you covered. So 2.5 to 5 fluid ounces with a gallon of water is what you can use as a way to dilute that if you're going to be doing container plants. If you're pouring it around the base of a tree, like that rate, 2.5 to 5 fluid ounces with a gallon of water is the way you'd want to go. But again, there's tons of different ways to apply this. You can do it, deep root injection. You can use hydroponics. You can do drench, which is what Miramichi is. If you look at some of the pictures on their website of showing before and after trees, that's the one of their preferred ways of doing it. So there's tons of different ways you can use this. So it's really up to you. But again, for smaller amounts, 2.5 to 5 ounces per gallon is what you're going to be after. So hope that helps, sir. Again, I knew there was a rate on there. So surely I didn't only give you guys rates for 50 to 100 gallons. That would be a fail on my part. So glad that is there. And again, you can use it. It's specifically for trees and shrubs. But again, the Carbon Kit is what I will spray on my shrubs and plants whenever I'm done spraying them on. If I got a little extra in the tank and I got some Primo in there, like that goes on the shrubs, and they love it. They look great. So hope that that helps, sir. All right, cool. Next up, we have Jason. He's back. I got my PGR issue solved. I believe grass is cut and dark green again. I made some pasta from scratch for dinner. Time for some Friday night lawn talk. Press that like button ever so gently. Nice. Well, that's good, man. Glad you got your PGR issues sorted out. And then we got a question here, a comment here on Instagram from the realist of the Rio. Said, "Brother Ron, another week. Need some of that sweet tea now. I definitely have to use PGR, no other way around it." Yeah, guys. So I'll tell you, like this time of year, whereas I start applying Primo in May, and the reason why I start doing it like late April, early May is really for seeds head suppression. I really don't technically have to use it until like the end of May, really June, when the grass starts to take off. But it does so much for really taming down those seed heads in the lawn that I really like it for that reason. So that's why I get it done earlier, and I apply it all throughout the season. So for you guys, Devin, when it comes to growth regulator like Primo, is there like do you start by temperature? Do you start by just when the grass starts by monitoring clipping rates, or what? Like, what do you guys use to determine when you start spraying Primo?
It's kind of a combination of all of those. Kind of calendar based, when we can get out and do the spray, when stuff starts greening up, and where we are in the growing degree day window. So we kind of do a combination of all three. But mostly it'll always fall down if the other two aren't right where we want it. It'll fall down to calendar based, just because we got to accommodate golf.
Right. Yeah, those pesky people that want to use the golf course, they want to leave it alone for you guys to work on it, right? There's always that. All right. Jermaine Battles is up here, says, hey, Ron from San Antonio, Texas. What's going on, Jermaine? Hopefully you're doing well. And then greetings and salutations, sir. Let's go. Each one dominate thy street. It's a good goal to have. So, guys, I don't see his picture here or his question as yet, but it's a question we got earlier this evening from Patrick. Patrick is a member of the Golf Course Countlawn Academy. He went out of town, which a lot of people did this time of year, and he came back before the show. He sent me an email literally before the show with some pictures of his lawn. He was asking what's going on. I'm not sure what was going on with it, and I'll show you guys here. Let you guys weigh in. So this is picture one. That's not the best one. Second, we got like another spot here that's a little bit like really odd looking, right? And then next we have a picture that looks kind of like a saxophone. That's initially what I thought when I saw it. And then this is his lawn. So he's like, what's the Hades? What's going on with my lawn? Help. What do you think it is? And I looked at it and I'm like, man, I don't know. I mean, that's not a disease problem. I don't believe it's a disease problem because it's too, like, you look at the 4 spots, they're too uniform, right? It's I almost wanted to think that it was maybe a reflection from like the house. Like I've seen some people, like BYD has this problem where on certain times of year, the light that comes off of the windows for his living room will actually, like, they reflect and they actually damage the lawn. Like it actually will create lines in the lawn. So I thought possibly that, but it didn't look natural to me. It looked like something was potentially man-made. So I'm not sure what you guys think. You know what? I believe we have the answer. Some of you guys that are already in the live stream, you're going to know what it is, but we'll let you guys weigh in. Let's start up a poll here really quick and let you guys weigh in. What do you is I was supposed to say is Patrick's problem natural or man-made? Let you guys weigh in on what you guys think it is, because again, to me, it looks very too uniform. It's too uniform to be nature. So you guys feel free to weigh in. Sorry for the typing, for the spelling, but there you go. You guys can weigh in. Look at as far as a post, on that poll and what you guys think is going on while we go on to the next question or comment. All right, next up is Mr. And I guess for you, what were your? I think you might already know, Devin, but I mean, your thoughts initially when you looked at it. What did you think?
Well, at first I asked you, is that a warm season or cool season? Because I was thinking it could be a different grass variety somehow in there. But then once you kind of told me the backstory of it, kind of connect the dots.
Yeah. It looks too uniform to me again to be something that a disease problem or anything like that. Could be, but it could have been, looks like something else. All right, Bermuda Guy DIY is up next. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday to you and everyone tonight. How many times do you reset your height of cut per season? I already reset 3 weeks ago, and it's beginning to look like I might need to do it again. So for me, I don't reset the height of cut. So the height of cut that I'm at, I'm still holding on to that 0.70 inches height of cut. I always tell you guys I try to go up to 0.75, but I'm going a little bit lower. I mean, it's, 0.05 of an inch, not a ton. And the turf seems to be doing well. But the thing is, keep in mind, every month I'm verticutting. I'm verticutting the lawn. I'm also turf raking it to try and thin it out, which is allowing me to maintain that height of cut. So for you guys on the course, Devin, do you guys change the heights of cut of the not the greens, but let's say of the fairways or the rough or anything like that based on time of year temperature or?
No, everything stays the same all the way through from beginning of the season to the end of the season. So we don't change any heights of cut. The only heights of cuts we'll change is we'll raise the height on the greens at the very beginning of the year, just as they wake up, and then we'll notch those down. But then once they're down to our target height, then that's what they are the rest of the year, and we don't change them at all.
Nice. And as far as verticutting, I'm doing it once a month, and I'm sure what I'm doing is nowhere near what you guys are doing on the course. How often do you guys find you have to verticut the greens or other parts of the course to manage thatch levels and just to keep the turf tight the way you guys want it?
So far this year, we've verticutted the green once. It just really depends. We'll do kind of some other things like we'll needle tine coming up here in a couple weeks after our tournament, because we'll stress them out real good through that. So we'll let them breathe there, and we'll verticut again then. And then we run machines called Planet Airs and those just make really tight slits in the greens just to kind of open the canopy and get some air in. But it's all kind of just like a visual cue when you're looking at the greens. If like leaf blades are kind of getting fat, or we kind of want to cut the stolons or the runners and stolons a little bit, then we'll verticut them. But it just really depends on how they're grown, how much nitrogen we put on them, and just how they're playing.
All right. Gotcha. So you kind of look at it. I mean, like anything else, I imagine on a course, you want to verticut as little as you need to, because it takes the greens out of commission for at least for a little while when you do that, right? So
yeah, a couple days. Yep.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So NMS Otter's up next. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. Thanks for answering my email this afternoon regarding Pillar SC. Got it down and watered it in." Yes. So what NMS Auditor's question was around a fungicide that we carry on the store called Pillar SC. Excellent product. And his question was whether you need to water it in. The answer when it comes to fungicides, or in most cases, especially when you're when you're doing them on residential lawns, for the most part, the answer is pretty much always going to be yes. You are going to want to water in fungicides after application. So after Pillar SC or Headway, either one of those, you're going to want to run an irrigation cycle to water those in. The nice thing with Pillar is only one application rate, right? 1 ounce per 1,000, super easy. And as far as do you guys use as far as fungicides, Devin, what do you guys run on the courses? I mean, if you can say, I don't know if that's one of your trade secrets or whatever.
Yeah. So on the greens, we use Concert 2, which is chlorthalonil and a propiconazole combo. And then we use Daconil ZN, which is just chlorthalonil. And then we'll use a generic. This year we're using Dorado, which is just propiconazole. And then in the past we've used thiophenate methyl, which is like TM 4.3, I think, something like that. So it kind of just depends for fairways and rough apps. But the greens, we usually stick to the same fungicides each year.
And you rotate them, I mean, every app or every 2 apps, or how do you guys?
Yep. So every other app we'll switch it. So we'll do Concert and then Daconil, and then we'll switch back and forth.
Gotcha. Cool. Sounds like a plan. All right, so we have our first super chat of the evening from Mr. Ted Rogers. Thank you so much, Ted. Appreciate it.
Super chat received.
He's ordering my yard mastery sprayer next week. Guys are coming to install irrigation and level the front yard in 2 weeks. Then I'm ready to smoke the old lawn. As always, thank you for your help, for helping me, my man. Sounds like a lot going on, man. That sprayer is an excellent sprayer, good choice. And yeah, you got a lot going on. So you're doing irrigation and then leveling afterwards, which is good. That's the way you'd want to do it, because irrigation is going to make a mess, unfortunately. So thanks so much for the super chat, Ted. Appreciate all the love and support. And if you need anything else, definitely let us know. All right. So next up we have Salman Hussein. He says, "Hey Ron, thanks for your advice. It's been very helpful. Thank you again. I do have 2 questions. Number 1, how do I treat and prevent fairy ring in Bermuda? And then number 2, how do I prevent broadleaf and nutgrass or nutsedge in zoysia?" So how about this? We'll split it up. How about when it comes to the fungicide question, what do you think, Devin? What would you go with as far as preventing and treating fairy ring? Well, how would you go about it?
Well, for cool season, it's really not practical on a price point to treat fairy ring. It's a very hard disease to control. And usually if you do get it to go away, it's going to come back because it's in the soil. So if you really want to get rid of it, you need to dig that soil out and bring in fresh soil that doesn't have the disease in it. So that's what I would suggest. I mean, we have areas that have fairy ring on it on our fairways, and it's just kind of something you got to deal with.
Just live with, because it's the cure is worse than fixing it is more trouble than it's worth, honestly. So
yeah.
So yeah, Salman, I've not had to deal with that in my lawn, fortunately. I mean, to Devin's point, I mean, you can do preventative fungicides, but it's one of those things that once it's there, it's going to continue to be a thing. A good example, right? Like the areas that I have spring dead spot on my lawn, right? There are 2 areas. And when I do preventative fungicide in the fall, each year since I've been doing that, each year when it comes back, it's been smaller and smaller, but it still comes back. It still comes back in the exact same spot, but it's just a smaller and smaller occurrence each time. So we'll see if next year it gets even smaller and maybe gets to the point to where it's not such a thing as much anymore. But like fairy ring, to his point, it's a tough one to control. Large patch. I also, whenever in the areas that I've had it in my lawn, it tends to be the same spot, same locations. So the thing I'd say is a preventative fungicide. If you're not doing that already, keep your equipment sharp. Do as much as you can to try and prevent conditions that will make your grass more susceptible to becoming taken over by disease. That's another thing I would say. A lot of people don't realize. I get pictures from folks all the time of their lawns and say, "Hey, I've got this disease problem, or I've got this going on with it, and I don't know why. The lawn's discolored, or I sometimes get disease issues throughout the year." And I said, "Well, send me a close up of your grass," and you can literally see the grass blades are all jagged and torn and discolored. And I say it a lot. And it seems like a really basic thing, but mowing with sharp equipment is really important. Like on the course, like how often do you guys grind or backlap or like your equipment? How important is your equipment being sharp to you guys when it comes to maintaining the course in good shape?
So all the equipment's pretty much checked daily to make sure everything's cutting good, and then adjustments are made by the mechanics from there. But so yeah, daily everything's checked to make sure everything's cutting good, and if it's dull, then they're either backlapped or grounded, or if it's a rotary mower, then new blades are put on.
Nice. Yeah. So it's a big part of it, man.
I was just going to say another thing you could do if it's a day you're not mowing and you have time, you can go out and remove the dew off your grass, because if dew is big for transmitting disease too. So you can dew whip your grass or just push a broom across it just to get the dew off the leaf blades.
Nice. Cool. Thanks, man. That's a good one. And as far as your second question, how to prevent broadleaf and nutsedge? So preventing broadleaves, a pre-emergent will do a lot of that. So if you are using prodiamine or dithiopyr, that will do a lot for many of the broadleaves. For nutsedge, I believe the pre-emergent that will do that is Pennant Magnum, I believe. I don't think dithiopyr or that dithiopyr or prodiamine will do much against sedges. But they're relatively easy to control. I mean, what I would say is use prodiamine or dithiopyr as far as your pre-emergent goes, and then just take care of sedges with a post-emergent. Like I have sedges that come back on my lawn in one spot, or two spots, in the swale area and then an area bordering my neighbors every year. I'll literally go out there and I'll spray them with certainty and knock them back, and then that's it. I don't have to deal with it again. You know what I mean? So it's this year in the, knock on wood, in the swale area, I've not had any sedges this year at all as yet, which is kind of cool, which means I'm probably not going to have the problem. But the one spot between my neighbor's lawn and my lawn that is kind of like a no man's land, like that, it comes back. One application of certainty knocks it out. So I would say go with prodiamine and dithiopyr to control the broadleaves. That's really the ones that you want to keep take care of. And then for your sedges, just use a post-emergence. If you got Bermuda, so it means you have access to certainty, which is, in my opinion, the best one for sedges in your lawn. So that is what I would do if it were me, Solomon. Thanks for the question. Great question. If you need anything else, definitely let me know, or let us know rather. All right, so we got Green County podcast in the house. What's going on, guys? What's going on, man? Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you. And then Fetty M says, Ron, send over pictures with weed issues. Any input on those? I'll take a look, see if I can find them. And then next up is Nifet's 2609 says, so Ron, I sprayed Primo Sunday and accidentally scalped midweek. A mower was set to 0.25 inches lower than normal, quarter of an inch lower than normal. Anything I can do for a quick green up? I think for me, I think this is going to be a time thing. I mean, if the mowers, you scalp a lawn, you have any tips for getting a quick green up, replacing it, other than painting the grass?
No, just have patience and wait is your best bet.
Yeah, pretty much it's going to be a patience thing. It's not
baby it back.
Yeah, just time, unfortunately. Nefats. JoJo's in the house. What's going on, JoJo? Hopefully you're doing well. Kelly McCoy says, "Go Braves." He says, Jason Capatina says, "What summer fert do you recommend for turf type tall fescue? If I don't soil test to know any generic fert that's good for summer." So for a cool season grass during the summertime, I am a fan of a fertilizer that has a higher potassium. So like our Stress, the 12024. I'm not sure if you haven't had a chance to try it out as yet. Have you, Devin? I think you got a bag of it, but I'm not sure if you've used it yet.
No, not yet. Still waiting to get the yard in, but I am excited to use that. But I would also agree with you. Something with kind of a low nitrogen and a higher potassium and zero phosphorus if you can find it.
Yeah, zero phosphorus. Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, we have that. So what I'd say is this one. I'll link it to you here in the chat. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to click on the link, but this is what I would say. Because of the 3 Lebanon turf fertilizers that we carry, so Humic Max, the Complete 14714, and the Stress has the largest amount of slow-release nitrogen, which is what you want for cool season turf in the summertime. You really want to be pushing a lot of growth. So, and again, you can look at some of the reviews we've got of it. I've been getting emails from folks getting rave reviews as far as the response, especially from cool season folks that are using it. So this is what I would say to try out. You can find it on the Golf Course Lawn Store, and if you need anything else, let me know. Good stuff. I will tell you, cool season guys, you guys are fortunate from a standpoint like the stripes and color. I think like cool season grass is really tough to beat the depth of the color. But we are spoiled when it comes to herbicides. Like we have a lot of really cool ways to control weeds.
Yeah, you guys can spray Spectacle on your turf. That's pretty sweet.
That is true.
I would love to be able to use that.
Yeah. It's funny that no one has come up with a way as yet to anything like that. One, that there's not even a warm season like knockoff for it as yet that I'm aware of, and then that they haven't figured out how to do it for cool season. I guess like the thing that makes Spectacle work just makes it dangerous for all cool season grasses. So I haven't done the research enough to be able to know, but yeah, we are spoiled.
Yep.
All right, next up we have from Jim Cole. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Do you have recommendations to mix the ratio for Fusilade 2 and triclopyr ester to spot treat Bermuda patches in an emerald green zoysia lawn?" I don't. So here's the thing: anyone that's had Bermuda in zoysia, what I have recommended to them has been strictly Fusilade, and that a couple of rounds of that with surfactant has done the job. They've not necessarily had to add triclopyr as well. I mean, if you want to do that, you can, but why not start light? You know what I mean? Because the thing with zoysia, unlike Bermuda, is that if you over apply or it doesn't respond well to the herbicide that you put on it, like zoysia takes much longer to recover from injury than Bermuda does. So what I would say is you still got plenty of season left. Go with Fusilade. Fusilade by itself will do a good job controlling Bermuda in zoysia. I would start at the lower rates, just add some surfactant with it and see what you get. Like, monitor it for 3 weeks, see what kind of response you get. If you have to go back again, no harm, no foul. It's better than potentially discoloring your lawn. You know what I mean? So that's, and I'll tell you from personal, not from personal experience, I don't have zoysia, but from experiences of others that I've recommended to do that, they have liked the results they've gotten, versus doing a blend that I've never done myself. So I don't want to tell you to do it, especially on a zoysia lawn. So yeah, I don't want you to have an ouchie and then you're mad at me. All right, Michael Fetty is up next. Is Ron, I sent you an instant message. Did it come through? If not, what email should I send pictures to? Yeah, so if you want to send me emails, it's ron@golfcourselawn.com. That's my email address. I'll check here in a second to see if any pictures have come through. I don't see anything as yet, Michael. So yeah, if you send them there, I'll see if I can get them up on the show. If not, I'll show them. I'll look at them after the show and get you a response. All right, so let's see what the response was from you guys as far as what you guys think is going on with Patrick's lawn. So the poll is finished. The people have spoken, and they say, let us see here, 86% think it's man-made, 13% say it is au naturel. It is au naturel. So Patrick did give us a hint here. I'm gonna see if I can find his comment. And I said, what's going on? That doesn't look like, is there some kind of reflection problem? Is there something else going on with it? And what he told me was, I'm thinking my yard guy was try to spot spray for weeds. And when I said that to Devin, he said, "Oh yeah, definitely, I could see it." Because the one picture here, let's see if we can bring it back up here if I can find the saxophone picture. That one. So with this one, Devin, when you saw that one, we said, possibly a lawn guy spot spraying for weeds. What made you think that this could as a telltale sign of that?
Well, my guess is so at the very bottom, you can kind of see the bigger circle. So he probably was spraying whatever right there and then went to walk away and his sprayer was still going or the nozzle was still leaking or dribbling out. And you can kind of see where he would have walked away and kind of like maybe turned to go to another spot would be my guess.
Right. Yeah. It's yeah, I agree. I mean, I would lean towards that, Patrick. I could be wrong, but I don't think disease. This one, he just must have went ham. He must have went really heavy in that spot. I'm not sure what went on there. But the fact that if you look at some of the wider shot pictures, how like evenly, like how it's about what you'd expect to see from like a spot spray in the lawn. That's in my mind is what those patches somewhat represent. So that's what I'm going to lean towards. Could be something else. Could absolutely be a disease problem, but I've never seen a disease do something like that that's that organized looking. You know what I mean? So that's what I would go with. So talk to your lawn guy. Say, hey, please be more careful next time. But fortunately, you got Bermuda, so it'll bounce back. So fear not. You'll be all right. No worries at all. All right, next up we have, let's see, we got Archie Amos in the house. He says, evening, young man. I received my order just in time for the rain to wash it in. Question, is there a temperature cutoff for applying Celsius and Certainty combo? None on the label. None on the label. So I've applied it, Archie, as high as the mid 90s, and I didn't get any discoloration in my lawn when I was spot spraying with it. I didn't blanket spray the lawn at those temperatures because really, blanket spraying is really should only be reserved for like a lawn when you're doing a renovation work or there's a big mess. You really shouldn't be blanket spraying your lawn with herbicide all the time if you can help it. So I've done mid 90s, and I did use surfactant at that time as well with that combination, and I didn't have any discoloration in my lawn. So your mileage may vary, but I'd say if you're mixing it conservatively, which what I like to do is use the high rate for Celsius and then the low rate, so 2 to 3 scoops of Certainty with a couple of ounces of surfactant, and that works well for me for controlling weeds in my lawn. So that's a good point, good question, Devin. So if you look at some herbicides, like look at like let's say Tenacity. I don't think Tenacity has any temperature restrictions on the label that I can recall. I might be wrong on that, but I don't believe so. So even if it doesn't have any temperature restrictions, if you had a lawn that was, or a property that was seeing temps, hundreds or 105 degrees, even though there's no temp restrictions, would you still go out and spray in the middle of the day with a herbicide, even though there's nothing on the label saying that you shouldn't? Or
no, probably not. I think my kind of cutoff that I like is like anything in like the 80s is.
Yeah. So in the 80s for you.
It's kind of where I draw the line and would prefer not to spray.
Right. Yeah. And what you'll find some people will do, Archie, is if you can find a day when the peak temp is going to be a little bit cooler, or you can spray in the morning or in the evening, like you're not out there in the middle of the day, hitting the lawn when it's feeling some stress, then that's another way around it as well too. But again, this time of year, especially given that your lawn is in pretty good shape, you should be spot spraying. So as long as you're not blanket spraying the lawn, yes, if you have a small area where you can knock the weed back and you got a little bit of temporary discoloration, I think that most of us can live with that. But blanket spraying this time of year is something that, when it's really hot out, is something I would think you'd want to avoid unless you need to. And for most people, you shouldn't have to do that. You really shouldn't have to be blanket spraying the lawns. All right, we got Jackie Bear says, lots of Texans in here. Howdy, everyone. That is true. We do have a lot of folks from Texas in here. Texans are very serious about their lawns. Texas, Georgians, folks from Alabama are serious about their lawns. Floridians, North Carolina folk also like their lawns. Everybody likes their lawns. South Carolina folks. Pretty much, let me think. Who probably doesn't care about their lawns? I don't think we've had anyone from like Vermont in here. So I'm going to say that people from Vermont do not care about their lawns as much as everyone else in the country. Or they watch another YouTube channel. There's that too. All right. Ben Raham says, thanks for hosting, Ron. Hi, LG and Archie. Hope to see Daryl and Fairway and all the regulars tonight. I'm sure they will pop in here, man. It's still early tonight. It's still early. We still got time. We still have time. All right, next up is Robert Rainey. He says, good evening, all. What's going on, Robert? So, guys, speaking of Robert, you guys know Robert is always, he actually won the warm season portion of our contest as far as the best stripes competition. Devin won the cool season. And, he went on vacation. So you guys want to see like one of the benefits of Primo is he went on vacation this time of year, as folks are prone to do. It was 5 days, I believe, between mowings. So he sent me some pictures. He has a prism gauge because he's just that guy. Who has a prism gauge? I don't even have a prism gauge. I mean, do you own a prism gauge, Devin, personally?
I don't know.
See? I mean, the golf superintendent doesn't have a prism gauge, but Robert's got a prism gauge. All right? So let's see here if I can find his pictures before he took off. Oh man, I know they are here somewhere. If not, I'll just drop them in. I'll drop them in manually. But yeah, he sent a picture of showing what his lawn. Yeah, here we go. So this is before vacation. So before vacation, he set the lawn height of cut. He dropped it down and went down to, let me get him off of here, off of 0.3 inches. So he went low, 0.3 inches, what I'm seeing there. That's where he set it to. He didn't mow for 5 days and then came back, and this is what he was at. So that looks like half an inch to me is his height of cut, right? And that's pretty good. I mean, for 5 days in the middle of summer in Alabama, that's doing pretty good. Only 0.2 of an inch of growth in 5 days. If you guys, that'll make you a believer in Primo. that ought to do it. I mean, that's pretty solid. And what's nice about that too is that it maintained its color pretty nicely. I mean, this is the prism gauge. If you look at the color, this is after him mowing, and this is before vacation. I mean, the color's a little bit darker before vacation and after, but I mean, that's not bad. I mean, it's probably different times of day too, but overall, not bad.
Good.
So yeah, not bad at all. So yeah, man, good investment in getting on that Primo life, Robert. It definitely carried the football for you while you're out of town. All right, next up we have on Instagram, Jason Capatina says, Lebanon Country Club Stress 120424 ordered, box it up live for me. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, I won't be boxing it. It'll be boxed up. It'll go out to you probably on Monday. But yeah, thank you so much for the order. It's a great product. I mean, Lebanon, kind of like Anderson's. Anderson's doesn't make bad products. Like Lebanon Turf does not make bad fertilizers. Like I have yet, the only complaint I've ever gotten about their fertilizers is, man, these things it's kind of pricey. I'm like, yep. But I have yet to get an email from someone saying, hey man, I put this stuff on my lawn and it looks incredible. I've not gotten anyone that says I applied it and my lawn looks worse. It's, that's never been a response that I've gotten. So I'm good with that. It's an excellent product. It's what I use on my lawn. I've been using it for 4 or 5 years now.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a great product. This is before I was able to get Humic Max. I was using just their 210 SGN product, like their ProScape product, which is still an excellent fertilizer. But the stuff we're using now, like the Humic Max, and then even more so that green is grade goodness. Like this is what the Prill is going to look like. If I can show you on this camera, switch over. This is what your Prill is going to look like on for that 12024. This is Humic Max, and this, if I still have the jar here. And this is what standard fertilizer is. So you can see the difference in prill size. So awesome stuff. I think you're really going to be happy with it once you do get it, which shouldn't take too long to get to you. Appreciate again all the love and support. Great product. All right, next up we have Mr. Doug350Z. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. Spoon feeding and Ron's wisdom has the lawn looking amazing. Nice. I appreciate it, man. So yeah, it's on the topic of spoon feeding, Doug. So that's one of the talking points we have for tonight. If you guys look at the blog, you will see that there is a pinned comment. And that pinned comment is all about spoon feeding. What is that? Spoon feeding is the process of, instead of fertilizing your lawn or feeding your lawn once per month, you're gonna take the same amount of nutrient that you would apply to the lawn once per month, and you break that up into multiple sessions. In my case, I do it twice per month, once on the 1st, once on the 15th. It's kind of the same thing with Primo. You could spray Primo once per month, but you get better results if you spray on the 1st and the 15th. So there's a blog post that we released today that talks all about that, like how I like to do it, and just the benefits of spoon feeding. And it shows 2 fertilizers that you can use, but there's tons of different combinations. If you guys want more and want me to expound on that blog post, I can do that. But I just put one combination there just for you guys to take a look at and see if it fits your fancy. So yeah. So for you guys, Devin, so you guys do your fungicide apps. Every 2 weeks you do, I guess, your fertilization. You guys don't have to fertilize as much on the course, I wouldn't imagine, right? Like how often do you guys apply fertilizer?
So we'll do a big bulk app in the spring on everything, except greens, and then same in the fall. And then in between, once a month, all the other areas of the course will get like a 1/15 of a pound, and then that's it. Once a month outside of the bulk apps, and then the greens are every other week. But some weeks, depending on like what the guys are coming back with their clipping volume, because we'll record clippings in quarts. So if we kind of play with those numbers, and if the clippings are more than we want, then we won't put nitrogen in. If they're starting to get lean, then you give them a bump of nitrogen.
Right.
And that's only like a tenth of a pound on greens.
So not very much. Not very much.
No.
Cool. Yeah. There's definitely something to be said for that. I mean, my lawn looked good when I was just doing monthly apps, but it's a night and day difference as far as just the color, the consistency, and then not excessive growth. I'm able to get by with putting less N in every month, and the turf still looks great. And Ted, I forgot to put you up as a show sponsor, so I'm gonna do that right now. Ted Rogers, you are the show sponsor. Your name and lights for what it's worth. And then that blog post I just linked in the chat for you guys if you're interested. If you go to the resources section and then blog, and you'll see this post that was released today about why you should spoon feed your lawn. This is a picture of my lawn from a couple of days ago after verticutting. Excuse the fact that the color is not as good as it could be, and just explains what is spoon feeding, what do you need to spoon feed it. Talks about different fertilizer combinations, liquids, and talks about incorporating PGR into that. So yeah, so hopefully you guys get some value out of that. Not sure what's going on with this. I think there's supposed to be a video there, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that after the show tonight. But yeah. But this, hopefully you guys get some value out of this. If you guys need anything else, definitely let me know. I appreciate you guys watching. I think it's I do a lot of refreshes, and YouTube just want to make sure that I'm not a bot. I think that's what's going on there. Good stuff. We get Devin back on, and good. Awesome. Yeah, so enjoy that, guys. Hopefully you guys, if you have any feedback, definitely send me an email. Let me know if you guys like it. Great. If you hate it, let me know that too. Ways I can make it better. Let me know, because I'm all about trying to make the content useful. I don't want to write stuff just for the sake of writing it. I want to make sure it's actually useful to you guys. So good stuff. All right. Next up, we have Oliver Ridham. He says, good evening and happy Friday, Ron. Humic Max order color starting to show after 7 days, and I'm loving it. Yeah, that's about right. So nice. What I have found is depending on temperature, obviously, and 5 to 7 days after you apply a granular fertilizer is when you can expect to see the color response. Liquids, 2 to 3 days. So sounds about like you're right on schedule. Good stuff. So Devin, while we're on the topic of like on growth and on grass types, one question we had from last week, and one I'll bounce off you, I'll punt to you, is we had a viewer that had the question about bent grass. Now your greens on the course are bent grass greens?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's a gentleman from Indiana. He had a message. He says, what time of year, how late in the season you can plant bent grass in northern Indiana? So as far as like planting bent grass, when would you say is a good time to like establish a bent grass green if you're trying to do that?
You can do it late spring, but not too late. And then kind of late summer, early fall. Pretty much after you get like the first hard frost, then you're pretty much out of luck until next year.
I got you. So if you're trying to get is the spring more favorable, or would you say like late summer, early fall? I'm trying to think. Is it more stressful to try and do it in the spring and get it to survive through the summer temperatures, or to wait until late summer and hopefully that's enough time to get it established and strong going into winter?
It just kind of depends. If you're able to water it enough, you can do spring into summer. But temperatures are more favorable in late summer, early fall. Just gotcha. better grass growing conditions.
Okay. Well, there you go. Fried Eggs Golf. You had a question last week as far as that goes, and hopefully that helps as far as when is the latest in the season you can plant bent grass greens or plant bent grass in northern Indiana. So good. Thanks you so much for the question and comment. So we had another question about quack grass. It says, how do you kill quack grass in cool season lawns? Now here's the thing. I did research on this and I could not find every time I looked up controlling quack grass, the messages or the responses I got, a lot of the posts that came back were saying like use certainty, but you can't use certainty on cool season grass. It'll kill it. So what I came across was they said that you try and grow a thick stand of turf and crowd it out. That was the response that I was seeing across the board for quack grass and cool season lawns. Is this something you guys have to deal with in Colorado at all, or?
No, not really. But the best way to get rid of quack grass in cool season is just to manually dig it out and remove it.
Gotcha. So it's like the Dallas grass of cool season. Yeah. One of the.
Yep.
Yeah. So I didn't find a selective herbicide for you. Unfortunately, your friend, they said use certainty, but I don't think you want to spray that on your cool season lawn. It'll be a big ouchie. The quack grass will die, but so will whatever else you spray it on too. So there is that. All right. Next up, we have Chris Joel Smith says, "Woo, what's going on?" I said, "Woo" to you. Let me get this off. Thanks so much, Chris. Appreciate you coming to hang out. And then next up, we have a question from Mark Romano. He says, "Hi, Ron. What is good for spurge?" Great question. So spurge is a pretty tenacious weed to get rid of. In warm season grass, the herbicide that I like best for controlling spurge is Celsius. Big reason is it does a great job knocking spurge back. And as far as the temperature range that you can use to, you can spray it against across, Celsius has a broad range where you can use it without worry of injury. There are other products that will kill spurge too. Most 3-ways will kill spurge, like a 2,4-D product will kill spurge too. But you have to be careful as temperatures get warmer. That's where the issue rolls in with those 3-way products, where Celsius, late spring, all throughout summer into the fall, you're good to go as far as killing spurge. So this is what I would say to go with for knocking out spurge in warm season turf. Do you guys deal with spurge in Colorado? I think it's mainly down
No,
south, right?
I've never seen spurge or have had a controller spray it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's you're lucky because it's horrible. Spurge is one of those weeds that you think, oh, I'm just gonna mow lower, and the lower you mow, the lower it grows. It literally can. Oh yeah, I have some in the mulch beds. I should have taken a picture of it, but literally it grows up and just kind of fans out super flat. It's a difficult one to get rid of, and you can try pulling it, but it breaks up and it has a pretty deep taproot, so it
resprouts.
Yeah, it just sprouts again, and it has like a sap in it that's also irritating. So if it gets on your skin, it's just a nasty weed overall. It's a really, really nasty weed. So yeah, hopefully be happy you guys don't have to deal with spurge in northern climates. All right. Next up, we got Neil White. He says, "Hey Ron, I'm looking at purchasing a reel mower for a 1,000 square foot area of Xeon zoysia. Any suggestions? Thanks." Depends on your budget, man. I mean, if for 1,000 square feet, you could do a push reel mower. That's going to work. You could do a true cut. That's going to work. You could do a greens mower. So it really depends. I'll tell you my thoughts on the matter. So a push reel mower is a good way to start, mainly to use it as training wheels to see if you want to put the time into reel mowing. Because once you decide you can start reel mowing your lawn, it's not one of these things you can do once a week and get a good result. You got to really commit to it, a couple times a week, this time of year, every other day, if you really want the turf to really look good. So a push reel mower will let you know whether or not this is even for you. Once you get past that, your decision really is between like the first tier of power reel mowers, like a True Cut, a California Trimmer, or a McLean, which are great mowers. They cut great. But really, if you're looking for that pristine golf course look, man, you really can't go wrong with like a Toro, with a Greensmaster, or a Deere. Like a greens mower, you wouldn't think it, but if you take, like, for example, a push reel mower over a rotary, it's like an order of magnitude better. And then from a rotary to like a basic power reel mower is like a big jump. And believe it or not, from a True Cut or a McLean or a California Trimmer to like a Deere or a Toro, a Greensmaster, or an Owlet, it's like another order of magnitude. It really does make that much of a difference. So if the absolute best looking turf is what you're after, I would say get yourself like a narrow, how I think they make an 18-inch wide Greensmaster. I think so. My 1600 is 26 inches. They might make it's either 20 inches or 18 inches. I'm not sure, but they do make a narrow
20.
One.
Yep,
20 inch, right? Yeah, so 20. Okay. So like the 800, so the 800 is a 20 inch, I guess, right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, and then my 1600 is 26 inches. So yeah, so you go with a narrow one because you have, you got 1,000 square feet. And the negative to a greens mower, I would say, because I'm giving you all the positives, right? The turf's gonna look. So in other words, if you want turf that looks incredible, looks like I don't know if I have a video up here of my lawn. I don't know if I've got it here. I should be able to find it. Yep. If you want turf that looks like this, then that is what a greens mower or an Owlet or greens type mower can produce. Like that really tight cut, no real, hot spots as far as like track marks from the propulsion system. It's just like a nice, clean, across the board, beautiful finish. Like nothing, it's tough. There's a reason why they use greens mower on golf courses. The negative is that you're also buying a mower that at one point was like 5 figures. So even if you go out and you buy like a pre-owned 800 or pre-owned 1600 or whatever you end up with, it's still like a $10,000 mower when it was brand new. So the parts for it are priced accordingly. So kind of your call, but I've not really had much trouble out of mine. Really, I put belts on it once a year, and if it needs a grind, it gets ground, and that's it. They run great, So I mean, I'm not sure how close you are to the mechanic shop, Devin, but as far as like the maintenance, which you guys have to spend a lot of part money on, as far as like replacing parts on your greens mowers, what do you guys tend to run into? And again, I don't know if it's something you're familiar with, because that might not be the area that you even deal with in the shop.
Just as far as like how often we order,
or just parts, like what breaks, like what do you guys spend money on from a replacement standpoint on your greens mowers?
A lot. Yeah. We'll spend quite a bit of money. There's actually a program that it's called like My Toro or My Turf. That essentially it's like a shopping cart for the mechanic. You can pull up whatever model machine he's working on, get the schematics for it, go in, highlight the part he needs, and then just drops it into his box, and then it's just drop shipped to us.
That's cool.
So yeah, it's pretty neat. So, but we got to order. We're ordering parts like every day, every other day. So
Oh wow,
something always breaks.
something's always breaking. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but you guys run the mowers pretty hard too. You're running them every day for hours and
every
hours
day.
every day. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
So on my greens master, I've replaced a reel and a bed knife, but that's because I tried to mow concrete. If you don't do that, if you only mow grass with it, it does
No
pretty well.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus,
we went through 2 reels on one of our triplexes mowing tees this week. We had just edged the T stones, which showed
mhm.
your yardage on the T deck, and just the way the gap was, the reel would just kind of float over that a little bit. And we had one where the bed knife got completely bent, and then we had one where a reel blade got completely bent.
Oh man. And
But
that, yeah,
luckily for us, though, we have spare reels that are just on a shelf, so you just yank them off and throw them back on. But
drop
then,
another one on.
but yeah, that's like what I'm saying. Then you're ordering replacement parts for those reels.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, not fun, but it sounds like it's not pun unintended, just kind of par for the course, right? It's all just part
Yep.
of it. All right, so we have a super chat here from Michael Fetty. Michael, I did get your picture, so I'll bring him up here. And it looks like you have cool season grass. I'll see if Devin has any idea what kind of weeds you have in your lawn. Let me find you here really quick. There we go.
Super chat received.
He says, thanks for the help so far. Email pictures. Also for overseeding, should I add tenacity at application? And then how long before prodiamine? Okay, so first thing, if you're the way I don't have a cool season lawn. And Devin, you can tell me, Ron, you're crazy. You're telling I'm wrong here, but I mean, what I've been told that people that are using tenacity to keep weeds at bay whenever they're using it as part of that strategy is they will use tenacity to control weeds, and that gets them about a 3-week window of pre-emergent control, and after that they'll seed the lawn. And then as far as prodiamine, you're not going to want to use that at all. If seeding is your thing, is what you're trying to do, you don't want to use pre-emergent at all, especially on cool season turf.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly right. And they actually like if you like order hydromulch around here, it'll actually be mixed with tenacity. So
That's
as
cool.
everything kind of starts sprouting up, you'll see the little white weeds growing up, and then amongst all the little green grass. So they'll throw that in their hydro mix.
Nice.
Hydro mulch mixes, yeah. But yeah,
That's
don't
cool.
use prodiamine if you're wanting seed to grow. That's because that's just like a barrier for everything. It's like, think of it as it's like the glyphosate of pre-emergent. It stops everything.
Right. Yeah. So no prodiamine, and a lot of cool folks will say that if you have a brand new established lawn, you really don't want to use prodiamine on it for the first year. I mean, with Bermuda, we can get by. 3 months later you can do it, and it tolerates it pretty well. But I guess cool season turf, they say 6 months minimum. Really, a year is better. So.
Yep.
All right, so Michael had a couple of pictures here. He has a fescue lawn, turf type tall fescue in Virginia. So there's a couple of weeds he's dealing with here. Let's see if we can figure out what this is. I do not know what that is. Any idea? He said he used Q4 plus and it didn't do anything. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean,
I'm not sure. It almost looks like it's part of the fescue, and maybe it has a phosphorus deficiency.
Because the color of it, you mean?
Yeah, those purple leaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look too different from the fescue, like the blade. I don't know. You're right. It could be a nutrient deficiency as far as that goes. So if you're still here, Michael, is it just in one spot in the lawn? Is it all throughout the lawn? Has it always been there, or is it like something that just started this year? And he has another weed here that is like I don't know what. No, again, I have no idea what that guy is. I'll have to Google after the fact and see. I don't know what that one is. Looks like it's in a planter or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It almost looks like it could be like little suckers or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. So I don't know. We're 0 for 2 unfortunately on this one, Michael. I mean, I'm with Devin. That looks it looks like it could be. It could be like I mean, because the rest of your grass doesn't look that. I mean, I'm not like bagging on your lawn. I'm saying, but the color of the surrounding grass doesn't look that green. Like it's really thriving or doing well. So it very well could just be a nutrient deficiency in your existing lawn. But yeah, feel free to chime in the chat and let us know if this is just in one spot in your lawn, if it's all throughout the lawn, if you're absolutely certain that it's a weed, because I don't know, man. That I mean, I don't see.
Sometimes too, you can get like melting out, which will cause purpling in the leaves like that. And there's one kind of at the very top that's really kind of makes me think it could be like that. It's kind of like a yellow and then like a really kind of reddish tip. It's like sitting right in front of like a fat leaf blade that's purple.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a deficiency, or you could have it could have been leaf spot, and now it's gone into like the melting out portion of the disease. Which
Yeah.
that disease will flare up if it gets really hot, and it looks like it could have gotten pretty warm.
Right. Cool. Yeah. So it could be a disease problem. It might not be. It might not be a weed at all, Michael. So something. And if it is melting out, fungicide, water. What would you say is the way to
I would
recover from
use
that?
a propiconazole. Ideally, I would do a propiconazole app, 2 weeks, do an azoxystrobin app, and then just don't overwater it during that thing. And I wouldn't add excess nitrogen on top of that either.
Okay. So propiconazole and okay, yeah. So yeah, so as far as options for that, Michael, if you can get propiconazole by itself, you can absolutely do that. We also have a combination product that has propiconazole and azoxystrobin in it in Headway. So I can show you there if you go to the shop and then to fungicide and insecticide. So you got two options. You got Headway G, which is propiconazole and azoxystrobin. And then if you prefer liquids, you've got Pillar SC, which is a group. It's in the same family as propiconazole and azoxystrobin, but it's tritaconazole and pyraclostrobin as far as the active ingredients. So either one of these will help with melting out or leaf spot. You can see both of those are controlled. The nice thing about Pillar SC is that there's only one application rate. It's like 1 ounce per 1,000. Apply it at that rate, and away you go. So yeah, it might be a fungicide, a fungus problem, which is why your herbicide app didn't really do a whole lot for you. So sorry you're dealing with that. It kind of stinks, but at least you got some thoughts going forward, right? Which can help things. All right. So we got LG up next. LG with a super chat, and of course in pure one-upmanship.
Super chat received.
7 cents more. LG says, I just got my sprayer from your site today. Looks pretty. It's pretty sweet. I haven't had a chance to use it yet due to the rain. If I can't be the show sponsor, I'll take some Tango Bolero. Oh, and chicks dig me sometimes. All right, we can. We'll do both. I'll give you some Tango Bolero, and I think you are the highest super chat, so you are now the show sponsor, sir. So there you go. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. And you're right, that is a sweet sprayer. And so LG, you letting the rain hold you back? You can get out there and spray in the rain. I mean, I would. I mean, I guess you're just not. We have to question your dedication at this point. Just test it out.
Calibrate in rain.
Yeah, calibrate in the rain. You can calibrate in the rain. You can do that, right? I mean, your neighbors already think you're crazy anyway, right? So why, definitely give them more material. That's what I would do. All right, well, congrats, sir. Let me know if you have any problems with it. It's a great sprayer. I really like it. If you need anything else, keep me posted. All right, Always Bermuda is up next. He says, hey, Ron, I just sent you my soil test results in your message box. It recommends a 12. When you get a chance, please take a look. Hope all is well. Thanks, man. I will take a look after the show if you don't mind, and I will get you a response. I promise tonight when I'm done with the show, I will write back to you and let you know what I think. Good job of getting a soil test done. One of the best things you can do for your lawn care program, especially given how expensive fertilizers these days. You want to ensure that what you're putting down is what the soil actually needs. All right, next up, we have Mary J. Mary J is in the house. She says, hey, Ron, I wanted to apply fertilizer last week, and both wheels fell off my Scott spreader. I've used it a lot. I just finished putting together my new Earthway. Oh, congrats. Nice. You know what? New gear. We got to clap it up. Awesome. Nice. They're pretty sweet. Now, Mary, the only thing I'll tell you is this with the Earthway, I'm not sure which one you got, but if it's a 2050P, the only negative, well, there's only two. There's only two things you have to worry about when it comes to that spreader. When you unfold it out of the box, there are two wing nuts. And they used to use like a nylock washer many moons ago, and they don't anymore. Like on my newest one, it's just like metal to metal. So what will happen is as you're using the spreader, those will back off. So get yourself some blue Loctite. Like go to Home Depot or Walmart, get yourself some blue Loctite. put like a drop on each one of those and then, you know, snug it down nice and tight, and then it's not going to come loose. But if you don't do that, every 2-3 times you use the spreader, they're going to slowly work themselves loose. So put a little bit of Blue Loctite on each one of those, snug them down tight, let it sit, you know, do it in the evening, let it sit overnight, and then you won't have to worry about it coming apart. The second thing is get yourself a small bag or small stash of cotter pins. The only thing I've ever see breaking that spreader is there is a how can I describe it? Like the drive wheel goes on the axle, and there's a hole that a cotter pin goes through that locks the axle to the wheel. So as the wheel's turning, it turns the gearbox. Gearbox turns the I don't know what you call the thing that turns the spinner, the thing that throws out that throws the product. And that's all driven by a cotter pin. So you can have like literally a little 5-cent cotter pin will keep you from being able to spray or apply products on your lawn. So have a stash of those. I go through one every 18 months. Like it'll happen. Like this year I put a freshman in. I'll go through this entire season. I won't have a problem until like probably this time next year or maybe the year after. So have a couple of those. Outside of that, the spreader is pretty much bulletproof. It's a great unit. Good job. Good job picking that one. It's better than your Scots. A big upgrade over your Scots. It costs more. It's a lot better. All right. Next up is Mr. Robert Rainey. He says, just got back from your neck of the woods. Devin, beautiful out there. You see, I think he was out in Colorado. He likes to play golf. So Robert's always got, pictures showing the high finish of his lawn, of the course that he's on and whatnot. So yeah.
Very nice.
Very cool. Yeah. So let's see. What else did I have here? As a talking point for you. Oh yeah. So time of year to establish a green. So let's say you're a glutton for punishment. You want to do a green in your back lawn, in your backyard. Now I imagine, now again, you have a cool season. You do a cool season grass and turf for the most part. But let's say you are up north. If you were going to establish a green for your home lawn, when would you go about doing that? Would you wait till the fall? Would you do it in the spring? Like what would the sequencing look like if you're going to go about something like that?
I would probably start earlier in the year. I'd probably start in the spring once everything's like really growing good. Because if you're doing a green and you're growing it in, I would assume you're probably using bent grass seed from scratch and stuff, and you'll have to grow that in, and you'll be watering it anyways. And then get it really established and good before winter. So I would do it. I would start it earlier in the year than later, just so you can get it to your height of cut, get it established good, and kind of get it hardied off before winter would set in.
Nice, cool. So there you guys go. That's one of the talking points we had, because I've gotten questions about, hey man, when should I start growing in my green? I'm like, I don't know. I've never done it. I mean, even I have my limitations. Like a man's guy knows limitations. I know my limitations. I don't want to green. That would drive me absolutely crazy. I wouldn't do anything else but mow grass and spray fungicide and be irritated it's not looking as good as it could look, right? So yeah. And guys, if you guys are enjoying the show, we're an hour in so far. If you guys would not mind hitting that super chat, the super chats are always nice too, but hit that like button ever so gently. It's free to do. There's only 54 likes. We got 132 people in here, according to what YouTube's telling me right now. So if you guys can hit that like button ever so gently, I'd really appreciate it. It costs absolutely nothing, and it's a free way to support the channel. Sounds good vibes to the algorithm. So hit that like button if you don't mind. All right, next up, we got a couple of super chats here. Let me get those really quick. One from Mr. Ben Raham.
Super chat received.
He says, yes, Mary, on the Earthway. I'm hoping next year. It's a great spreader. You will not regret it. And then another one, Jay Maimon.
Super chat received.
Do you guys sell grass paint? No, we don't. We don't sell grass paint. No, not as, no, we sure don't. So do you guys paint any parts of the course? Dev, that's a good question. Do you guys do any kind of grass paint on the course?
Not really. I don't really like pigments as it is,
Okay.
but we do use one product, Par SG. It's a Harold's product that we do put in the green sprays every other week during the summer. But it's more of like the way that it's not really a paint. It's more of like a plant protectant. It kind of is like a sunscreen for the turf to help with ET loss and water retention. It kind of mimics the natural waxy cuticle on the leaf blades. Just to kind of keep the grass healthier and not doesn't wilt out it as quick, especially at that height of cut.
Now, does it visually really change, like drastically alter the color of the grass, or is it is it fairly subtle, or?
Kind of a little bit of both, because we'll put iron in it. It'll be really dark, like it'll kind of have like the day we spray it, you can kind of tell it's artificial kind of look. But then after that night, when we water and everything, and then the iron kicks in, everything kind of settles out, and you can't really tell.
Gotcha.
And especially
Cool.
then once you start mowing too, the next day after.
Then it goes. Okay, so it does make a difference, but it's a limited thing until it looks natural again.
Yep.
Cool. So Justin Judkins up next. He has a question. So, I mean, not one that hopefully any of us have to deal with here too soon, but it's a common thing this time of year. He says, "Hey Ron, I am leaving for 8 days next week. Planning on lowering height of cut and applying plant growth regulator before I go. I haven't used PGR yet this season. Why? What are you waiting for? Any recommendations on timing of when to apply PGR/cut? I would get your growth regulator down and get it in the plant and working before you go on vacation. Like I wouldn't cut and then spray PGR and hope that does it. Devin, I'm not sure what your thoughts are. Like, I mean, would you want to have the lawn under regulation before, or would you want to do like the scalp or the low cut that I think he's going to probably go for, and then do PGR? Like, how would you go about it?
I would probably do the PGR first and kind of get the grass used to it, especially if it's your first go with it. Do your PGR first, and then when you get back, do the rest, and then just get it on a normal schedule.
Yeah, Justin, I'm not sure how long you've been watching the live stream, but if you look here, Robert Rainey, who's been using growth regulator in his lawn, he went out of town for 5 days, and he only saw 0.2 of an inch growth from growth regulator once he started doing that. And he's on vacation. He went out of town for 5 days. This was before vacation, again at 0.3 inches, and then this is after vacation 5 days later, and you see it only grew like 0.2 inches. So 0.2 inches, on turf that's cut that tight. This is Bermuda this time of year. It's growing really quickly. I'd call that a win for growth regulator. So get it in the plant earlier, get it applied now, and make sure the lawn is well under regulation before you go out of town. And then if you want to, you can lower the height of cut, kind of like what Robert did. Like Robert does not normally maintain the lawn at 0.3. He just cut it really short as in anticipation of going out of town for a while. But I would have it in the plant and the lawn well under regulation prior to you lowering the height of cut and then go on vacation. I think you're going to get a better result if you do that. All right, we got a question next up from Alex Zamora. He says, is it okay to do a summer scalp, Bermuda, Southern California, in desert climate? It depends what you're trying to accomplish. If you are someone that is real mowing your lawn and you're starting to get cutting issues that tend to happen as Bermuda gets thick, the nice thing about Bermuda is that it grows very aggressively. The bad thing about Bermuda is that it grows really aggressively. So this time of year, if you're mowing it a lot, it will thicken up. It gets really dense. And the problem with that is you'll start to get scalping in areas that you weren't getting it before. And that's like a telltale sign that you have one or two choices. You can either raise the height of cut up a little bit, which is kind of a band-aid, because all that's going to happen is, a couple of weeks later, you'll start scalping at that height of cut too. So, but the way to correct the problem and to not have it be something that you're dealing with is to regularly thin the turf out just lightly. And you can verticut the lawn. If you're doing it right, the turf really shouldn't look that bad when you're done doing it. So, is it okay to do a summer scalp? I don't scalp my lawn, but I do verticut it. Scalping is probably a little bit more aggressive, but yes, if you go light, you can do that and not hate the lawn after you're done with it. Again, this video that you're looking at here of my lawn, this is actually, you know what? Even better. This picture here that's on the newest blog post, I'll show you real quick. This picture's on the newest blog post. This on spoon feeding. That picture was taken 5 days. 5 days after the lawn was verticut. If you look really closely, you can maybe barely make out like the lines that are going from left to right. If you look at the one that's really closest, you can maybe barely make out the lines from verticutting in that, but it's incredibly light because I don't go too aggressive with it. Only 4 or 5 days later, that's what your turf can look like after a verticut if you go light. So, I'm not opposed to a summer scalp. I'm not opposed to doing that. But just the big thing is, if you can go light, if you can verticut, if you can do it lightly, you can get the benefits of thinning out the turf without causing it too much stress, and it can still look good only a few days later, once you're done. So, and with you guys, it's similar around the courses. When you guys verticut, how long are the greens out of commission after you guys do a verticut on the greens?
Just a couple days. So it's not like you're obliterating them during an aeration. It's just a light process and then top dress over the top.
Yeah. Yeah. So just, it doesn't, if you do it right, it's not terribly aggressive. If you don't have a verticutter that can catch all the debris that comes out of it, like what I have in my outlet, just realize that you are going to have to get out there with a rake afterwards and get all that stuff off the lawn. But it's one of the best things you can do, man. Or a scalp. You can scalp it too, but scalping is going to look uglier. Visually, it's going to look uglier than verticutting, but they effectively both do the same thing. They both thin out the turf. Verticutting is just a gentler process that, you know, visually doesn't upset the look of the lawn too much. But a summer scalp is something that many people do to control the growth in Bermuda. So absolutely. It's another reason why, if you're not, Alex, is if you're not spoon feeding your lawn, it's something to consider doing, because you're not pushing, you know, if you're going out and you're putting down a pound of nitrogen every month, which a lot of people preach, that causes a lot of growth. People don't realize you're pushing a lot of extra growth in the grass that creates thatch problems. It just causes, yes, the grass is green, yes, it grows quickly, but it causes other problems. So if you can get by, kind of like what Devin's talking about, like they fertilize the course or major parts of the course maybe a couple times a year, right? So the less you can make it grow, the better, and still keep it looking nice. You know what I mean? So something to consider as far as something else to add to your lawn care program. As far as spoon feeding, it's a really good thing to do. It's a lot of fun too. Gives you another reason to get out in the lawn. All right, next up we got Harper's Knitter is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, I put up a short video on my cool season lawn, a yellow spot that is shrinking after 2 fungicide treatments. I am so tired of looking at it. Can you take a peek at it?" I can't see your video. You didn't tell me, you didn't give me a link to your channel or email it to me or anything like that. So I have a hard time. I'm not going to be able to find your video. If you can email it to me, Harper's, I'll look at it after the live stream. My email is ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you send it there, I'll take a look after the show, and I'll let you know what I think as far as that goes. All right, so we got a couple other questions, a couple other images here. One is Tahoma. So you guys, we've been talking a lot about Tahoma 31, how it's the bee's knees, and how everyone loves it, and how it's the second coming of Bermuda grass. And when it comes to that, one of our viewers sent these pictures in of his Tahoma renovation. So this was March 1st. When he first laid down the Tahoma. This is March 1st of this year. This is now June 1st. So you can see the color difference there. Pretty awesome. I mean, that color, I almost wanted to Tahoma in the front lawn, man. Yeah, I mean, that's for Bermuda, that color looks fire. And now compare, the thing that really sets it off is you compare to Tifway, which is a great, to Tahoma. These are both Bermuda grass. And that in the background, that Tahoma almost looks like ryegrass, like the color. That color is really good. So yeah, if you want to see the difference between Tifway and Tahoma, pretty big difference between those two. I could probably get away with doing Tahoma in the front lawn. I've been debating, guys. I've been toying with the idea of converting the front lawn just to zoysia, to play with zoysia and have some zoysia to play with, or doing a Tahoma reno and just doing just the front lawn with Tahoma. I haven't decided yet. Maybe you guys can weigh in. We can make it a poll. See what you guys' thoughts are. You guys can be like, do the reno, leave it like it is, or do zoysia. So yeah, you guys can. Let me see. What should I reno front lawn with? And I'll give you guys. See what you guys think. Tahoma. So here's the one thing. Here's what I'm thinking for zoysia, guys. Even though I love Bermuda, here's what my thinking behind zoysia is. My lawn right now is a Bermuda lawn. And if I were to burn it all down, put into Tahoma 31, the existing grass there might be some that might break through, and there also might be some from neighboring lawns that will try to creep into it. And controlling Bermuda in Bermuda is, I would say it's an impossible task, but it's almost an impossible task, right? Whereas if I have zoysia, I can keep Bermuda out of the zoysia. Like there's tools and technology, there's products to be able to do that. So which is why zoysia, if I'm doing a renovation where in a lawn that's surrounded by Bermuda grass, why to me that kind of makes sense. So that's my thinking behind the zoysia. And then the last option will be do nothing at all. So there you go. You guys weigh in. Let me know what you guys think. Zoysia, Tahoma 31, or do nothing at all. The poll is running. Give me your questions and thoughts. What do you think? What do you think, Devin? If it were you, what's your thoughts on the matter?
Well, I don't know. The zoysia sounds pretty cool, just from like what you're just kind of explaining it from a maintenance standpoint. That'd be kind of cool to get to play around with. But also the Tahoma, the color of that is pretty remarkable. So that would also look really good.
Yeah, I mean, zoysia can look like that. I mean, zoysia, as far as color, is it's a very nice color, nice deep color. Yeah, but I mean, the thing with Tahoma I'm afraid of is that if I did Tahoma, like all my neighbors around me have Tahoma, or Tahoma, they have Bermuda. So some of it's going to get in. If any of my existing lawn comes back, it's going to grow through it. And, so that's my
Yeah.
only thought. And it'd be cool to have a plot to play with that is zoysia that I can say, hey, as far as different strategies, like that question I got about triclopyr, like if I want to play with use mixing triclopyr and fusilade, I actually got a lawn I can play with and do it on. And if I mess it up, it's mine. Right. So, granted, it's the front lawn, so probably not the best place to do that, but that's my thoughts behind the matter. I'm trying to create like another test area for you guys. You guys can suffer along with me, can see my pain. So that's my thoughts on the matter. See what you guys think. Do nothing at all is at 43%. We'll see what you guys are coming back with. A lot of you guys are saying just leave it alone, man. Nothing wrong with it. Don't mess with it. All right. So we have another super chat here. A couple more. We got one from. Let's see here. We already got Jay Mahan. We got Ryan Hall, just super chat saying thank you.
Super chat received.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. And then that crazy lawn guy is up next. He has a super chat.
Super chat received.
He says, hi, all. Used PGR for the first time at the spoon feeding rate. Didn't really see a difference. Does it take a couple to see results? Yard in the profile pic. Shouldn't. Even when I apply at half rate, it 2 to 3 days after I spray the lawn, it slows down. What do you find? Like when you guys do your growth regulator, your Primo apps, the first time do you guys go heavier on the rate, or do you guys use the same 2-week rate from the beginning all throughout? How do you guys like introduce Primo to the turf?
So what we'll do is that we'll actually go at a quarter rate.
Quarter
for the
even less.
If it's the first app that the turf has ever experienced, we'll do a quarter rate on that. And then at that low of a rate, it usually takes one or two or 2 or 3 apps to actually really see it going. But mind you, you're at a quarter rate, and it's just really just getting the plant used to that. Sometimes with some of the older varieties of like bluegrass and stuff, you can really get that bronzing effect, and if you go too heavy too quick with it. So yeah, sometimes we'll when we first started spraying like the roughs and surrounds, we started with a quarter rate, and now we're up to normal rates. I think it's like 0.44 ounces per thousand is what we'll do for our rough and surrounds. But that's just a monthly app on those.
Okay, cool, nice. Yeah. So yeah, if doing the half app, you should be seeing results, that crazy long guy. But also keep in mind, the turf is also growing a lot faster now this time of year. The temps are a lot higher. As far as a resource you might have, as far as what like different split app rates for Primo that you can use as like a baseline, you can adjust up and down from there and see what kind of results you get. On our blog post on growth regulator. So again, resources, blog, and then the post on plant growth regulation. If you go down to the section on split application rates for Primo Max. So first we talk about how to avoid tip burn and doing the thing that Devin just spoke about as far as cutting the rate in half and spraying that every 2 weeks. And because of some of the questions I've gotten is, well, what rate should I be using for cool season grass? I've got this type of grass, or I've got Bermuda. What type of rate should I be using as far as the split operates? So I went through and I did the math for you as far as the half of the monthly rate. These are a guideline. You can go a little bit lower than this. You can go a little bit above this. You can play with it and see what your particular grass likes. What I would say is start with these, or maybe even a little bit less than these, and work your way up to them every 2 weeks, and you should get a good result. I mean, on my lawn, right, which gets it gets plenty of feeding, gets plenty of biostimulants, it's babied quite a bit. I'm still running that half ounce, that 0.5. Let me get on this guy's camera. I'm still running that 0.5, that half an ounce rate. So this half an ounce with 4 gallons of water over 4,000 square feet is the rate that I am using for Primo. Now, when it comes to a hybrid, wrong camera. Let me go back here. When it comes to a hybrid Bermuda, you can go up as high as like 0.38, 0.40 as the rate per 1,000 square feet per month. And even on my lawn, I'm not doing that. Like if you take like what I'm doing every 2 weeks, I'm at the low end. I'm using that 0.25. I'm at 0.25 even on my turf. So what I would say is that split op rate, if you start on the low end and just keep using it on the lawn, and you're going to notice a difference. Like I can definitely notice after I spray every couple of weeks, especially the first mow after I spray, like the amount of clippings that come off, it does slow down again. So stuff definitely works. If you're applying it properly at the correct rates for your lawn, it's going to produce the results. I would say just stick with it and see what you see what you get. But keep in mind, that crazy lawn guy, if you just started it, you're getting it into the plant. It's like my lawn has been seeing Primo since late April, early May. You're just now introducing it now here in July, right? So there's a time for it to ramp up and get into the plant. So for you guys, would you agree with that, Devin? I mean, do you think that over time you might see better results if he keeps with it?
Yeah, I think so too. And especially kind of on the same thing, like if you're applying it, you really got to stick to like the application windows. Like you can't let it fall out of the regulation and then try to pound it again with regulation, because then that just really causes a bunch of other problems and the plant's not sure what you want it to do, and then you can just have issues that way. So if you do it, you make sure you're doing it like the schedule rate. If you're doing it every other week, you got to stick to that. You can't let it fall out of that and do it the third or the fourth week, because then by that time what you already had done is its lifespan has already passed, and then you're pouring it back on and it's trying to grow, but you don't want it to grow. So it just gets kind of weird in those ebbs and flows.
Sure. Yeah. So if you're going to do spoon feeding and as part of your spoon feeding program, you're going to be spraying Primo, consistency is the big thing. Like you really got to be religious about, every 2 weeks, every 15 days, you're getting that application down. You know what I mean? So just something to keep in mind. It's not you can't just do it when you feel like it. It's something that you have to be consistent with if you want the results. Good stuff. Okay, so we had a couple of questions from last week as well. Before that, though, let me show Govind's lawn. So Govind sent me some pictures of his lawn. He's been working on his lawn this year. He's very happy with the results that he's getting. He's this first year he's really been taking on working on his turf, and he's converting his lawn from single stripes to wide stripes. So this is the pictures that he sent me. I can see it, Govind. I will tell you that it is a process. When you try and go from singles to doubles, it is you sit there and you worry, man, is it ever going to happen? Because that initial single that you're using before that's burnt in, trying to get that one next to it, that stripe next to it to change pattern can take a while. You know what I mean? So just stick with it. I can see it coming. I can see dark, light, dark, light. I can see it starting to happen. Just stick with it, and it will definitely get better over time. Just stick with that. Good stuff. All right, so we have a question here from, I think it's one for Devin from Thomas Hanan. He says, hello all, Devin, how many months of the year is your golf course under PGR? How many months a year under fungicide? Do you also run a carbon and humic program for the course? A lot of stuff there.
So greens and tees and fairways, I guess pretty much everything is, greens are like May to September. Tees are May to September, and then rough and surrounds are pretty much like June to August under growth regulation. And then we do use a humic kelp product, but that's only on the greens and fairways. No other areas of the course get it, just because of the cost of it and the quantity to do it. When you're mixing 300 gallons, it's a lot of product to be moving around. And then fungicide, the only time the fairways and rough are on fungicide is just in August when we get dollar spot. And then greens are May, they're actually not even June, maybe late July to end of August, early September.
Cool. So there you go. So you have his program, Thomas. Hopefully that helps. Sounds like a lot of fun. So sounds a lot to keep up with. I guess you guys have a pretty good. Now, is it based? How much does that vary from year to year? Is that I'm gonna say set in stone, but is that pretty much what you guys try to stick to, or does it alter very much from year to year? Do you find?
It's usually pretty much the same thing every time. We might have some tweaks in there, but overall, it's usually pretty similar year to year.
Cool. All right, Mary J's up next. She says, "I remember this guy. I like him. Hi, Devin."
Hey.
All right, we got LG up next. He says, "LG celebrates 18 months of membership. I'm still under house arrest, so I was able to make it here on time." Very nice, LG. Thanks for coming to hang out. we have Daryl in the house for Bermuda Lawn. He says, "What's up, Ron and everyone? What's going on, Daryl? Hope you're doing well, sir." And next up, we have a question from Casey Baker. He says, "Can I spray a herbicide on a 2.5-month-old Bermuda sod as I have either crabgrass or Dallas grass in it?" So if you're already mowing it, Casey, and you want to use a post-emergent herbicide to control the crabgrass, I'm not opposed to that. For Dallas grass, there really isn't a selective herbicide for residential lawns that you can use. So for the Dallas grass, you're going to be digging that out. There's not a product that you can use or that you're supposed to use on residential turf that will target Dallas grass and control it. For the Bermuda, if you're out there mowing it, if it's looking healthy, if it's in good shape, and you want to spot spray here and there with a post-emergent herbicide, I don't really see a problem with doing that. So hope that helps. But yeah, but the Dallas grass, you're gonna want to. That's the quack grass of warm season turf. There's not really a way to get rid of it. I mean, if there is a herbicide that'll kill it, but you're not supposed to spray it on residential lawns. All right. So next up is Randall Lard. He says, "Evening, Ron. Thanks for all you do." I appreciate it, Randall. Man, thanks. I know we were going back and forth this afternoon over email and chat and everything. So yeah, glad we got to the bottom of everything. So yeah, I appreciate all the love and support, guys. You know, one thing this time of year when it comes to to products, sometimes when we're shipping stuff with like the 4th of July and the holidays, believe me, we are doing our best. The warehouse is doing their absolute best, and I know sometimes there's delays, but know that we're doing our best to try and get things out to you guys as quickly as possible. If you can order something on the store, it's because it's in stock. We don't sell anything that's not in stock unless it's clearly labeled. Like earlier this year in January when we were launching the fertilizers, we had those available as a pre-order. But if you're able to buy it on the store, that means we have that product in stock on the shelf somewhere. But it's just depending on the holidays, depending on carriers, other delays. There can be delays in getting the stuff to you guys. And again, my apologies for it. I get it. Like when I order stuff, I want it once I order, I'm looking for tracking and I want it as quickly as possible. So I try and recreate that experience in the store as much as I can. And unfortunately, sometimes there's just delays that we can't control. But just know that we are doing our best to try and get your stuff to you as quickly as possible. On the topic of cool stuff going on in their lawn. So Randall, thank you for coming to hang out this evening. So looking at Randall's lawn, he sent me some pictures. And as you guys know, this time of year, we're trying to make our lawns look the best, but the summer heat is no fun, right? If you get out there and you're mowing in the summertime, you're out there for like 5-10 minutes and you're sweating, it's pouring, you're questioning your life decisions. Like, why do I do this? Is it even worth it? Maybe my neighbors are right. Maybe I should let my lawn get to 2 inches and not have to worry about it. But not Randall. So this is what his lawn looks like. The stripe action is on point. I think we can all agree that looks pretty solid. I mean, I think most of us would take that lawn. And then next up, we got some more pictures here. It's like a different time of day, but again, the color and stripe action is looking really good. And because my man is deciding he is not going to be deterred and he's going to still be out there and beat the heat on his mower. Again, there's always the first time for everything. This is the first time I've seen this done on a mower. But this is what he's rolling with. This is his rig. So my man has put I guess it's some kind of a thing fan, a fan for like a shed or like a workbench fan on the mower, and that is what he's using to keep himself cool while he's out there doing the work with the 1600 with the Greensmaster. So cool stuff, man. You gotta let me know how well that works. I wonder do you actually feel cooler or does it just blast a lot of hot air on you? I'm not sure which is which, but definitely plus 10 points for ingenuity. I have not seen that before. You and VMH are up there as far as, rigging stuff for your lawnmowers to make life easier. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for sending the pictures in. Really do appreciate it. And again, apologies for the delays in getting your stuff sent out to you. All right. Have you seen that? Do you guys have, you guys are on the course. The guys out there mowing all the time. Do you guys have that kind of setup on your mowers, Devin? Nothing?
No.
You guys, they don't get that kind of love, huh? They just got to deal with the heat.
Yep.
All right. Next up, we got Izzy Tennis. She says, most golf courses aerate and top dress the greens with sand at least twice a year. How come over time the ball marks are still dark instead of sandy? That's a good question.
Probably because the amount of sand they're putting on, it's not going to change that profile that much where a ball mark would go through and it would just be like all sand. It's just that quality of sand, and as you get that sand into the canopy, it mixes with organic material and it blackens up, becomes organic, and the sand kind of becomes part of that profile.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Well, why is it? Because it is true on most greens. Again, it's been a while since I hit the ball, but yeah, most greens it is. I don't know. Like the ones around here, like Chicopee. Last time I played it again, it's been a while. It was pretty sandy. Like it was. I mean, you could tell there was some organic material, but it was mostly sand that was getting pushed out whenever your divots.
If you're ever there early enough and you see like guys doing setup and changing holes, ask to see one of the plugs or where they cut out before they put the cup in, because a lot of the times you can see sand channels that go down through the profile.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so for what you can see, like when they are aerating and then top dressing on top of it.
Yep.
Cool. Good question, Izzy. That's a new one. It's effectively a first one on the channel. All right, Off-Road NV is up next. It says, thanks, Devin, for coming to visit. We have family in Colorado Springs. Great off-road trails out there. I didn't realize that. Nice. Cool. Good stuff.
Pretty cool.
All right, so there's a question for your guest. So here we go, Devin. Hope you're ready. He says, for your guest, have you heard of PRM, Performance Resource Management? My son, Parker Cohn's company, addressing soil management, his number one client is the San Francisco Giants. Performance
I have not heard of PRM, Performance Resource Management. I'm kind of curious what it is. I could see if it's something for, I don't know, if it's soil management, it could be something for more sports fields, because a lot of that stuff really comes into play as far as like playability and the safety of the turf for players. So I could see where could be kind of a thing maybe for sports turf, but I have not heard of that. So I'll have to look that up. Sounds kind of interesting.
Cool stuff. Nice. Yeah, man. So guys, we got the lawn care nut, the lawn father here on the gram. Alan Haynes just joined. What's going on, Alan? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Hopefully you guys are doing the work, staying busy down there in Florida. Hope all is well. Thanks for coming to hang out, man. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Sean Murphy. He says, happy Friday. Just finished verticutting in both directions, bagged all the debris. Now listening to the stream as I do a final cleanup with the GM 1000 at 0.60 inches. I like it, Sean.
Sounds like a good night.
Yeah, man. Sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. VMH, talking about like the Batmobile. We got VMH here chiming in saying, hey, Ron, happy Friday. VMH, I don't have your latest rig up. I don't have the image here. But yeah, he's always building all kinds of cool stuff. Like he built like he took like a Fiskars and like made it into an electric mower. And then he built his own aerator, it's like a single row aerator that
That's cool.
He built. Yeah. I think he's like an engineer or something, because he just does it for fun, because I'm like, it's a lot of work to do this. You could just go rent one, but no, he wants to have his own, I guess. So there is that. All right, so let's first get a super chat. Then we're going to come back, Casey, and get your questions. So do not go anywhere. So we have a super chat from Mr. Lewis P86.
Super chat.
He says, hi, Ron. Charles from North Carolina. I've diagnosed my issue from the pic I sent last week. Fertilizer trail from a bad spreader, Scott's Mini. Any quality spreader recommendations for someone around 6'3"? Yeah, so I'm 6'4", so I'll tell you what I use, which is the Earthway. The Earthway 2050P, I've been a fan of that bad boy ever since I got one, coming up on 6 years now. Great spreader. It's a good prosumer level spreader in the sense that it's it's not going to cost you as much as like a Lesco, like one of the really big ones that are like $400 or $500. And it's better build quality in my opinion than even the Scott's Elite spreaders. And the best part about it is that whenever you go out and you buy like your Headway or your Celoprint, or you buy you're using the Lebanon turf fertilizers, any of the professional grade products, most of them are going to have a spreader calibration for an Earthway on there, whereas you won't find a Scott's spreader calibration. And it's funny because I have some contacts in Syngenta, and I asked them that. I said, hey guys, I get questions every single week, and I finally filled out all the product descriptions, but I still get questions every week, even though it's in the product description, about spreader settings for Scott spreaders. And I said, why don't you guys just break down and do that? I says, well, our audience, our target audience doesn't really use Scott spreaders. The people that we make Headway for and a Celoprint for and Caravan for, they don't use Scott spreaders. They use an Acrofab, or they use a Spiker, or they use an Earthway. They use they use a Lesco. This is what they use. So we don't even bother. And plus, the places where Scott spreaders are sold, their products are not sold. You're not going to find Headway at any of the big box stores. So that's their whole reason behind it. It's just not worth the headache to them. So what I would say, Lewis, is the Earthway. You absolutely will not regret it. It is not the cheapest spreader. I'm not sure what they're going for now these days, but you will not regret getting one. I mean, here's how much I like the Earthway 2050p. I had one for a number of years. I liked it so much that I gave my spreader to my next door neighbor, Alex, and then I bought another one of the exact same model. So it's not like I upgraded. I just bought the exact same thing. And here's the thing. I actually like my older one better than my new one, because the older one, the wing nuts on it, like they didn't back off. I didn't have to put Loctite on the older Earthway 2050p, whereas the new one, I do have to do that. So just a small thing, but the older one was, in my opinion, like it was a bit better. So. But yeah, the 2050p is what I would say to go with. You can't go wrong with it. I'll put a link for you here in the chat now where you can pick one of those bad boys up. So at Lewis P86, and then the 2050p. This is the one you're going to want to, that's the one you're going to want to get. You will not regret it. It's a great spreader. The only thing you need to invest in is some blue Loctite, a couple bucks. Get yourself a couple of cotter pins, like a handful of those, because you replace one, once a year, once every, 12, 18 months, depending on, the amount of salt in your area. And other than that, the spreader is absolutely bulletproof. I absolutely love it. And I'm 6'4", and I use mine all the time. Like if you see me walking around, that's what I'm using. I'm using an Earthway. So hope that helps. That's the one I would go with. All right, so going back up here where we left off. And again, thank you for the super chat.
Super chat.
Appreciate
received.
all the love and support. And let's go back to where I left, which is Casey. Casey Baker is up next. I got to go faster. We got a lot of questions and I'm talking too much. All right. He says, is it safe to do a hide to cut on reset on 2.5-month-old Bermuda? Currently been cutting right at under 1 inch with my McLean. I want to try and take my yard to 1/2 inch, but I'm nervous about newer sod. How does it look, Casey? I mean, can you still see like the lines where the sod was put down? Does it look like, is it like fully established? Is it growing well? Does it look like a lawn, or does it look like a lawn that was just sodded? Because there is a difference in the way it appears. What I would say, you're at 1 inch. You're cutting right at 1 inch. So what I would say is just step it down a little bit by little bit. So if you're right under 1 inch, like 7/8, I mean, how would you go about it, Devin? I mean, I'm doing all the talking here. If you were going to go from like 1 inch to 1/2 inch, how would you bring that down in a way where you're testing to see whether or not the turf is tolerating it okay?
Just notch it down slowly. I would notch it down, mow it at that for a week. Next week, notch it down again, mow it at that for a week until you get it to wherever you want it at.
Yeah, so just take it down in phases. I mean, doing it all at once is kind of aggressive, and frankly, you're gonna make the lawn look ugly too, right? So why not, take it, to this point, drop it, 1/10, and then mow it there for a week or so, see how the lawn looks, see how the color looks, see how the turf is tolerating it. It's Bermuda, it's probably gonna be just fine. And then just slowly step it all the way down. I will tell you this, Casey. 1/2 inch Bermuda sounds like a lot of fun until you have 1/2 inch Bermuda. Like 1/2 inch Bermuda in April, May timeframe is very different to 1/2 inch Bermuda in July, August. So I tried it not last year, but the year before. And while the turf looks good, it does look cool, because as far as like literally being able to get out there with a golf ball and like throwing a golf ball on it and it rolls out like it would on a fairway, like 1/2 inch or just under 1/2 inch Bermuda is very cool. However, even with growth regulator, like you're out there mowing it, I don't even say every day, but you're mowing it every 36 hours. So you can mow it like Monday morning and then Tuesday afternoon. And then the following, you get like a little bit of a break the following day, but then the following morning on was it Thursday, you're mowing it again. So like you have to be absolutely religious about your mowing if you're going to be keeping the lawn at 1/2 inch. And again, I was at my bench height was 0.45, which is probably a little bit, like quite a bit less than 1/2 inch. But still, if you're going to those kind of heights, just realize that the difference in mowing, which means the difference in commitment from between 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch, it only seems like a little bit, but it's a big difference, man, as far as how much work you're putting in to keep the lawn looking nice. Because the thing is, it's kind of like, I always say like 1/2 inch Bermuda or like 1 inch Bermuda is like being a skinny guy with abs. It's pretty easy, right? What's hard to do is be a muscular, ripped guy that's 200 pounds and have a 6-pack. Like that's hard. So 1/2 inch Bermuda is technically not difficult to do, but 1/2 inch Bermuda that stays green, the color looks awesome in between mowings, where it always looks great. That's the hard part, So and that's what you got to be out there mowing it all the time to be able to pull that off. So I'd say, man, go down to just go to 3/4 inch and see if you like that. And 3/4 inch, the color is going to be better. It's going to stripe better. Real mowing's not going to ruin your life, there's that. So, but try it. I mean, I tried it, and you decide for yourself. And I think you're going to find that half inch is a bit too much to live with. I mean, your fairways. What do you guys keep your fairways at on the course? Is it half an inch below that? What do you guys run the fairways on your at the
Half
farmers?
inch. Yeah,
Half inch.
half inch.
hmm And you got and mowing that is it every 2 days, every other day, or how often are you guys having to mow it to keep it at that?
I like to mow them every day if we have the availability to do it. Right now we're kind of in a thing where it's front 9, back 9, front 9, and we just alternate. So it's pretty much like every other day.
Okay.
But fairways are getting cut every day. Just depends on which ones.
Every day, yeah. So there you go, Casey. So that's the kind of commitment you have to be at. So think about it. You go on vacation, you can't, you can do it what Robert did. You're gonna be taking it down really low and coming back with a big cleanup job. So just something to keep in mind. I mean, it looks cool, but as far as to maintain it that way all the entire time, it's a bit much, in my opinion. But your call. All right, next up is Jordan Godman. He says, "Hi Ron, big fan and first year of yard care. Congrats, man. Cool stuff. I've been finding some rabbits that are feasting on my lawn and keep from Bermuda from running to fill in. I've tried 5 different granulars / liquids. Any thoughts? I live in Austin, Texas. I can't fix these spots or know what it is that created these spots. But I spoon feed for, and I'm working on my soil based on my soil test with your products." Okay, so you got a lot going on there. So you got rabbits that are eating your lawn. You got to stop. We got to get rid of that. We got to try and stop that if we can. But I'm trying to understand. Like, are you trying to say, Jordan, the rabbits are eating parts of your lawn that's creating bare spots, and you're having trouble with those spots filling in? If that's the case, we got to stop the thing that's causing the damage. We got to get rid of the rabbits, or do something to make them just stop or go somewhere else, because what's happening is they're injuring the lawn faster than it can recover. Because once, assuming plenty of sunlight, good mowing practices, Bermuda will fill in. And it's gonna, it'll run like a weed, right? In many places it's considered a weed, but if it's being injured at a faster rate than it can grow, there's not a whole lot we can really do for that. I don't know. Any thoughts? Do you guys have rabbits eating anything on the courses you have to deal with?
Not really. Yeah, I just kind of manually get rid of them if you don't want them where they are.
Right.
Basically.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry, Jordan. Not more help on that one, but yeah, getting rid of whatever's causing the damage would be thing one, and then letting time run its course. All right, Kingstead is up. Says, quick question for you: is it okay to mix Celsius, WG, and Katana? I don't have any certainty for sedge control. I've never used Katana personally to know. I mean, you can try it. You can tank mix it. I know Jason, what's his name? The gentleman out of Alabama. Jason Krill likes Katana. He talks about that product a lot. I don't know if there's temperature restrictions on it, and I don't know if you can mix it with certainty. With Celsius for sedge control. I don't know the answer to that. I've never actually used that herbicide to know for sure. But check the label. Check the label. If there's no temperature restrictions, then you can give it a shot and see. Just mix up a small amount and see what happens. Do a jar test and see how it does if you want. But for sedges, again, certainty is really tough to beat. It's a great product. It's really tough to beat certainty for sedge control in warm season turf. All right, next up we got C Hill. He says, "Greetings, Devin. Gotta love the Masters. I was stationed in Augusta back in 2006 and got to walk the course and was there when Tiger was crushing the course but fell short."
Nice, very cool.
Nice. Yeah, Augusta. I will tell you, Augusta National. And it sounds stupid to say this, but it's true. As good as that place looks on television, if you see it in person, when you walk it in person, it's like nothing. It's imagine the best turf you've ever seen, ever, and it's better than that. Like when you're actually there, like when you walk on the fairways, like when they allow you to cut through to get to different holes and you're following whoever you're following. It's in the attention to detail, and just you can tell. You think you love your lawn, you think you spend a lot of time on it. I mean, it just shows you when you have like pretty much unlimited money and some of the best people in the world working on it on your turf. You can make it look pretty incredible. So do they actually release what their budget is? Like how much they spend? What does it cost to run that place? I'm not sure if I'm not seeing it. Maybe they do, but I've never seen it. I'm sure it's not cheap.
No, probably infinite.
Infinite, yeah. It's like whatever it takes. That's what the budget is.
Just the infinite logo.
Yeah, yeah. It's like take all the sliders, move them to 11, and that's what we do. That's because it's perfect. It's pretty awesome. You know, it would have been cool to see like whenever the trees fall on the course this year during the Masters, it would have been cool to see after the cameras went off, like who all descended on that area to clean that
Oh,
up.
I bet you in 20 minutes they had that
It was
tree
gone.
cut and hauled and see ya. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you see, the next day it was perfect, right? It was gone as you
Yep.
expect to see. But yeah, it was cool to see that what went on to clean that up. All right, next up is Will Covey. He says, I just finished mowing. Good job. I like it. Next up is Phyllis Lawrence. What's going on, Phyllis? Says, happy Friday, everyone. Click the like buttons. Ron, thank you for posting the video on how to measure my lawn and the link to the website. You made my life a lot easier. I appreciate you. Yeah, definitely. No problem, Phyllis. Yeah, so on what Phyllis is talking about, guys, is on the calculator. So if you go to resources in our lawn fertilizer calculator, which the only real input you have to put into this thing is how big is your lawn, right? And you're saying, well, how do I measure my lawn? How do I know how big my lawn is? So if you click that, it will take you to this video that is actually, well, once the ad stops playing, it's actually part of the, Golf Course Land Academy. This is actually an excerpt from the Academy that I made live here that talking about how to measure your lawn, and it gives you a link to a website that talks about that shows you how to do it. There's it's called area finders, like map developers. Area finders is what you would use for measuring out your lawn. So I show how to do it here. I go to like Sanford Stadium, Go Dogs, and just show how to use the tool. But yeah, measuring your lawn is really the only thing input that you have to have for this tool to be able to then say, you know, my lawn is say 11,500 square feet. And then from there, it's just a yes or no. You have warm season grass, you have cool season grass, pick which one. Do you have spoon feeding or not? Yes. Do you need phosphorus? Yes or no? Do you see that no is by default? And if you say no, it's going to take you to the soil test area so you can get a soil test done. Do you want growth regulator? And then finally, do you have granular biostimulants? You do all that, you hit next, and it will spit out a formulated program for you that tells you should, this time of year, you should be using, I think I said cool season grass, so you should be using this fertilizer, you should be using, you know, this in this size. And it gives you the option to build out a program that you just add to your cart and away you go. So it's a really cool way as far as, you know, people, I get lots of questions from people saying, you know, how much of this do I need? How much of that do I need? You know what? I'm going to build a tool to do that. So a couple months of writing out, like creating the algorithm of like how to compensate for cool season grass, warm season grass, time of year, all this kind of stuff. And doing the math on all the different products. And there you have it. So that's Rev 1 of it. It's going to get better, but that's, that is my brainchild. It's my baby. So hopefully you guys get some use out of it. So thanks, Phyllis. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And if you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, next up, you have Marco Delgado. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Thanks for all the info. You're very welcome. And then Chujasa Vaca says, question for either of you. Why is my Hudson Star cutting cleaner and tighter than my Toro Flex 21? Both mowers are set to 1/2 inch. New reel on the Toro. Cuts paper on all sides. Anything I need to check? I mean, I don't know. When you say cleaner and tight, what did cleaner and tighter mean? Like it's just it leaves less stragglers. I mean, it's just it's a cleaner cut.
Did you, when you put a new reel on, did you also do a new bed knife? You could have an old bed knife on your Toro.
That's a good point. Yeah. Did you put? Yeah. So do you? Yeah. Is the reel and bed knife set up? Like, were they? To your point, do you put a new one, a new reel, a new bed knife on when you put the new reel on? Is the mower set up properly? Like, did you have a fresh grind on it to make sure all the angles are right and that, you know, everything is like the reel and bed knife are married to each other? What else could affect that? The blade count. So I don't know what the Hudson Star has, but maybe there's a difference in the amount of blades on the Hudson Star versus what's on your Turo Flex. But I mean, I'll tell you, man, like set up properly. Like I've got an 11 blade on my 1600, and when it's set up properly, it's like there's not much that can cut it. I mean, between the two, I'll tell you, I enjoy using the Owlet more because it's quiet and you know, it's wider, it's slightly wider cut. It's a smooth running mower. But as far if you're being really discriminating as far as which mower cuts better, the Toro, like the Toro with 11 blade on it is just, it's a thing of beauty. You know, as long as it's set up properly, as long as it's sharp and it's cutting paper all the way across and everything is set up properly, it's like it doesn't really get much better than that. So I don't know. Assuming they're both set up properly, they're both cutting paper equally all the way across. Maybe I'm thinking maybe clip rate. So maybe the amount of reels
that it's spinning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe like, if you've got like an 8 blade on the Toro and the Hudson Star is a higher blade count, maybe that could account for the difference in that could count for the difference. You know what I mean? Because like my on my 1600, I have an 11 blade on that, and it does cut better than the 8 blade that was on there before. So that could be it. Two shots of vodka. If one is a 10, 11 blade, I don't know if the Hudson has, but 10 or 11 blade, and then the Toro's an 8 blade, that can produce a difference in cut quality as well too. Especially at you're saying that you're at half an inch, because for an 11 blade, it's a quarter of an inch to 3/4 of an inch is what Toro says that will run at. So if you have an 11 blade on a Greens Master, quarter of an inch to 3/4 of an inch is the range where it's happy. So at half an inch, it's the sweet spot, right? So maybe that could be what you're dealing with if you got like an 8 blade on your Toro versus like a higher blade count on the Hudson. That's the only thing I could think of given what you're explaining there. Philip Asami says prodiamine. I'm not sure if it's a question, but yeah, prodiamine, it's a pre-emergent that it helps prevent weeds from growing in your lawn if you apply it at the time of year and you apply it properly at the right rates. I think that's the question. Will Covey says, I sharpened my blades and washboarding went away. You were right. Yeah, man. So people don't realize it, man. Like a mower, especially rotary mower people are very guilty of this. The only time a rotary mower blade is sharp for like most people is whenever they take the mower out of the box, and then they never sharpen it. They don't replace the blades. But a real mower, especially, like you got to be diligent about keeping the equipment sharp. Like you heard what Devin was saying. Like you guys check the equipment. What would you say? Every day, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much after they come in from whatever they've mowed that day.
Yeah, so every day. So when it comes to a real mower, they produce a better cut, but you also got to be on them more. You got to make sure that they're set up properly, the tolerances are good, it's cutting paper. Otherwise, you're gonna have washboarding and other cutting problems. So I'm glad that we got to the bottom of it. All right, next up is Hargden says, hey Ron, enjoy your live streams. If I don't catch them live, what's your advice on trimming around a fence post? I tend to scalp and it looks like crap. Do I need to be better with the trimmer? What I would say is this. Okay, so there is a way to do this, and the solution is very expensive, but like they always say, there's nothing cheaper or nothing more expensive than a cheap tool. What I would say is if you are really picky about your look around a fence post, around mailboxes or lines, invest in a set of rotary scissors. They are expensive for what they are. It's like it's a lot of money for what you're buying, but man, I have not found anything that produces like a real mow type cut, a clean finish, like a set of rotary scissors. So what I'm talking about, I have a steel, however you pronounce it, on mine. Like that's what I have. I have the combi system, but there are other ones. Like I think check out Real Rollers. Like call Lee at Real Rollers. They sell the ones that you see on the internet. Is like there's one where you have to buy the power head for it. Like that's the one that they sell, and they got tons of them in stock. So hit them up if you are really picky about getting a great cut near mailboxes, fence posts, and you're just tired of like the nastiness that comes from a string trimmer. Invest in a set of rotary scissors. You can't really beat it. You guys on the course, I mean, I guess you guys do have to do edging, but what do you guys mainly use? Is it string trimmer? Do you guys have any rotary scissors at all for the course, or what do you guys use?
Yeah, we actually have 5 rotary scissors, and we use them for like a lot of edging stuff. So more detail stuff is what we use those for.
Yeah. So there's people that also will do like the vertical edging with it. I don't do that because I don't want to put a bunch of extra wear on the blades. I don't know what it costs to replace them or what is involved in replacing them. But yeah, mine still cut great. And I'll put the link here in the chat right now to a video that I did on them, Hargden, so you can see what I'm talking about. It's worth investing in. It's an expensive solution to a problem, but it's one of those things that once you do it, you're gonna be like, yeah, this is the best. I mean, I should have done this a long time ago. It's really tough to beat the finish you get from rotary scissors. All right, Ted Rogers saying it's 85 degrees in Kentucky. And then next up is No Name. He says, hey, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts, I missed last week due to vacation. No excuse. He says, looking forward to getting some great lawn chat. Let's get those likes up. Yeah, let's definitely get the likes up, guys. We got, we only got 94 likes. We got 120 people in here right now, so we can do better. We can certainly get those likes higher than that. All right, next up is Ted Rogers. He says, I'm coming for the cool season title next year. There you go, Devin. Shots fired. Now, here's the thing. Next year, here's the thing. You did win this time with the rotary. next time we're gonna expect a reel. So you
Yep.
gotta be.
I'm ready.
You got a real mo next time around. We may have to make a third category. If you're like a lawn care pro, you're gonna have to be your own thing because you have advantages that other people don't have.
You got the cheat codes.
Yeah, you have the cheat code. There's that. As far as getting your stuff sharpened, you got access to getting that done. So there's that. But yeah, next year got to be real mode. Got to be a real cut. All right.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, next up is LG. He says, Patrick's lawn looks like 4 days after a spot spraying application of tenacity at the 8 ounce per acre rate. May the Lord be with him on day 14. That's very precise, LG. It's almost like you've been there,
Experience there.
Yeah, it's really precise. You're like, yeah, that's about day 4 how that looks. So maybe hopefully, Patrick, he's wrong. I hope and pray that your lawn guy did not spray your warm season turf with tenacity. I still do not know why for the love of everything that's holy, why people use tenacity on warm season turf. Why? We have so many amazing options that will not damage your lawn. Why take the chance of using a cool season herbicide on your Bermuda? I just don't get it. I mean, it's a little bit cheaper, but it's not worth it if it, if assuming that's what it is, if it does what we're seeing on Patrick's lawn, if that actually is the result, what it could be, is the result from tenacity. You're right. The more you look at it, it is going that way, right? It could be that. I hope not. I really hope not. Patrick, here's the thing. Now you got to keep us posted. So we're at, I'm not sure how many days in from your vacation, but next week we got to have an update on how the lawn looks so we can determine whether or not this was tenacity or not that was sprayed on your lawn. Because, you're right. Because because it's funny about this, even if you were to spray something like, take like a really potent combination for warm season turf, like you take like Dismiss and Speed Zone, right? Which is a really good combination if you don't mind your grass turning yellow, right? Because as far as like smoking pretty much anything other than Dallas grass, like Dismiss and Speed Zone, you put those two together, it's a rock star as far as that goes, but it is going to discolor your lawn. If you were to spray a lawn with that, it wouldn't look like that. It would be yellow. Like you'd see, it look almost like it looked burnt. It would look almost like it would be yellowish, almost like a fertilizer burn type color. But this is like a lack of chlorophyll. Like it's behaving the way tenacity does. Man, I really hope not. I hope LG's wrong. Oy, yeah, you may have called it, man. I really hope not.
The more you look at it.
Yeah, the more you look at it, the more you look at it, the more you see it. The more you look at it, the more you see it. So Patrick, you got to keep us posted, man. Maybe it was tenacity on warm season turf. Aichi. Hope not. All right, next up is T1000. It says, Good Friday. It's all just another text in here. Love the content, Ron. Received my Nutrisolve today, and I can't wait to use it. Awesome stuff, man. Yeah, guys. So, yeah, we got some more Nutrisolve in stock. I think we are running low again. So if you guys want some, order it. We're trying to do a better job as far as keeping it in. But yeah, I know that last time I checked, inventory was getting low on Nutrisolve. It's just been hard to keep on hand this year. It's a great product, which is why it's always selling out. All right, next up is Mr. Joshua Chastain. He says, hey guys, I'm looking for a herbicide that will take care of spurge and green kalinga in a zoysia lawn. I've used the Celsius Certainty combo at both a high rate, and they will take care of everything, including the sedge, but they don't seem to damage the green kalinga and spurge. I've even get slight discoloration in the zoysia, so I'm a bit hesitant to spray other herbicides this time of year in Florida. Celsius and Certainty should do that, man. Spurge, again, Joshua, is not a difficult weed to control. It really isn't. So again, Celsius should have no trouble whatsoever with spurge, and Certainty against kalinga and sedges really shouldn't have problems either. Here's the thing: what you could do is this: if the sedges, and granted, this is gonna be more work, but if the sedges are only in one part of the lawn, you could mix up a batch of just Certainty just for that. So you could do, if you wanted to go up on the rate, you could do like 4 small scoops with 2 gallons of water. That's a little bit on the higher end for sedge control, but then that will do it. This is, show you an example here. This is what, let me go here. We go to shop and then go to weed killer and then we go to Certainty. This is Certainty against nut sedge. So this is it, how it looks now, right? That's what you're seeing there. And this is it just 7 days later. And that was only 3 scoops in in 2 gallons of water. And then I wish I'd taken a picture at like day 14 because it was literally burnt to a crisp. It looked like almost like ash. Like you could touch it and it would like just fall over. It'd break up. So it's very effective against sedges when sprayed at the proper rates. Now, mind you, I did use surfactant with this. So if you're not using surfactant, do that. But it's very, very effective against sedges. Like again, as far as like sedge control in warm season turf, certainty is about as good as it gets for a post immersion anyway. It's a very, very good product. So what I would say is if you're worried about discoloring the zoysia, let's not spray them both if the spurge is in one part of the lawn and the sedges are in another part of the lawn. Like you can, like the sedges, there tend to be in parts of the lawn where water tends to accumulate, that tends to be, more damp. So if you could mix a batch and just with certainty one day and just spray just the sedges with some surfactant, so certainty some surfactant, and just go after the sedges with that, that should do a good job controlling it. This time of year, it shouldn't take very long for you to see a response with certainty against any kind of sedge, really. And then spurge is really not hard to kill. Like you could use Spectricide and kill a spurge. Like it's not hard to kill a spurge. Celsius is just good in the sense that it will do it and not discolor your lawn in the process. Like where a Spectricide this time of year will do that. It's got like some of the other herbicides that are in that blend will cause some discoloration as temps get higher. So give that another shot. Like what I'm explaining to you is a bit more work to where you're doing a batch just for the spurge and a batch just for the sedges. But then that way you're minimizing, how much herbicide you're putting on the lawn. I think you'll find you'll get a good result. But yeah, certainty will absolutely take care of green culling. It shouldn't be a problem with that at all, especially if you're using surfactant with it. All right, we have a question here about Primo. It says, how long does it take for that bronze tip burn look to leave after spraying with Primo Max? Also, how long do you wait to cut the lawn after a Primo application? I'll throw this one to you, Devin. So you get bronzing the lawn. How long does it take for it to go away?
Maybe 1 or 2 mows at the most. Especially if you've sprayed like with some type of nitrogen or iron. 1 or 2 mows, it should pretty much be gone. And then as far as mowing it, say you spray it, I would mow and then spray, and then you would be good to mow the next day. Yep. As long as it dries and it has enough time to dry completely on the leaf blade, you're good to mow the next day.
Yeah. So hopefully that helps. ROP. Rob, I remember Rob. It's like, okay, I'm not sure what your name is, but yeah, so hopefully that helps. So when it comes, I'm not sure if you heard Devin's response, but as far as tip burn, it is, 1 or 2 mows. What I tend to find, kind of what Devin is saying, like you spray the lawn. If you do get any kind of bronzing or tip burn, the next time I mow, that goes away, and for the most part, you're good to go going forward. Worst case is a second mow, and then for me, I will, like kind of what he's saying. Either I'll mow the day before and spray Primo. Typically what I will do is the day before I'm going to spray Primo, I'll mow the day before that. So like say I'm going to spray Primo tomorrow, like I would mow today, and then tomorrow it's not due for me to mow. So I'll spray Primo tomorrow and then I'll mow the following day. So like, cause I'm mowing like every other day, this time of year, mainly cause it's like doing it, right? It's relaxing to me. I know, call me crazy. I like mowing my lawn. But yeah, so ROP, LOL. So ROP. Okay. Sorry, ROP. I got you. Not Rob. Ropey. Sorry. Good Lord, man. My bad. Don't hate me. I can tell. You guys put all kinds of word characters and stuff in your handles. Struggle is real. But yes. So kind of what Devin is saying, you could mow before and then spray. You could do what I'm doing, which I do, which is I mow the day before, spray, and then mow the following day. And then you're good to go. And the tip burn, if you're doing it the way I do it, you really shouldn't even get tip burn. So if you are spraying Primo along with the carbon kit, which is what I do, 901C, Nutrazolve, Nutra kelp, like a little bit of, so a bit of iron and a bit of nitrogen. You're spraying at the half rate to start, and you just kind of keep doing that every couple of weeks. You don't even really get any kind of discernible tip burn in the lawn, especially if you keep it in the plant. So hope that helps, sir. Appreciate that. He says, can I mix with Daconil fungicide? Is Daconil labeled for residential use? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
I don't think so. I don't think you can mix it with. I didn't think so. You can't. You're not supposed to spray Daconil on residential lawns. Can you mix it with Daconil? I don't know. I mean, you guys are big. Yes, you guys do it on the course, right? Yeah. So on the course, so if you are spraying a non-residential lawn and you're doing your fungicide app and you're doing Primo, yes, the two play nicely together as far as them not having any kind of weird interaction, but you're not supposed to be mixing daconil. You're not supposed to be using daconil on a residential lawn. So there you go. Be good. All right, next up is Trilla. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron and Stripe Action Gang. I'm a little bit late, but it's good to see Devin join the stream. I hope all is well and you're enjoying your new lawn." That's a good point, Devin. So how far away are we from having a lawn, man? We gotta,
The week of the 23rd, they're going to start. So our fence is going in next week, and then the week after that, the landscaping starts.
Nice. Now, are you going to be that guy? You're going to be out there seeing if are you going to have any kind of input, or just going to let them do whatever they do, and you're just going to fix whatever they, you don't like?
Oh yeah. I'll be out there with them, and it was pretty fun to do because when I was working with the landscape designer, I pretty much had like a rough draw. I was like, this is pretty much what I want it to look like, and he took all my notes, all the plant material I wanted, the hardscape material, and came back and turned it into a beautiful landscape real design. I'm like, this is pretty close. So yeah, this will work.
Nice. Do you get to pick out your grass seed or grass type, or what do you end up with?
Yep. So I'm actually I'm gonna do sod from it, but I'm gonna get the sod from the sod farm that the course uses. So that's
okay.
So it'll be a full bluegrass lawn.
Case in point, guys, cheat codes. You see, this is why we need to have a separate category, because you guys don't have access to the same sod that the course uses, right? So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. So the more we learn, he's having all the advantages here. That's cool. Yeah, very, very nice.
Yeah, it should be pretty fun. But kind of like a funny story about it. For the front lawn, he came back with the initial design for it, and he had a tree in the middle of the turfed area, and I was like,
Ooh.
We're gonna need to pluck that out and move it. And he's like, you don't want tree? And I was like, I can't real mow around a tree, so no tree in any of the turf zones.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you. Like man after my own heart. I can't trees are a pain. I mean, they look nice, and I have seen some lawns that I've gotten picked. Viewers send me images, and you see some lawns where the canopy is nice and high and the grass grows right up to it. It does look kind of cool, but it's a pain to mow around, man. It just is.
Yeah.
It's just a hassle. And if you have Bermuda, it's the grass is invariably gonna be thinner around the tree than if it were not there. So no trees. You got to pick which one you want. Pick the big plant or the small plant. And I'm more fan of the small plant. All right, let's see here. We got Chris Yasko says, "What do you do for brown patch and dollar spot?" Do you want to take I can wait on this one, but you can take this one if you want, Devin.
Yeah, like Headway G that Ron has, that would work great. That's a really good product. Any propiconazole app will pretty much work for either one of those.
Yeah. So if you want, Christian, I'll give you two options here. If you like, I'll show you here. If you like liquids, you go to shop and then go to fungicide and insecticide. If you like liquids, go with Pillar SC. If you like granular, go with Headway G. They're both excellent products. The nice thing about Pillar is that there's only one application rate, 1 ounce per 1,000. Headway, 2 pounds per 1,000 is that's a good preventative. And if you're treating an active problem, it can go up to 3.5 to 4 pounds per 1,000. So just read the label for this guy to know which one rate to use. With this one, there's only one. So just pick which one you like. Either one is going to do a great job controlling brown patch and dollar spot in your lawn. And because I'm nice, I will actually put a link here for you in the chat, so you don't have to go find it yourself. So you can just go to that link and you'll be able to see where both of them are. You can decide which one is for you.
Nice.
But fungicides, yeah, it's funny, man. It's funny. A friend of mine that is a golf super. He really. I used to always say, the lower you go, the more you got to mow. He's like, Ron, you always say that, but really, as you get more into this game, you realize the lower you go, the more you have to do. It's like not just mowing; it's everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely right.
Yeah, fungicides. All because grass is not what you're trying to do is not natural. Grass doesn't really like to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, all right. Madam is up next. What's going on, Madam? Appreciate you. And next up, we got Armando Rodriguez. He says, "Hey, Ron, thanks for all the great info. My sod is a few months old and it gets stressed easily. I found that the soil beneath the new sod is rock hard. Do I treat the soil before I top dress?" How you said your sod is a few months old. Here's the thing. How I would fix this is by aeration, Armando, but I'm not a fan of aerating brand new sod because I don't want to, aerations. I mean, how would you go about this, Devin, if it were you?
You can do a gypsum app to help loosen the soil. That's something that's relatively safe for no matter what age the turf is. That's probably something I would do for that. You start spraying like humics or stuff like that to kind of condition the soil underneath until everything's established, and then later on you can do some aeration to really help alleviate the compaction. But yeah, I'd probably just do a gypsum map to start with, or a couple of gypsum maps just to kind of help loosen up that soil.
Yeah. So there you go, Armando. For brand new sod, you don't want to, do aeration. You're saying gypsum, some humics, some biostimulants. That will help some until, again, maybe next year, next spring, you can go after it with a core aerator and feel confident you're not going to, unnecessarily stress the turf. So cool. Yep. Good stuff. Jordan Godman says, good push rotary mower that can stripe.
A Toro recycler with a stripe kit. That's what I had at my old house.
There you go. So a Toro recycler with a stripe kit. I don't have your picture up here. So the winner of because that's what you used on your lawn with the picture you sent in that won the show, won the contest.
Yep.
So a Toro recycler with a stripe kit. I'll see if I can find the picture really quick. I think I can probably pull that if I can find your email. Yes, I can. This is it right here. So yes, if you want to see what a rotary with a Toro recycler with the Toro stripe, do you get to use an official Toro stripe kit, or do you build?
Oh yeah, official Toro.
He's like the official stuff, man. I don't mess around. All right, so this is Devin's lawn. So a Toro recycler with a stripe kit. This is what won the Cool Season contest, and that's pretty good. You got to. I have to admit that's a good looking lawn. That's can't argue with that. So yeah, Toro recycler with a stripe kit. Does the stripe kit only work on the recycler, or can you use it on other Toro push mowers as well too? Do you know?
I think you can use it on any, because I know they make them for like the Time Master too. It just depends on what mower you have. I'm sure you go in and it says whatever's compatible with whatever mowers, but it'd be pretty funny. But it was actually kind of a funny story. Rachel and I were over in that neck of the woods a couple of weeks ago, and she was like, "Oh, let's drive by the house," and I was like, we've done that before. I'm like, I don't want to. So then I was like, all right, I'll do it. And the best way I can describe it is my yard is just dirt and weeds here. I have more plant material in my yard now than what the old yard is currently. Imagine if someone sprayed glyphosate at a 200x rate 3 times over. That's what the front yard looks like. I would assume the back is pretty similar. But yeah, it was pretty painful.
So yeah, to see your baby looking like that, right?
It's gone. Yeah, there's nothing left.
Wow. Do you think they sprayed glyphosate, or is it just neglect? Or
no? I think probably what happened is after we sold, they didn't water, and then it was probably looked pretty terrible by the end of summer, and then it came out of winter probably with some damage, and then they probably still didn't turn the water on, and then going into summer, it's gone.
Yeah, now, I'm sure it hurt a little bit to see it, right? Just see it look like.
Yeah, a little bit. I was like, oh man, that's a little painful. But the worst part was you could still see like old stripes of mine in the dead turf.
Yeah, that's brutal. That is
ouch.
Yeah, that is brutal. Yeah, that's I can sympathize. Like a section of my lawn that got fenced off. Like whenever I mow the section that I used to be able to mow before the fence was there, because the neighbor moved in, they put fence there, and they don't take care of it like the way I used to take care of it. When I walk by it, and I'm kind of mowing, I look over it, and I remember how that used to look. And I almost can imagine like the grass having a conversation, like the grass that got, the kid that I got to keep in the divorce, like it's still living its best life, and going to Disney World and having all the candy and everything, and the other kids that I lost in the separation just not looking great. It does not take long. It's crazy. It does not take long for a lawn to go to just not good. Like one season, it can really revert pretty badly without care.
Yeah. We had a high school kid that if we went out of town, he would come over and take care of the yard for me when we'd be gone. And he had actually texted me like a week before we had driven by, and he was like, "Have you seen your old yard lately?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And he was like, "It is criminal what they've done." And I was laughing. So then we were over there. I was like, I gotta see what this looks like.
Yeah. Well, that's there you go. I mean, not everybody cares about the grass, so there's that.
Yep.
So there you go, Jordan. A Time Master with, you said your time, or a recycler with a stripe kit. That's what we'll do. We went on like a tangent there, and hopefully you don't move so someone else won't neglect your nice lawn and destroy it. All right. Next up is Don Summers. He says, "Hello guys. What is the best name brand spreader to buy for small lawns and what model?" Earthway 2050P. It's not that big. I mean, I think it's an 80-pound hopper, but it's still, from a form factor, it's a very small spreader. Like, it's not that much bigger than like a Scott's, like their Elite, which is like they're slightly larger, but not really that large spreader. It's not a big spreader. So for me, the 2050P is the one I'm gonna still stand behind. You are not gonna regret it. I don't know if you want a link to that. I will send it to you here. Don Summers, great spreader. Love mine. Love it so much that I actually bought two of them. Gave one away, and then I bought another one of the exact same thing because they're, in my opinion, they are that good. At Don Summers. This is what I would say to go with. All right, cool. Next up is Michael Fetty. He says it's less than a handful of spots. The weeds are also in the mulch, are also in the grass and around the mulch beds. And he says, "Thanks, guys. Send a wide picture of the lawn. I do use azoxystrobin and propiconazole right now. It may be a fungus because it does have some peach fuzz on it." The picture that we looked at with the lawn that had the, no, not that one. This. He said some peach fuzz. Some of them has peach fuzz on it. I don't know. But yeah, if you're spraying a fungicide, that definitely can't hurt, Michael. I mean, keep us posted. I don't have any more pictures from you. Actually, yeah, I do. It just came in, or I just saw it. So there's this one, which shows. It's kind of hard to see, man. I mean, there's a section there where the dog is walking that's like darker in color. I'm not sure what, like, it looks like some damage from the pet. And then some, like, there's an area like where the dog is standing, or where that is standing, that is, to my eye, looks darker. Looks darker than the rest of the lawn. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? What say you?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, did you do like an iron app there or something, Michael? Because that's I mean, I don't know. It's different. I mean, if you sprayed fungicide, do that and see, a couple weeks from now how the lawn recovers, if it looks better. If you've not done a soil test, do a soil test to see if there's any nutrient deficiencies. I mean, just walk down the list. I mean, as far as like growing great grasses, just the sequences, get a soil test. If there's any nutrient deficiencies, correct those. Give it adequate water and mow it. If you do that, it's really hard to not have a good looking, stand of turf. And it's one of those things, just walk down the list. It could be a disease problem. You've already done fungicide for that. So I'd say, get yourself a soil test. The one I like to use is the one from My Soil because it's really easy to understand. They save all the results for you forever. So that's what I would say is next. Let's just start going down, just doing the basics. Go back to the basics, and then whatever the problem is, eventually is going to fall out and we'll be able to fix it.
Yep.
All right, next up is Derek Dong. He says, Primo Max versus T-Nex, any difference except the price? Yes, the active ingredients are the same. The carriers are different. So the consistency from batch to batch with Primo is going to be better, is going to be tighter than what you're going to get from T-Nex, or even like Syngenta's own, like, I want to say off, like Podium. What do you call it? What even their off-label, like their second tier growth regulator. So
yeah, Podium.
Yeah. So I mean, like anything, you get what you pay for. I mean, like I say, I've been using Primo for 2-3 years now. I used to use T-Nex before in the past. It works okay. It works good, but I mean, I really like the results that I get with this. I mean, it's just, the line is just really, it's just dead nuts consistent. It's the same way every single time. So, and the nice thing I would say about Primo, especially if you have warm season turf, is that the rates for this are so low that every year you're always using fresh product, right? You're not going to have like a gallon of this stuff is sitting on the shelf for, years and years and years. Literally every year you can buy a bottle or two and then you're good to use fresh product throughout the season. And the built-in measuring cup is very nice to make sure you get you're just very consistent with your apps. So that's my vote. For me, Primo is what I would say to go with. The carriers are different. It's not just a price difference. There is a difference in the consistency in the products between batch to batch. That's what the Syngenta rep explained to me, because they make two. They make Primo, they make Podium, and they say, yeah, Primo is the carriers are different, and the consistency from batch to batch is it's just tighter. What they expect from batch to batch versus their other growth regulators. All right, C. Pim says, "What's up, Ron? Do you think it's ideal or not to apply granular fertilizer while dealing with fungicide?" I just put down my second application of fungicide today after waiting 14 days in between apps. I would say no, but I mean, what would you depends on the disease. What would you say, Devin?
I guess it depends. Is your fungicide, are you doing a preventative or are you trying to do a curative? If you're doing a preventative, you're probably all right. If you're doing a curative, I wouldn't add more nitrogen.
Right. Yep. So if you're dealing with an active outbreak in the long CPIMs, which I think from our email correspondence, I think you are. If that's the case, then you want to hold off on that. And yeah. But if you're doing preventative, like I like to do one in May and then June, then you can continue your spoon feeding program, your inputs as usual. But if you're dealing with a problem, let's correct that first before you start throwing more N at it. The only exception to that, at least I would say, in warm season turf is dollar spot in Bermuda. Like, for example, if you give Bermuda nitrogen, like what you tend to find in Bermuda is that if a Bermuda lawn is getting adequate amounts of nitrogen, dollar spot is typically not a big problem. I mean, when I say adequate, I mean not like if you're doing like 2-3 pounds per thousand, that's probably going to introduce other problems, right? But if you're doing like you're fertilizing it at correct or near correct rates, dollar spot normally isn't a problem in Bermuda. I don't know if that's true for other grass types. It probably isn't, but Bermuda in that is kind of cool that way.
Cool season is like that too. If you throw some nitrogen on dollar spot areas, it'll clear it up.
Okay. Yeah. So
bluegrass, ryegrass is like that.
Is like that as well too. Okay. So outside of dollar spot, there you go. So, all right. Next up is Elevated Times. He says, "My lawn bounced back from the fungus following your steps. Sent photos from earlier from BG 850. I don't know if I got any pictures from BG 850. I'm looking at an email here. If you did, you may have to send them again or make sure they're small enough, because I have if they're really large images, they're not gonna come through my mail filters. So yeah, if you can, Elevated Times, send them to ron@golfcourselawn.com. That's my email address right there. But I'm glad to hear, even though I haven't gotten to see the pictures yet, I'm glad to hear that the recommendations as far as fungicide apps were helpful and that your lawn is on the mend from disease. I'll tell you, man, disease and insect problems are two things that you just really want to avoid. They're really best avoided than cured. So yeah, dollar spot seems, fungicide and insecticide sometimes seems expensive, but wait till you have a problem. I remember like a couple of years ago. How many years ago was it? Was it 2 years ago when armyworms were like eating up or destroying lawns across the country?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, and it was funny, man. Like you could have a lawn like in a couple of days, like the amount of damage that armyworms could do to a lawn was insane, So but I was using a Celiprin, and Alex was using it, and we had no problems. It's a great product for that purpose. So, all right, next up we have Trilla. He says, "Due to all the rain in the lawn got away from me, and I've since scalped down to 5/8. The verticutter just arrived today, so are there any tips on how to not screw this up?" All right, how low and how frequent, etc. I can tell you how I do it. I'm not saying it's necessarily the only way to do it, but I like the way I do it, and it produces good results that I like. So when it comes to verticutting, I'm not a believer of setting it to where it's getting down into the soil. So if you can set it, when I'm most aggressive, I set mine for 2 millimeters above the surface. So just barely above the surface. That does a good job cutting the stolons. It helps. It's a good job cleaning out thatch. It's a good job just doing what I like to use it for, which is to reduce to help thin out the lawn a little bit. And if you do that, you'll find that the lawn really shouldn't take very much to recover, and it's gonna, you'll have done it without screwing it up. When you guys verticut, how aggressively? I'm not sure if you guys go as far as your setup. Do you guys get down into the past the into the sward, into the dirt at all? Or do you how aggressive do you go?
Just through the canopy, just to tear those runners and just kind of reset the plants.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, to Trilla, I would say a light. It's funny to quote Roland from Allen. He always likes to say this: a little bit and often. Whereas when it comes to verticutting, I will, I mean, that's for turf raking, but for verticutting, once per month, I find produces good results. You could do it more often than that, but why? It doesn't really need it. You know what I mean? Like, why injure the turf or why put it through stress any more than you have to? And I find once a month does a pretty good job this time of year. So I've done this month. I will do it again the end of July, and that'll likely be it. We'll see how it does. If I need to do another one in August or not, or the end of August. We'll see. But yeah, I like the results. Just the biggest thing, even though it seems like a lot of work, the biggest thing you will find when you start verticutting your lawn monthly is consistency. It'll behave the same way, you know, if you manage how thick it gets. All right, good stuff. So we have Ryan Hall. He says, "Hi Ron, I got the Celsius Certainty combo earlier this year to battle POA, and it worked beautifully. Awesome, glad to hear that. Lawn was coming in nice until I started to notice spotted spurge. Any tips on ridding my lawn of it? Just use Celsius. Don't spray. Don't waste the Certainty. Like, you don't need to use Certainty against spurge. Just Celsius alone will take care of spurge. So I would use Celsius, and I would mix surfactant with it. This combination will get rid of spotted spurge in your lawn. And as long as you spray it properly, it's not going to injure or discolor your turf grass in the process. So hope that helps." All right. Next up is Justin Judkins. He says, let me make a note of that because I'm starting to do shorts out of these. If it was a concise answer, I want to make sure I can remember I said it. All right, so next up is Justin Judkins. He says, "I've been itching to get PGR down for a while, but just now recovering from a level. Thank you for your help." I mean, you can still, that's a good point. So you guys you put the certain parts of the turf under regulation. And as far as your top dressing program, do you guys make any alterations to your PGR apps based on the top dressing you're doing on parts of the course? Or do you just,
no. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Same thing. Yeah. So guys, some of you guys ask the question, will often ask me and say, well, do you turn off PGR? Do you stop the growth regulator whenever you're top dressing the lawn? I say, no. I mean, really, outside of the front lawn, any video you've seen of me top dressing the back lawn in the past 4 or 5 years, the lawn's been under regulation when I did it, but I just go light. You know what I mean? So does it take a little bit longer than if it were not under PGR to bounce back? Sure. But it's not, it's not like a night and day type thing. And if you're going light, like I always recommend, the turf grows through it pretty quickly. So so there you go. Courses do this exact same thing. His course, they don't shut off PGR, say, oh, because we're going to top dress, we want the turf to recover faster. They maintain it throughout the entire season. All right, so the picture from Elevated Times just came in, and he says, let's see here. Picture just from Elevated Times just came in, and he is from the disease problem in his lawn, and that is what in God's green earth? Okay, so this, I'll show you guys really quick here. Bring it up. So this is the disease problem, or what is that? I don't think that's not dollar spot. I'm not sure what that. I mean, it looks like dollar spot, but I'm not sure what's going on there, Justin. Devin, any thoughts? What?
No, I'm not sure. I wonder if he has like any close-up pictures of the areas.
Yeah. Do you have? Yeah. Well, he got another picture. Oh, actually, no. Elevated Times. Let me see. Oh, yeah. No. Sorry. This is what it was before. That was the before. Now I understand. That was the before picture. He was the one that said this. That said, I learned bounce back from the fungus problem following your steps. So this is the before, and then this is the after the fungicide.
Oh, nice.
So wow, yeah. So that's a really big difference. So you can see. So from that, I don't know what it is, but Lord, I don't want it in my lawn. And then from that to that. So awesome, man. Very nice. Yeah. Glad that the fungicide did the trick. Wow, it's nasty. Whew. Goodness gracious. Glad you're all taken care of, sir. So yeah. So if you need help with anything else, let us know. Keep me posted. And again, appreciate you giving me the before and after. That's great stuff. I'll use those pictures if you don't mind. All right. Next up, we have Gary Kelly Jr. He says, this was Gary Kelly Jr. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Regarding PGR, I'm in Chicago, burbs, and we had serious drought in May and June. What is the benefit of using PGR with those conditions?" So as far as drought tolerance, what do you find, Devin? Do you guys see any benefits from growth reg
Oh, for
during
sure.
summer
Yeah,
months?
it just makes the plant healthier. It just grows better. It uses what it has more efficiently. Um, yeah, definitely. There's after we do like a spray on the course, areas that will dry out and struggle more often, you see that less once they get back under regulation. So it definitely does help with drought tolerance, heat tolerance. It's just kind of a good stress reliever, especially if you're mixing in some potassium. If you're in Chicago, you probably have a cool season yard.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope that helps, Gary. Yeah. So as far as growth regulator, I mean, there's tons of benefits. I mean, seed head suppression makes the turf hardier, more disease resistant, more drought resistant. I mean, the only negative really I can say to Primo is one, you got to buy it, and then second, if you're using the split application method, you got to be out there twice a month spraying your lawn. That's the only negative. But outside of that, there's tons of benefits to it. And if you spray it properly, like you spray it at the proper rates, there's really, I mean, it's not hard to do. I would be
Yeah.
far less concerned about injuring a lawn using growth regulator on it than I would using a herbicide. So there's,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
yeah, all day long. As long as you follow the label rates, you're going to be just fine. And again, if you're doing the split app, you're spraying it at half the rate, so even more headroom.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Gary says, not saying I won't use PGR, but just curious. Yep, no worries, man. I mean, that's a good good question. And again, yeah, I would say absolutely go for it. And as a question that I will often get is, do you spray growth regulator when it's hot out? Yes. So the big thing is from May until September. It could be 80 degrees, could be 95 degrees. Doesn't really matter. Every 2 weeks, it's getting growth regulator. Now, I'll spray it typically in the morning or in the evening when it's cooler, but it still gets it. The lawn still gets its Primo app every 15 days. That is
Yep.
that is what I do. All right, next up is Yo Josh says, can you apply post-emergent, i.e. Celsius or certainty near 100 degrees Fahrenheit on Bermuda? Yeah, you can. Like I've again, when I made that video, the one that you guys see in the description for Celsius and certainty, it was 95. Like I literally waited for a day where it was going to be hot to do the application, to spray it, and then that video was filmed over a couple of weeks because I wanted to be able to show the before and after. But the day when I actually did the spraying that you see in that content, it was a hot day. I purposely waited for a day that was in the mid 90s to be able to do that. So yes, you can spray Celsius and certainty. Again, every lawn is different. On my lawn, it tolerated it just fine, and other people that have done the same thing have been able to use that combination with with little to no discoloration or problems in their turf. So as long as you're sticking with the rates, you're good to go. It's not like, it's a question I often get is like, well, why spend the extra money on Celsius or certainty? I could just go out and just go buy 2,4-D and it would do the same thing. And to some extent, if you're talking about like in the April time frame, you're absolutely right. Like you go out and you can buy 2,4-D and it's a lot cheaper than Celsius, and in April I wouldn't have a problem with doing that. But if you go spray 2,4-D on your lawn now, you're not going to like what's going to happen to it. You know what I mean? So it's the thing with it is that you can use this herbicide spring through fall. Like it's a broad temperature range. You can use it, when it's cool. You can use it when it's hot. And as far as something I'm going to recommend to someone that is not a professional, because if you're a professional, you're not going to need my help anyway. You're already going to know what you're doing. You don't need my advice. But for someone that is trying to control weeds in their lawn using a professional grade product, and for me to not worry that they're going to do something, silly and potentially damage their lawn, like Celsius and certainty give you a lot more headroom for that than some other herbicides that are effective, that will work well, but you really got to be careful when you use them, how you use them, the rates you use them at, the temperature outside. Like there's a whole lot of if you do this, like if for you to get a good result and not get an adverse result. Whereas with certainty and Celsius, there's less of that. So that is why I recommend those so much more than the other products.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll just say apologies if it keeps looking like I'm looking off screen. We're in severe thunderstorm, so I'm just tracking it to see if I need to log on to turn the irrigation off at the course tonight if we get any rain.
Oh, if you get any rain, you're gonna shut it. Oh, cool. Oh, so you guys have your wireless controller for the course too, huh? Okay, so you're the man that controls.
I can just log in on my phone and check the weather station, and then put the course on a rain hold if we get
Nice.
whatever amount we get. So if it looks like I'm looking away, I'm just kind of watching the weather to see what we get.
No, man. I get it. Hey, listen, if there's any reason why, that's a good reason. You know, you got to make sure, turf grass first. Anyone that's on the live stream and say, hey, I'm out there, or I got to mow, I'm sorry, I'm late. If you're taking care of your turf, I absolutely, no harm, no foul at all. That's cool. All right, next up is Larry Price. He says, how can I help spots that dry out faster than others in my lawn? I like a moisture manager is what I would use. So I can show you, actually, let me ask you this question. So his question is, how can I help spots that dry out faster than others in my lawn, from Larry Price? So what I would use, Larry, is a moisture manager. One that I'm a big fan of is either Hydrotame, or the new one on the block is a product called Foreplay. So if you go to the golf course lawn store and then go to soil moisture management, this product, Foreplay, is specifically designed for what you're talking about. Areas of the lawn where you have localized dry spots. You can apply it using a hose end sprayer, or with your broadcast sprayer, or your backpack sprayer rather. Between either one of these will do a great job helping areas of your lawn that dry out faster than others. The long and short of it is that you want to use a moisture manager of some sort. You know what I mean? And Foreplay is a great option. I mean, people that have been using it have been reporting good results. And that's what I would say. On the topic of moisture managers, you're talking about rainfall you might be getting on the course. How much do you guys use moisture managers, if at all, to help?
Besides greens, which they get a special granular wetting agent, but all the big bulk apps we do, we use a product called Dispatch Sprayable, and that always goes in with them.
So is it monthly or every time you?
Yep. So monthly for fairways, roughs, surrounds, tees. They'll get a monthly rate of the dispatch.
Nice, cool. So moisture management, again, the lower you go, the more you have to do. So even with you guys, it's part of your. It'd be interesting to look at you guys when you guys are mixing up the tank, like how much stuff is going in there. I'm sure it's quite a bit. It's quite a concoction.
So that's kind of funny. That's kind of why I'm watching it, to see what we get, because we just put the dispatch down. So if I do put the rain hold on, I need to get to like a certain threshold so that water's in enough before we mow tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay. So is it a quarter inch more than that, or you not?
Usually, if it's we've been kind of rainy, we're not rainy, but cloudy and cool. I think that high past couple of days have been like 66, which is just really weird for this time of year where we live. So if we get like a 15th of an inch, I'll probably turn the water off tonight, and that'll be plenty.
Okay. So you'll wait to see first, and because when you run your irrigation, early morning, or what time do you guys run your?
It'll start at 9 o'clock, so it'll go from 9 to 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning.
Oh wow!
Depending on how much of the course we're running, because we'll average 400,000, 500,000 a night, depending on what we're running.
Gallons.
Yep. So if our pump house is running at full speed, we have 3 175 horsepower pumps, and then we have a 75 jockey pump that's in there. So if it's in the middle of a cycle, it'll probably be pushing 3,200, 3,500 gallons per minute.
Wow. Yeah. So I get it. If you don't have to run that, you definitely don't want to.
Yeah. So yeah, we actually were just doing, because it's been such a rainy summer so far, we've gotten 9 inches of rain, which is just so weird. And we were just breaking down what we've saved, and we've saved like tens of thousands of dollars so far this year with not having to run water. And that counts too, not running our wells and stuff, because that takes utility power too. So
that's good.
Not running the pump house, not running wells. We've saved quite a bit of money this year.
Nice. That's a good point. Yeah, because even if you're getting the water technically for free, getting out of the ground and getting onto the course is not free. So
yeah,
there's that. Cool. Yeah, good to know. Nice. So see, guys,
anytime we can save water and not have to water, it's, even though golf courses kind of get a bad rep for that. So good example, late nights, I'm checking, making sure if we can turn the water off, we're turning the water off.
Very nice. See, guys, it's not just you guys. When you're out there with your wireless controllers, we got rain, so I cannot run it. He's doing it, although his playground is way bigger. So that's very, very cool. Very cool stuff. Okay, so C. Pims sent some pictures of some disease problems in his lawn. It looks like maybe some large patch. I don't know. It's pretty nasty. So let's see if I can get these to load. So picture 1, exhibit 1, and then exhibit 2. Um,
Oh,
yeah, that's pretty ugly, man. And then I'm only seeing one here where I'm seeing that ring. I'm looking for a
right
telltale like
there.
this one. Yeah, you see that?
That
You can
almost looks
see.
like necrotic ring spot almost.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Like this third one looks like necrotic ring. This, I mean, this could be necrotic ring too. I don't know what. I mean,
If it's gone
very.
long enough and just they've coalesced together,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a nasty one. My neighbor has this, and the recovery from this, unfortunately, even when you smack it with fungicide, man, it's still a long.
Takes a
It's
while.
yeah, it's a long path. Uh, what I would say, Larry, is where who on CPIMS. I mean, I'm not sure if you're on the live stream right now, but if you still are, is get a fungicide down. I would personally go liquid. I would go with like Pillar if you can, or if you can find like a liquid as Dr. Chauvin and propiconazole and get those down. That is what I would go with. Pillar SC, my recommendation. But I mean, you're definitely gonna want to do a fungicide app, and then I don't know for that one. I mean, what would you do? 14 days later, 21 days later, would you follow up or? What do
Yeah, I'd
you?
probably do 14. I'd probably do the quick or the short interval. And I think first what I would do is I would take a power rake or a dethatcher through there, open that up and let it breathe a little bit, and then apply
Mhm.
that. Wait your 14 days. Then I would probably put some seed in there, and then do another app, and then put some like some compost sand mix on top of that.
So the sequence to recover then from let me get Larry up here. So the sequence then to recover from this type of damage, you would say first get out there and power rake it to get a lot of the debris and to your point, allow moisture air to get down into the soil. Apply
Mm,
your fungicide. 14 days later, then you're saying seed and another fungicide app
yep, and then sand
some
mix or compost mix, yeah, just to
to help it
help it
recover,
through.
help speed up
Yeah.
recovery. Yeah, yeah, that stings, CPIMS. I see what you're dealing with there, and yeah, I mean, definitely a fungicide, and what Devin is suggesting sounds like a great idea. So I would absolutely do that. I mean, in other words, it's not going to get better on its own. So this is not going to improve on its own. You're gonna have
Mm.
to go after it with some fungicide to be able to help the problem. I'm going to put a link to Pillar in the chat here now, so that you're all squared away. That is what I would go with. It's going to work faster than even Headway. So that's what I would use to in this case. So sorry you're dealing with that, man. That's nasty.
Bummer.
Ouchie, ouchie. All right, Jay Maron is up next. He says, "Thanks for answering the question earlier. Is there a way to hide brown spots besides using grass paint?" Uh,
Putting the
put a
grass in.
Yeah, put your grass in. Put a pot over it. I don't know. There's not really. Not really. Yeah, grass. You have to. I don't have anything for you on that one. Not really. Nate says, do Tahoma on the whole back. Oh yeah, we got to do the end of the survey. So let's end the survey and see what you guys came back with. So I was saying at the end of the poll, I was saying zoysia. That's what you guys said. Tahoma 31, do nothing at all. Zoysia. So zoysia got the least amount of votes. Tahoma 31 got 39%. Do nothing at all got 32%, and zoysia got 27%. So it's between Tahoma 31 or do nothing. I don't know if I'd really call that convincing. Tahoma sounds like Tahoma 31. That although I like Tahoma, that is the one that I am least. I mean, the color I love, but I'm least excited about that because I just have this feeling that I do that, and then Bermuda's going to get in there, and then I can't. There's not going to be an easy way to get rid of it, right? Because I'm surrounded by Tifway and Arden.
The real poll you got to do is if you're going to do an overseed on just a section of the yard this fall with rye.
Dude, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of that because I was over at the Real Rollers Turf Park, and so ryegrass, if you spray it out in the spring to get rid of it, it should go away. This spring, he had ryegrass growing in from an overseed a couple of years ago. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it wasn't like a few pieces. I mean, it was quite a bit. I had to go out there with a couple of rounds of Celsius to kill it all. So that's my only fear
Wow.
is
Yeah.
getting rid of it. That's that kind of he says, man, I don't know what's going on. Went out there again, we were able to clean it up, but I was like, man, I was really leaning towards doing an overseed this fall. I mean, maybe just the front lawn, maybe just the front. We'll see.
Or just a small section, just somewhere.
Yeah, or you know what I could do? Just the vanity strip, just like the sidewalk section
Yeah,
between the road. Yeah, so that could be an option.
just to dip your toes.
Yeah, that could be weird, and it would look really weird too. Have this one area of my lawn that's like bright green, everything else is like brown. That would be yes, I think so. So yeah, we can ask that one. Do we overseed the vanity strip with ryegrass? Overseed vanity strip this fall. Oh man, I'm getting in. You guys are gonna. I don't know. Yeah, that's I could see doing that because it's a smaller area. Worst case, it's a small area. Whatever.
Manageable.
I can fix it. If I had to rip it all out and put Tifway again down, that's not gonna be that big a deal. All right, so there you guys go. So you guys can tell me just do the vanity strip or not. All right, next up we got Will Dog Hail State says Tiff Grand Bermuda could be an option for your front lawn reno. I think you may be too far north for emerald zoysia. No, I think there's some emerald. I've seen emerald around here. I think I could get by with emerald. I think that'll work. Will Dog. I think it'd be okay. And then next up is Two Trilla. He says zoysia in the front, Tahoma in the back, and dwarf grass putting green by the rock area. Whatever. that is definitely not happening. You're trying to kill me, man.
You're gonna have to quit your full-time job.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, here's the thing: people don't realize that. Like a green is a lot of work, man. Like it's a lot of work. Like I've seen only a couple of backyard greens that look like how I'd want it to look. And here's the thing too: you guys got to realize. So I already have 3 real mowers. If I have a green, it's almost like I got to buy a 4th one or change the height of cut every time I mow because the height of cut I'm cutting the green at is different to everything else. So it's a whole lot of, it's more, a whole lot more. It's too much work. All right, Justin is saying, do Tahoma. I wanted to do that on my lawn, but I want to see you do it first to see how difficult it is to keep the old Bermuda out. That's the problem. Once it's there, it's really tough to get rid of. You can't selectively kill Bermuda, not that I'm aware of anyway. So we'll see. See, it's divided. Half are saying yes, and half are like 56% say yes, and half are saying no. Everyone is like really opposed to the ryegrass, man. I don't know, Devin, man. There's this bunch here is really they're really really pro the warm season. All right, Dan the Man says, and most of my micros. I didn't see the first part of your question. Here we go. He says, hey Ron, hope you're well. I got a Toro recycler, a 21564, smart Stoller for Father's Day. Or smart stove, for Father's Day. Okay, so Toro recycler with a smart stove for Father's Day. I got it. I've been mowing every 2 to 3 days and enjoying the mow. I also got my soil test back. I'm deficient in NP and most micros. My pH is spot on. That's good. That's the important one. Any suggestions? Let's see here. So you're deficient in N and P, and then you also need micros. What I would say then, since you need phosphorus, Dan, is the complete, the 14714. That's got some micronutrients in it. It's got some nitrogen, phosphorus. It's got a bit of potassium, but potassium is not gonna hurt to add some potash to the lawn. That is what I would go with. So I'll show you here really quick. Is if you go to the golf course lawn store and go to shop, and then go to the lawn fertilizer section. This guy here in the middle, the complete 14714. This is what I would go with. You got some nitrogen, you have some phosphorus, some potassium, and it also has some micronutrient as well. So some zinc, some iron, a little bit of all the good stuff. This also has some kelp and humic acid as well. So as far as like a product that's going to both feed your soil and address the nutrient deficiencies, great product. So that's what I would go with if it were me, based on your soil test results. I haven't seen them, but I'm just going by what you're saying. This is what I would say to go with. It's a good product. Good product. I think you will like the results. At Dan the Man, and there you go. I sent you a link to it, Dan. Hopefully you will use that. You'll be all set. All right. Tillman Water says, can you recommend something for yellow nutsedge? Tillman Water says, can you recommend something for yellow nutsedge? If you are dealing with it in a warm season lawn, what I would say is to use Certainty. Tillman, use Certainty. This is excellent for sedge control and calinca control. It doesn't really get much better than Certainty. Combine it with surfactant for best results. That's if you have a warm season lawn. If you have a cool season lawn, you can use Sedgehammer. No need to add surfactant to this. This has surfactant in the formulation, so no need to do that. So that way you're covered. So cool season, Sedgehammer, warm season, certainty, and surfactant, and that should take care of your yellow nut sedge. So for you, Devin, do you guys, so sedge is something that you guys deal with on the course at all?
No,
Not really.
not really. Luckily, yeah.
Yeah, that's sedges. That is good. So it's crazy how different it is, the different weeds we deal with in our area. So as far as you guys, what is your problem weeds outside of POA? Like your one problem child outside of POA annua?
Probably dandelions are pretty bad. Thistles can be pretty bad. Canadian or musk thistle.
I don't know what that is. I've never seen those. I'm not sure. Maybe
those are pretty nasty. Like black medic we'll get, which can be pretty annoying. But yeah, I'd say probably mostly in the turf, usually dandelions.
Dandelions. And for control, is it what do you guys use, like a 3-way, or what do you use to control?
Yeah, just a 3-way 2,4-D product.
Nice, cool.
And prodiamine.
Yeah. So keep prevent it, and then what gets through 2,4-D. Gotcha.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, Randall Lard is up next. He says, "Evening, Ron. Thanks for all you do." Yep, no worries, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the love and support, sir. It really does mean a lot. And then next up is Greg Lyon. He says, Essential G or Caravan G? When you have fungus and you may have bugs in the yard, does Essential G work better for fungus? Okay, so you're confusing two different products. So Essential G is a granular biostimulant product. It's not going to really do anything against disease or insects. Caravan G is a combination insecticide and fungicide. And if you want a combination product that's going to do both, like an all-in-one, then Caravan is a good choice. And now if you're asking between Caravan G and Headway G, again, if you're dealing with insects in your lawn, Caravan is a better choice. What I think, however, is the best way to go, and again, this is going to be the most expensive, but it's going to give you the best control overall, is to use Headway as your fungicide and then use Acelepryn as your insecticide. So because reason being is this, right? So the insecticide that's in Caravan is great for grub control, but it doesn't really have any control against armyworms. Whereas Acelepryn will take care of everything. Sod, webworms, any kind of turf caterpillar, grubs, it does all of it. And it also happens to be very good for the environment as far as being an environmentally friendly insecticide. And then Headway, as far as a fungicide goes, you have propiconazole in it, which will give you control for dollar spot, which Caravan G does not. Caravan G only has azoxystrobin in it. So if it were me, if you want the best, separate them. Get Headway and get Acelepryn G. But if you want to, you want to save a little bit of money and get a combination product, then Caravan is a good way to go. Essential G doesn't even enter the conversation when it comes to disease and insect control because it's a biosimilar. It's completely different. Now for you guys don't do, I guess probably from a cost standpoint, you guys don't really do any kind of granular fungicide, I wouldn't imagine, right? It's all liquids?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, and then Greg says, I meant Headway. Yeah, Greg, no worries, man. Yep, so we got you all squared away. So yeah, if it were me, Headway and Acelepryn that's what I do on my lawn. If you want to do like a combination, you're not worried about, armyworms, then Caravan can work too. So you're not worried about armyworms or dollar spot, then Caravan is a good product. It's a great, and it's funny, when I spoke to Syngenta about this, asked him, well, why does Caravan even exist? Like if Headway is so much better, why not, like Headway is so much better and Acelepryn is so much better, why not just sell that? He says, well, because Caravans are a product for folks that, they want like an all-in-one, they want like a preventative, not necessarily looking for the best of both worlds, but it's like a combination product that kind of does a bit of everything. That's why Caravan exists, and a lot of people love it, so. But like a good example is if you had, so here's an example. Let's say you had a disease problem in your lawn in like April, May timeframe, right? You could use Caravan the first time, but then for the second app, I wouldn't do Caravan again because then you're unnecessarily applying insecticides. So I would then switch to like Pillar SC or switch to Headway, switch to like a straight fungicide type product. So there is that. There's one thing to keep in mind. Really Caravan is like a once per season type thing in my opinion. All right, so we don't have nothing else from there. Jordan says, I emailed you pictures. I'll look for your pictures here, Jordan, so I can find it. And if so, we'll get you taken care of. Next up is Eric B. He says, besides the Yard Mastery Backpack Sprayer, do you like SprayMate Tornado Backpack Sprayer for a gallon? Is it worth it for half the Yard Mastery Sprayer? I've never used it. I can't say. I'll tell you this much, right? So I'll tell you the sprayers that I have used before. I've used the Chapin, still have that one. I've used the Flowzone Typhoon 2. I've used the Yard Mastery sprayer. And then for about an hour, I used this Flowzone Cyclone, which is like, I believe is along the same lines as that spray mate. It's like they're tear down. And I didn't like that one at all. Like the build quality of the sprayer is good. It's a great sprayer. Like it's got the same metal wand. The construction's really solid. But the pump in it is just not great. It's just not, like, I did not like it at all. Like I had it literally for an hour and I took it back. I did not like the Cyclone. So if the spray mate is like what the Cyclone was, then I wouldn't do that. I would save it and just get the Yard Mastery or get the Flowzone, whichever one you want to go with. But I would invest in a better sprayer because it just works. Like it's consistent, works the same way every time. Like what do you guys on the course? Do you guys use battery power or do you use pump sprayers? Like how do you guys deal with like sprayers on the course?
Yeah, we just have like pump sprayers for like walking for stuff like that. So most of that's just done with pump sprayers, 4-gallon backpacks.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, because how often do you guys really have to spray the course or out there spraying stuff very often? I wouldn't think, right? I mean,
no, maybe like once a month, just to
okay.
like clean up bunkers and cart paths.
Yeah, yeah. And I imagine the guys. So it's a good question. So as far as like mixing herbicides, like doing herbicides, mixing up the tank, there's only I guess a couple of people that do that. Is that your job, or who actually puts together the concoctions and mixes what goes in the tanks, or even like when it comes to herbicides, is it like there's only certain guys that have that job?
Yep. So one of our other assistants, Jonathan, he'll like when he's spraying fairways and roughs and all that stuff, I'll usually just give him like a sticky note and I'll be like, here's what we're putting in the tank, and he'll do all the mixing. The only thing I'll ever mix is the green sprays, just because I just don't want anything to accidentally be out of whack on that. So I mix the green sprays,
Okay.
and then we'll mix it in a big nurse tank. So we'll put 500 gallons of water in. I'll mix everything in that one tank, and then our assistant Jonathan, he'll spray 300-gallon tanks for greens on that, and then we'll just transfer over into the big one, into the Multi-Pro, our GPS sprayer. And then as far as like backpack sprayers, it's kind of the same thing. I've got like 2 guys on the crew that can do it. Sometimes I'll let them measure them, but usually if they're like, oh, I need another backpack, I'll come back to the shop, mix it up for them, and then send them on their way.
Gotcha. Yeah, because you want to make sure. Yeah, you don't want to have you don't want an ouchie unnecessarily. You want to make sure it's done. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. That's your baby. It's your job. So I get it. Yeah.
So and it's fun too. It's fun to get to do some of that sometimes.
It is. I mean, I do. Here's the thing. Some people like don't like spraying. They find it a lot of headache, but I enjoy it, man. Like you're a mad scientist. Like, you fill your I'm only dealing with 4 gallons at a time, right? Mind you. I mean, you're dealing with like, big, much larger scale, but just, adding your products and, and making and playing with different, that's the beauty about liquids. You can play with different application rates. You can jockey things here and there and see how the turf responds to it, which is with granulars, you can't really do that. So it's a lot of fun. Like I really like, sure. Like messing with liquids. It's a lot of fun. But to answer your question, Eric, if it were, I've not used a spray mate Tornado. I don't know. If it were me, I would save the money and I would get the Yard Mastery sprayer because it's going to be a better sprayer. That's one I know is going to work. That one, or the Flowzone. So whoever's running a sale, I mean, we don't really do sales on the store because the margins we get, we just can't really do that. But if you get like a Flowzone's running a sale and you want to go get one of those, you're going to like that sprayer too. So the Typhoon or the Yard Mastery is the one that I would say to go with. Either one of those are great sprayers. All right, Nixa Eagle says, I finally got some rain this week and put down some foreplay that arrived today. Thanks. Nice. I like it. Moisture managers, get a bad rap. Everyone wants to put down fertilizer and, that's the big thing. But moisture managers, fungicide, insecticides, they are the unsung heroes. They are the unsung heroes of great looking turf grass, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and they don't get enough love. You don't care about them till you care about them, and then by then a lot of times it's too late.
Yep.
All right, so we got Dr. Green Thumb. He says, "Hi Ron, I've had years of bad lawn care service, and my yard has had a gap about 2 inches away from the sidewalk. How can I get my grass to grow back to the concrete?" What say you, Devin? So
probably a gap. Soil sand compost mix, and just fill it in there and water it in and let that seed germinate.
Yeah, give it just a time thing. Once you've got some attractive material for the material there for the grass to grow into, you can do that. Or if you're dealing with a cool season type lawn, you want to introduce some seed to do that, sure. But it's just, but thing to keep in mind too, Dr. Green Thumb, something I've seen and people don't necessarily don't consider as well is I don't see it with sidewalks so much, but I've been getting pictures from people this time of year with pavers, and you'll see the grass literally is running away or growing away from the pavers. It's almost like they're getting too hot and staying too hot. And that, you remember, like, grass likes heat, but too much heat, not good either, right? So if you said yours is a sidewalk, so it really shouldn't be a problem with grass growing right up to that. But if you're dealing with pavers, I have seen situations where that, like, the grass will literally, there'll be like a 2-3 inch gap away from that, and literally the grass is like a straight dead line where it's just not growing near those. Doesn't sound like that's the case for you, but as Devin said, make the area where you want the grass to grow more attractive, and over time it will spread in there. Or if you need to introduce some seed, assuming you're dealing with cool season turf, then you can do that too. All right, we got a super chat here. Let me get down here and see one from Jordan Godman. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Super chat received.
Please, thanks for your time, guys. No worries, Jordan. I don't see. Did I already put your picture up? Because I'm not sure if I see you. I don't see any pictures in my email here from you. What say the weather, Devin? Are you going to be able to run irrigation? Are you going to have to or not?
We'll see. I'm watching a cell kind of move in, so we'll see what we get here.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So Jordan, he does have some bald spot questions. Yeah, I got your pictures here, Jordan. So this is another ugly one. He's a big fan. Learned a ton from your channel. My first season lawn care, and I've got some bald spots in his lawn. Mowing with a rotary mower on the lowest setting. This is a picture here. It's crazy. That's all around the tree. So that's issue 1. This is another shot of what he's dealing with. That's not that clear to be able to see what's happening there. This one's a little bit better. So these are some issues that he has in his lawn. Your lawn looks a lot like that other lawn that we looked at, where he applied a fungicide and it really helped the lawn. I don't know what disease that is.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah, it's I don't know what that is, but let me go back here and go to the wider shot. I'm not sure what that is. If you want, here's the thing, assuming that the air is getting enough water, assuming that there's nothing else. I mean, it's not like a wear problem. Like you don't have a dog or something out there that's like out there running around the lawn and like tearing up that section that's right in front of the tree. From what I'm seeing, the tree, I was going to say shade, but the tree looks like it's not really big enough to be causing a shade problem. If you want to do a preventative, if you want to do a fungicide app, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Something I might say too is get a soil. If you've not done a soil test, let's do that. I'm looking here at your email. I don't see a soil test. I don't see anything about a soil test in. Oh, yeah, I got my soil test. I applied lowering pH, but you didn't include your soil test, man. Why did you not include the soil test results? That would have been helpful. Okay, so he says his pH is high, and you're trying to lower it. Okay, so if your soil is more alkaline, I mean that could be some of. I mean, that could be some of your problem. Using the sulfur to help lower it is definitely a good thing. But I mean, if you're worried about a disease problem, you could apply a fungicide. It's just crazy how if you look at the lawn that's right next to you, like to the right, how that one is definitely a nicer color green, like it's doing much better, and then your lawn is not so much, right? And I wouldn't think there'd be that much of a difference between the domination line between your neighbor's lawn and your lawn, that it would be that different. So if you can, Jordan, send me your soil test results. Like you sent me pictures of everything else, but I don't actually have the results. If you can email those to me, I'll take a look and give you some thoughts as far as that goes. And he says, I've already put down a fungicide, water tested, no dog, and I have some sand on the area now. Okay, so some of what we might be seeing there might be the sand. Okay, all right, that explains it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that might be the sand. 'Cause I'm saying, why does that area like across the board look just to the lawn that's next to it? Okay, so if you already did the fungicide, the water's fine, and you've already put some sand down. So maybe the color we're seeing is the sand in there. Okay, fine. But if you don't mind, still, it hasn't grown through it. It hasn't grown through it like you're saying. Okay. So email me the soil test results as well too, if you don't mind, please, so I can take a look at that. But yeah, I mean that's probably sand. So it's not disease problem. It's a sand thing. Okay. All right. So we're winding down, guys. We're getting close. So next up, we have Two Shots of Vodka. He says the Hudson is an 11 blade. I bought an 8 blade for the Toro. However, I did not buy a new bed knife for it. See, look, see.
There you go.
He called it. He called it. So a new reel, but no new bed knife. So get a new bed knife. Make sure you put a fresh grind on them. Make sure they get married up nicely. All the angles, everything are all good to go. And then that Toro should cut as well as similar to the Hudson. I mean, 11 blade to 8 blade. I saw a difference with my 1600, but the gap should get closed. Should get narrower.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. Good call, man. You nailed that one. All right. Next up is Steve, and he says, "Is there an advantage to applying 2 pounds of granular humic DG per 1,000 versus 4 ounces per 1,000 of liquid humidity?" I don't know what humidity is. I don't know what that product is. I don't know how to answer that question, Steve. If I don't know how to answer that question, yeah, because I'm not sure if they're the same.
Well, yeah, what the
products.
analysis is.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference between the. I will tell you this. So I'll put it to you this way. So let's say I'll talk about 2 products that I am aware of, right? So I'll give you an example of 2 products that we can kind of say that are similar, and we can do the thought experiment this way, right? So if you take like 2 products, that one is a granular product, right? Like Essential G, which has biochar in it and some carbon. So it's a carbon compost humate product, right? And then you also have Release Zero, which has 10% micronized carbon. If you're asking me, could you apply Essential G and it replace Release Zero? No. Could you apply Release Zero and apply it do what Essential G does? No. The reason being is that Essential G, like the biochar that's in that, the compost that's in that, is going to stay resident in the soil for what the biochar is not going to go away. We'll all be dead and gone. The biochar is still going to be there, but that is going to stay resident in the soil for much longer than the liquid, than the 10% micronized carbon that's in the Release Zero. So for the liquid product, I'd say if you're mixing fertilizer with it, you're mixing fungicide with it, you're mixing herbicide, insecticide, anything that you're mixing with Release Zero is going to enhance the uptake. It's going to help that product work better. But as far as long-term effects, the granular is going to stay resident in the soil, whereas the liquid isn't. So even if the formulations are similar, and they've got like humic both in the name, I would expect that you to get a longer feeding, more long-term benefits from the granular product than you would from the liquid. And that's from not knowing either one of those. Yeah. So yeah, I guess because that's what you typically find. Granulars, a lot longer. Like a good example, like you use like a granular fertilizer, and this is in the spoon feeding blog that was launched today. You use a good granular fertilizer, you can figure 4 to 6 weeks is what you'll get from a feeding standpoint. With a liquid, a couple of weeks, maybe. It's not. It feeds for a lot. It's a lot less shorter period of time. So the thing is not one or the other. Both. They both have their strong suits, and you get the best of both worlds if you use them together.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Scott's Kerr says, "Have you guys in America ever come across the brand Scott Bonner cylinder mower?" Scott Bonner? No.
I haven't heard of it.
Not heard of it. I have not heard of that one. I have to look into it. Not heard of a Scott Bonner. Next up is Timothy Wolf. He says, "Hey, Ron, what do you think about scalping in the summer heat? Grass is too high." You can't, if it's Bermuda, you can do it, Timothy. It's just going to look ugly. So if you can deal with it looking ugly, you can, it's not, in other words, are you going to permanently injure or kill the Bermuda by scalping it in the summer? No. You're going to want to make sure you get all the clippings and debris out. You're going to want to make sure that you water it, so it's getting enough water after you're done with it, and just realize it's going to look ugly for a while. Cool season turf, I would say no. Like as far as school season lawns, you're never, right? Is the answer.
No, never.
Never. Okay, so there you go. For cool season, never. Warm season, Bermuda especially, go to town. It'll look ugly, but it'll be just fine. It'll bounce back. All right, Jordan, he says, or a push reel mower that can stripe. I don't know on that one. I don't think.
Me neither. I don't think really any of them do.
No, like the Earthwise, the Scots, none of them. They do good. They cut okay, but as far as stripes, not really. None of them really have a heavy enough rear, roller to do that. So I don't think. I think if you want stripes, then you'd be better off with the Time Master, the Recycler, with the stripe kit. All right. C. Pim says, yes, I'm trying to figure out a deal with an outbreak. I cut back on the water as well. Like you suggested, I've noticed that since cutting back on the water, I'm seeing dry spots pop up as well, shaking my head. Okay, so CPIMS is the one that sent these images, the ones of his lawn. So yeah, so
Mm.
too much water can cause problems as well, CPIM. So maybe split the difference. You know, if you're watering every day, maybe back it down to, you know,
Every
twice a
other.
week. Yeah,
Yeah.
a third. You know, that's a good point. So for you guys, Devin, on the course, how much water? Like, how do you guys figure out per week how much water you want to put on the course at any given time? Like, how do you figure that out?
So kind of just from doing it for so long, you kind of just know by looking at it. But I have like we have moisture meters that are built into the greens. The greens are pretty they don't really change. Twice a week is all they get watered. They'll either get
Mhm.
watered on Monday or Tuesday, depending if we have a tournament to water a spray in. And then they can usually make it till about Friday, and then we got to water them Friday night. But I use moisture meters for all those, and I get volumetric water content, so I know exactly where the numbers are and the greens are. And then as far as other areas on the course, they either go every other day or every 2 days, depending on
Okay,
what kind of weather we've been getting.
gotcha. So it's fairly regular then. I mean, the greens, like you said, not
Mm,
as much, but the other parts of the course, every other day, every couple of days, they're getting some
Pretty much
water.
like, yeah, like a home lawn, yeah, just on natural soil.
Nice, cool. So there you guys know. I mean, it's your point. Like you said, you just kind of know as you've been doing it a while, but you have some tools, but you can look at it and see how the weather is. And I guess so far, what's Mother Nature saying? You're gonna have to water tonight so far, or you're gonna have to
Yeah, it looks
still?
like so far it looks like I'm gonna leave it on, so we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll stay posted. We'll see if that changes. Fingers crossed for you. All right. CPIM says I've got platinum TE paspalum. I definitely feel like I should apply some gypsum to help with the hard clay soil I've been dealing with, as well. Like I mentioned before, I feel like it could only help. Yeah, like
Yep.
I think Devin was saying that earlier, right? Some gypsum. So is that something you guys have had apply at all on the turf on your course, or just
Yeah,
general advice as far as tips gypsum?
sure. Yeah, just depending on what our soil tests come back. Sometimes it'll say we need gypsum. Other times we haven't needed it. So it just depends on what our soil tests come back.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean, it definitely can't hurt CPIMS. You know, yeah, it definitely won't hurt. But next up, we got Mr. Matt Jackson. He says, "Hey, what's up? Hey, Matt, you're there. What's going on, man? I still have your video here. Let me see if I can actually cue it up. So, guys, you guys remember Matt Jackson is the one doing. He went from St. Augustine to Zoysia, and he's doing a renovation on his lawn. He was out of town, which I guess he's back, and he sent me a video that was shot the day before, like July 3rd, so the day before 4th of July. So I can show you guys that really quick. He's made it shorter. He's talking about his latest update as far as how Zoysia lawn is coming along. You guys seem to like it last week, so why not? I'll show you guys where he is right now. So this is Matt and his lawn.
Do a quick update video on my project here. I'm using a rooster mix, a top screen that they say is screened, and the carbonized PN. I'm screening the topsoil and the rooster mix, but there's just so many sticks and rocks that that's necessary. But once that goes and gets screened, I'm coming over here and top dressing it. That's my first batch, and then I got the trusty leveling rake. You got to get one of these guys. It's a game changer. Look at that, it just disappears. So yeah, that's my update for today. I'm gonna throw down some fertilizer and head out for vacation for a week. And when I come back, hopefully it's gonna be nice and beautiful. Thanks for checking it out, and good luck out in the yard, everybody.
Nice. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the update. And yeah. So it's funny. So the thing that was interesting about that. So the carbonized PM, there's no trash in that because it's screened several times over. But like what he was experiencing with those other topsoils, like that's the thing, guys. Whenever you're going to be doing your top dress with any kind of compost, even though they say it's topsoil, you want to get the stuff as clean as possible. Otherwise, you're going to have that extra step, of having to screen it like Matt had to. So thanks again for the update, Matt. Lawn looks great. It makes me want to get Zoysia. That Zoysia color was looking really good, man. I gotta admit. So for you guys, Devin, as far as your like the sand you guys use for top dressing and what you use in the bunkers, I guess you just have a supplier nearby that you order that from. How
Yep.
do you guys ensure that it's like as far as the consistency and that as far as debris, do they ensure like do you guys have like agreements to make sure that hey, it's always going to be USGA sand, or like how do you ensure that you don't get a bunch of
Uh,
trash?
yeah, and it comes from like a special like sports turf. So it's all screened real good and it's all backed by them. And if you get junk in it, then they'll usually bring you another truckload.
What I do, I picked the wrong. There we go. I'll put you back on. That's cool. Yeah. So they that's so good. So again, it's like a specialty place that knows what you're looking for, and they're not going to send you garbage, or you're not going to call them again. So
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
that. There's that. All right, Steve, and replying to Eric B, I have used a spray mate for over a year for my 10,000 square foot lawn. It has done a great job with excellent battery life. Definitely get the T-Jet foliar and irrigation tips. So there you go. Good. So you got someone who's actually used one. They like it. So there you go. Go forth and get one. Sounds like it's, it is approved by Steve N. If you want one, by all means, go for it. All right, next up we got Eric EE Williams 85 on Instagram. He says, "Hey Ron, I did a renovation last Saturday. I got germination in 5 days. Nice. Do I need to worry about the pine needles? Can I rake them lightly?" Oh, so you're worried about like raking the pine needles out of like newly germinated grass?
I'd probably leave them.
I'd wait. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with it, man. You don't want. I mean, you went through all this trouble, the prep work, the seed, the watering. It's germinating. Leave the pine needles be. You can always get them out a week or 2, 3 weeks from now. I mean, they're not going anywhere. 3 weeks from now, you could rake them out once the grass is nicely established and doing well. I would hate for you to go out there and just rake them up and then rip out a bunch of that nice grass you just started growing in the process. If it were me, like Devin's saying, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to hurt anything. It hurts you more than it hurts the grass. The grass doesn't care. I wouldn't. No, absolutely would not do that. All right, so we got your picture CPIMs. I'll look at them again. Send me your soil test results if you don't mind, sir. I got that one. Next up, we got Monica R. She says, "Hey Ron, we recently stopped professional maintenance, and I believe I'm seeing brown patch disease. Is there a preventative fungicide that we can use to help with this and other diseases that may show up?" Yes, depends. If you like, I'll give you the options that I would go with. If you like liquids. So let's show you first. Go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to shop, go to fungicide insecticide. If you like liquid, go with Pillar SE. It's going to work a little bit faster. If you like granulars or prefer granulars, go with Headway G. Both of them are excellent, but as far as like which one is going to start working a bit faster, the liquid is going to work a bit faster than the granular, but they're both very effective. So granular, go with Headway G. Liquid, go with Pillar SC. And either one of these is what I would recommend. Is what I would recommend using. And if you think you have a problem, so for brown patch, Devin, would you say? I mean, do you think 14 days, or would you go 21 days as far as your follow up for that? I mean, what?
I guess it depends on how severe it is.
Yeah. So if it was more severe, 14 days less, you can give it that 21 day interval as far as that goes. Cool. Well, thanks for the question, Monica, and I will. I'm sending you a link here to where you can find both those on the store. If you need anything else, let us know. And that's cool. So here's the thing. What you're going to find, Monica, is this. So many people stop, they have like a True Green or whoever is working on their lawns. They say, you know what, I'm going to do it myself and I'm going to save money. And you are going to be you're going to be mistaken. You're going to be surprised as far as if you think that working on your lawn yourself ends up being cheaper than paying a service to do it. Because in most cases, you're going to be doing more, and it ends up, at least in the first year anyway, ends up costing more than that. However, the results that you can get, you will not get from like a service like True Green. Like, I mean, no matter, I could bring True Green out to work on my lawn, and again, they might be like, yeah, we'll take that challenge, we'll try it out and see. But your lawn is never going to look, is not going to have a look like that. From them, it's just not gonna. I mean, even if I'm mowing it, it's not gonna look like that. So it's just realize that whenever you cancel your lawn care service, you are really not comparing two things. You're not comparing like you doing it yourself with if you're doing all the stuff, it's not comparable to what they do. So just you gotta realize that it's like you're stepping into like what along the lines of what a professional. Like what a golf course superintendent does on their turf is you're going up several notches, which costs more money, but ultimately can produce or will produce better results if you're consistent with it.
Yep.
All right. Gary Keller says, thanks you two on PGR. Devin hit on the head with cool season. Once we bounce back from the heat and drought, certain areas of my lawn don't bounce back as fast. Thanks again. Cool. I'm glad the comment was useful. Dalen Krause says, hey, Ron, I made it to the stream. Did you get my email of Reno? You might have already shown it. Go Tahoma. Yes, Dalen, we did show off your Tahoma. I mean, since you want to be that. I think I already showed you. Yeah. So this was you March 1st. This is June 1st. And then this is you making the neighbor look bad. The Tifway 419 versus man, that color is insane. I don't know, guys.
Awesome.
Man, Tahoma might be it. It looks good. Looks really good. So he says, go Tahoma. So next up he says, on the Renovation Green Carbon Kit, how would you rank from most important to least? I know they're all great products for the lawn, but which gives the most benefit? Thanks. There's not, they all have, they're so different. You can't really, you can't rank one better than another. Like kelp is important. The release zero, like what it does, like the micronutrients in it, the micronized carbon in it, the fact that if you mix fertilizer with it, it makes it work so much better is important. And then biospectrum, you think about it, like if you're using granular fertilizer, you apply granular fertilizer, it goes in, you water it into the soil. It's the microbes that break it down and then make it and transform it, turns from the nitrate into a form that can be taken up by the plant and then makes your grass look awesome, right? So biospectrum helping to promote that or helping to give them food to work better is also important. So I can't really, there's a reason why there's all three. Like whenever I was trying to recreate, or really my goal was to try and beat what Carbon Pro L did. Like there's a product from Lesco called Carbon Pro L, was an excellent product, but I wanted to do better than that. So I went to Miramichi Green and I said, I want to basically recreate this, but I want it to be better. So they open up their catalog and says, well, you want to add some of this. You want to have, a kelp product. You want to have, because it's like, for example, Nutra kelp by percentage is like 24% kelp, which is much higher than what's in Carbon Pro L. They both have micronized carbon, which Carbon Pro L does not have. Biospectrum, like the microbial package in that, is superior to what's in the Carbon Pro L product. And then release zero, like the micronized carbon, there's only a couple of products that they even have micronized carbon on the market, and none of them outside of release zero and 901C have 10% of it. So it sounds like a cop out, but there's really it's like a class of one. There's not really anything that really competes with it, and they all do different things. Otherwise, there'd be no point of having them all in there. Like there's not a carbon kit that has release zero, 901C, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum, because release zero and 901C are effectively the same thing. One has fertilizer, one doesn't. So like what's in there is what has to be in there, and they're all are helping each other. You know, it's not like one's unnecessary. So I don't have a better answer for you, but you really need all three, which is why there's a kit. So I
guess, kind of a dumb way to put it. It's like if you got your family coming over and you guys are having burgers, what's more important, the actual burgers, the grill, or the propane to run the grill? You got to have all three to make it work.
Right. You got to have all three. That's exactly it. I mean, they all play together in a symphony that produces great results. You have to have one by itself is not like you have all three. You can't omit one and say it'll be just as good. Otherwise, because I wouldn't have put them all together if that were the case. So hope that helps, Dylan. Sorry I don't have like an answer for you if you're looking to try and omit something, but there's a reason why the three of those are in the kit. All right, Scott Harrigan is up next. He says, I have a shot at an Allen Buckingham 30H with a trailing seat at less than half price. Now, Scott, before we read any more of this, if you are looking for like an accountability partner to get you to not buy equipment, I'm going to fail you. But I digress. I have an acre to mow. So that's important. I'm already with you in acres. This is a wise decision. So the wide blade and the seat sounds nice. 6-blade cylinder with no options to swap though. Thoughts?
I would have bought it 10 minutes ago.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, what, you don't have it already? I mean, you had me at the seat. So you got the 30-inch wide cut, you got a trailing seat, and and you're mowing an acre. I mean, I absolutely done. I mean, done. Because here's the thing you have to look at too, Scott, and I'm gonna play along with you on this. Let's say even if you could get a turf rake or you could get a verticut, you're not gonna turf rake an acre. You know what I mean? Think about it. Let's think about the logistics of turf raking an acre with that machine. Let's say that even if there were an interchangeable cartridge system for it, right? Like you're going to be stopping every couple of passes to empty out, clip. I mean, it's just like logistically just doesn't really work, right? So as the fact that it's just a straight mower, I think that's a great thing. At half price, I mean, the universe is saying that, Scott, you need a Buckingham, and the only thing we're missing is next week I got to see a picture of it. That's all I'm after. I mean, Devin, you disagree? You think you should just not do that and go, get something else, or how are your thoughts on it?
I would have got it already.
Yeah,
I'd already be tracking the shipping.
Yeah, half price. You'd sitting there, you'd buy it and then keep bugging the person. Has it shipped yet? You just ran my car. Is it shipped? Has it shipped? When's it going to ship? Yeah, I would, man. It's yeah, that's a nice mower. I've not seen one in person. I've seen the videos that Outlet has online of them, and they look pretty cool. So I would
That's cool.
absolutely go with that. And for an acre, a 30-inch white with cut, I mean, that's still on the narrow side for an acre, but at least you're sitting down while you're doing it, you know? So all right, next up is C. Pims. He says, I just applied some more fungicide today. And for a second application, I used some Let's Go T-Storm 2G for a second time, which is a granular. Also put some Eagle 20EW in liquid form, both systemic fungicides. Okay. So you've done a couple of applications of these two. If it is not improving, I would switch to a different fungicide in a different family. So whatever, if it's a group, I don't know what group.
Whatever the frac codes are.
Frac numbers are change to a different one next time. Like you don't want to keep doing the same ones over and over and over. So that's the only thing I would say. CPMs, give it a little while, see if it improves, and if it does, great. If it doesn't, then go with a different fungicide from a different family. Mike D says, any good rain sensors that detect how much rain accurately, or a weather station of some sort? This is going to be a Devin question. I've tried. My sensor on my house has never worked. So.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure for homeowners. I just use a rain gauge at my house. That's probably the best. I just put one in the front, one in the back, and that's how I decide
just measure
for rain. I mean, yeah, I'm not like when I water my yard, it's not like I'm going every other day. It's like, oh, what was the rain? Can you stretch it? I pretty much manage it the same way I manage the course. But yeah, rain gauge works fine for at home. At least does for me.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. So there you go. A cup of water, that should do the trick for you. So if that helps, Mike D. Next up is Brian Bates. He says, what's the best product to kill goosegrass in Bermuda? I think Revolver will do that. I don't know. I think Revolver will do that. I don't know if Certainty or Celsius will. That's a good question. Let me look. I don't think Celsius is going to do that, but goosegrass, I'm almost positive that Revolver will do that, but Revolver is not cheap. I'm not sure. Let's look here. Pretty sure Revolver will do that, but you're going to be selling your firstborn to get a ball of that stuff. Yeah, so Revolver will do goosegrass. There might be other, Revolver. Yeah, so yeah, and here's the thing. When I'm looking at the label for Revolver, goosegrass is under the difficult to control weeds section. You know what I mean? So even for Revolver, which is it's a pretty potent herbicide, it's like goosegrass has its own little special section, and they're talking about using MSO with it and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, Revolver will do it. Look, there might be other options, but that is the one that came to top of mind as far as controlling goosegrass in Bermuda. But again, Revolver is not it's not inexpensive. Like what is a bottle of this stuff? Oof, $340, right? It's not cheap. Like how bad do you want the goosegrass gone? Can't you just dig it? Can you dig it out? Can you I'm not, that's a lot. And especially if you're only going to be using it for that. If you don't have any friends or family or any close colleagues you can split it with, or split the cost, that's a lot of money for that herbicide, for a home lawn anyway. But if you decide you want to go forward that, here is a link to it. Check the label, because there is a special section in the Revolver label for goosegrass. There might be some other options as well, but that's what came to my mind, Brian, as far as for controlling goosegrass in warm season turf in Bermuda. So hope that helps. You guys don't have goosegrass do you have goosegrass in warm coastal lawns? I think so. Okay. All right. The Speezy99 is up next. He says, would liquid weed killer in the summertime on cool season lawns be okay to use?
Yeah, sure. As long as, if it's not like hotter than 80 degrees, I wouldn't go out and spray it. But yeah, you can use liquid weed killer in the summertime.
Yep. So just read the label, make sure there's no, you follow any kind of temperature restrictions, and just also use common sense. Don't go out in the middle of the day when it's super hot and blast them out with herbicide. And the thing is, if you're spot spraying the Speezy, the thing I will say is, even if you if you have weeds that you just absolutely want to get rid of and you're willing to take a slight hit to color, if you're able to spray, if you're doing spot spraying, it's less of a big deal than if you're trying to blanket spray the lawn. And most people kind of have this mindset that if they're spraying herbicides, they got to do the entire lawn. And I really think you want to stay away from that. Like blanket spraying really should be a one-time event on most lawns. Like you move into a new house and the previous owner didn't take care of it, and the lawn was neglected for a while, and you're using a blanket spray to clean it up. But after that, it should be pretty much spot spraying. You shouldn't be having to be blanket spraying on a property very often at all. Yeah.
Your turf should be your best weed defense.
Your best weed defense. Yep. Yeah. Grow an awesome lawn, and it will do a lot to take care of it. Okay, so Jordan did send his soil test results, and yeah. So this is what he's working with here. Let me get this one up. So there we go. All right, so yeah, NPK are all low, and that's not good. Those are the important ones. So yeah, you're definitely going to want to use some kind of like again the 14714 is a good fit here because you do need phosphorus, but you need more N and you need more K, Jordan. So the 14714, so 14% nitrogen, 7% phosphorus, 14% potassium would be a great fit here. And then also the micronutrients that are in there would be good too. And then your pH is that looks like it's a little on the high side, but it's fine. That's what I would say. I would rock with that for the rest of this season, and then if you want to test again in the fall or even next spring, see how things adjust from there. Yeah, some kind of a complete fertilizer. That's we got to fix this. Like if the right side, if your NPK were better and only your micros were like off scale low, I mean, that wouldn't be great, but like where you are now, this left side of the chart is what we need to put some time into here. That's where your focus really should be, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I would say the 147. I haven't read through your whole email here. I can't really read it while I'm on the live stream, but yeah, the 14714 is what I would absolutely go with. That is going to be the correct fit for your lawn. Yeah. It's actually perfect for giving your soil test results because it has like more nitrogen, more phosphorus, and more nitrogen, more potassium, and 7% phosphorus. So it really matches the curve of your soil test results perfectly. That's exactly what you want to use for that one. All right, cool. All right, he says I've already put down a fungicide, water tested. Okay, so we're good to go there. I think you've already said that one. So yeah, I've got you, Jordan. Thank you for sending that email. And hopefully that helps as far as your what I said as far as inputs. I'm going to read through the email at the end of the show once I'm off because it's a pretty long email, and I will get you in. I'll answer you if there's anything else I need to add to it. But yeah, 14714 is definitely the right call. All right, Bill W says I went a little bit heavy with the 901C. When we say a little bit heavy, what does that mean? Because the application rate is 2 ounces to 7 ounces per 1,000. And what I find the sweet spot is around, here we go. Spoiled pooch alert. Now, guys, if you ever follow like Devin on Instagram and you see this dog, this is probably the most spoiled dog on the golf course. What's going on, Max?
Go on, sit down, bud.
Yeah, it's one spoiled pooch. But yeah, Bill, depending on how heavy you went, I don't know what that means, but if you next time just reduce the rate. I'm not sure what I can add to that other than just go lower on the rate next time. Jason Sewell says, happy Friday. Thanks, Ron and Devin, for all the great tips. You're very welcome. And then Mooner Mahid says, I don't know this one. Any recommendations for getting the seed head chicken feet? Okay, the seed, like I get some up, like what Bermuda produces. Yeah, the seed heads under control. I've been mowing those twice a week and they pop back up the next day. I don't have any growth regulator on there yet, FYI. Yeah. I mean,
let it run its course.
Huh?
Just let the grass do its thing.
Yeah. Let it run its course. If it's getting enough water and the nutrient levels are where they should be, it will go away over time. You can use growth regulator to help suppress it. It's not going to make it go away, but to make them less. And then mowing is not really going to do anything for it. Like you mow it shorter, they'll just grow shorter. I mean, that's believe me, I've gone down as low as half an inch, and they'll just lay down and just almost like grow sideways just to not get cut off by the mower. So mowing shorter is not a strategy to control seed heads. Time, water, nutrients, and just If you want to, you can use growth regulator. You can use Primo. This will suppress. This will make them less apparent, but it's really a time thing.
Yep.
All right. Next up, we have Billy. I went a little heavy. I've been watering like crazy, so I think I'm okay. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine, but I don't know how heavy. I mean, if you went like what? I mean, without knowing the ratio you applied, it's hard to know if you're going to have a problem or not. I'll put it to you this way: if it's been more than 4 days and the lawn isn't discoloring, you're probably going to be fine. Because for liquids, that's in 3 to 4 days, you're going to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this was one for you, Devin. He says, "Hey guys, how often would you recommend to cut turf type tall fescue in the summertime? I am located in Los Angeles and temps are 90s daily. Would you recommend spoon feeding? Thanks."
Yeah, I'd mow every other day, every 2 days at least, and yeah, I would spoon feed too. That's just a good tool to have in your toolkit. So
Yeah,
every
Jonathan.
other day, every 2 days, and yeah, I would say if you can spoon feed, I would definitely spoon feed.
Yeah, Jonathan. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, just keep mowing it. I mean, the answer is, well, should you mow your grass? Yes. If it's growing, mow it. If it's and spoon feeding is, you're actually less likely to run into problems that way versus doing heavy applications once per month.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm going to show this to you guys. Anyways, I'm not sure if you meant it as a joke or what it is, but he says stiff competition in the neighborhood. He says, any idea? He sent me an email. He says, any idea what cultivar this is? Let's see here. I think that's the cultivar. I think it's salad bowl is what we call that.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the competition. It's only, I'll put it this way. If this is your lawn, John, it's only up from here. So that's the good news. And also good news, if this is a competition, is you don't have very far to go to be able to beat that. You know what I mean? But here's the thing, as bad as that is, an app of Celsius. I mean, I don't see any sedges in there, but just Celsius alone will do a great job cleaning this up. I mean, a lot of it will be brown and dead afterwards, but it'll clean that right up. So this is an example. If someone were to asking, when should you spot spray your lawn? What's an example? I'm sorry. If someone is asking the question, when should I broadcast spray my lawn? When should I blanket spray the entire lawn with herbicide? This is a good example of when that would be the case. This is a prime example where blanket spraying would be the correct solution. So yeah. Wow. That's scary. So did your lawn before look worse than that? Your old lawn look worse than that, or is that's how it looked after they were done with it?
I'd say the backyard was probably pretty close to that, and the front was probably 50% that when I had moved in.
It's terrible. Awful. All right. Next up, so Monica says, thank you. That totally makes sense. You're very welcome, Monica. Scott says, on the Buckingham, I'm more concerned about the 6 blade not cutting as well as a 10 or 12 blade, but thanks. I'll be sure to post pictures. I would still do the Buckingham. Man, you're cutting an acre. You know what I mean? I think it's still going to be fine. I mean, Outlet does not make bad cutting equipment. Like especially that one. Like any of their commercial stuff is really good. Like I've not used the some of their older mowers, like the Kensington, some of their older powered reel mowers. Like I know some of those people, they say there were some challenges with them, but every mower I've used from them, I personally use, which is like the Sterling, and my C27 it's rock solid. It's a great piece of equipment. In their commercial line, I'd say they definitely don't make any bad equipment. So I would go with it. I don't think the 6 blade, in other words, would not put me off. That would be fine for an acre. Because with an acre, what are you going to do? You're not going to be cutting it at, half an inch. You're going to be cutting it at 3/4, maybe an inch. So a 6 blade is going to be fine for that. I wouldn't sweat it. Good to go. All right. Let's see. Next up, we have Joe Wander says, this is a good one for you. What does a soil test on a golf course look like? How many per hole, etc.?
So we rotate holes. So 1 year it'll be 6, next year it'll be 6. So we rotate it through like that. And then we have like these little brown bags. So you'll probably pull, if you're doing a fairway, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 plugs. You'll go in, take the thatch and the turf part off, toss that, and then just put your soil part in the little bag. And then probably six or 8 samples per green and then similar to teas.
So
And then we'll
are
do
they
that over
soil,
6 holes.
so are the greens, so is there like a soil test for the greens that's like that represents all of the 6 greens you're testing on fairways, or do you do them all together? Or is it all together, or how do you, is
We'll
there,
we'll get the test back each individual area that we pull from.
okay. Nice. So for each, so it's not like you take take samples from like greens 1 through 6, and that's what you formulate your treatment plan for the green. For each green, you pull samples for like green
Yep.
1, green 2 for each
we'll
hole.
Yep. So we'll have like say we're doing hole 1. So on the bag it'll be hole 1 tees, hole
Okay.
1 fairways, hole 1 greens, and then each individual thing will get tested, and then we'll get those tests back. And if we're doing everything correctly, they should all be pretty similar to one another.
Nice, cool. That's a good. That's interesting, and that's cool. So the fairways the tees have their treatment plan. Fairways get their treatment plan, and obviously the greens have their separate treatment plan. Cool.
Yep, exactly.
Very nice. All right, next up we have progression decibel. I may need to do this one afterwards. He says my soil test front yards 5.2 pH, so very acidic. Backyard pH 5.8 with super high sulfur. Both yards low iron 1.8. Should I lay down Jonathan Green soil food to fix the pH? Been doing first and biosims all season. You could use the Magical to help bring the soil pH up. What I would say, progression decibel, you could do that. You absolutely could use Magical. That will raise your pH. If you have like a garden store nearby and you can get yourselves on your hands on some calcitic or dolomitic lime,
Yeah.
I would do that, because I mean, we're for a 5.2 pH, that's quite a bit. That's low. So the one thing you didn't say in your soil test results is where your magnesium levels are. So if your magnesium levels are low, go with dolomitic lime. If they're fine, go with calcitic lime. And given you're at 5.2, 30 pounds per thousand, like I go pretty heavy if it were me, and then just water it in heavily. Yeah, 30. Yeah,
Nice.
and that's a good point. On the courses, how do you guys? Where does your soil pH tend to trend? Do you guys keep it fairly, like in the Goldilocks zone, or do you tend to trend more alkaline, more acidic? Like, what do you guys find on the course?
We're like right at 7. We're like right at neutral. So life is perfect for us.
Nice, and it's pretty much stays there. You don't have to do many adjustments at all.
Yeah, because because mostly the water can change that a lot, and we have really, really good water, so we don't have any issues with anything changing.
Nice, very cool. Yeah, progression decibel. So hope that helps her. Yeah, you could absolutely use the Magical as well. I mean, we've got that on the store. The one that you would use, if I can go here really quick, if you go to the shop and then test kits and pH adjustments, it's going to be the black bag. So the one says raise soil pH. This is the one you're going to want to use. The black bag to raise soil pH. There's two. There's a black bag to raise soil pH, the purple bag to lower soil pH. You're going to want to use the black bag to raise it up. If you're using this, I would still also use a calcitic or a dolomitic lime as well. I absolutely would. It's because you need at a 5.2 pH, you have to go pretty heavy to bring that up.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is the Speezy. He says, "Wow, answers. Awesome answers. Thanks. Spot spraying is definitely the way to go. The lawn is the best defense. Thanks."
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, because really on the course, look at the fairway. Like, this is a perfect example. Like, so you guys mow the fairway. And I didn't ask him this question ahead of time, so his answer is going to be his answer. So you guys mow the fairway every couple of days. You mow the greens, I guess, every day. How often are you guys spraying herbicides on the fairways?
Only once. Once we come out of spring. That's the only time.
So once you come out of spring, so maybe so very little, and so it's the fact that you mow and you're growing really healthy turf that for the most part, keeps the weeds out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, guys. So herbicides, really, you should look at them as not like if you're spraying herbicides on your lawn every month, like in my opinion, you're doing it wrong. Like you should be using them as a way to get ahead. You want to kill or injure the plant that you don't want, so you can allow the plant that you do want, your grass, to become the dominant species, the alpha.
Exactly.
And if you're mowing it, fertilizing it, watering it, then you get natural weed control. Like, I haven't put, outside of certainty for the sedges, I have not used any of the herbicides on my, like any post-emergent herbicides anyway, on my lawn all season, front or back. You know what I mean? It's just like just mowing the grass a lot and keeping it nice and healthy. And the weeds are like, next lawn, neighbor's lawn. I don't want to deal with this. This is like too hard. Problem's too hard.
Yeah.
All right, good. So next up is Simi Singh. He says, "Hey guys, is aerating okay for summer Bermuda?" Yes. So many things I'm hearing. I'm thinking about aerating and then following up with sound leveling. Absolutely, yes, you can.
Yeah.
In the summertime, it's a great time to do it, Simi. Couple of reasons. Bermuda is growing very aggressively this time of year. If you aerate your lawn this time of year, it's going to recover from it faster. If you top dress the lawn this time of year, it's going to recover from it faster. The summertime is a great time to aerate your lawn and to top dress it. Absolutely would do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the time to not do it would be if you told me it was September, you're saying, hey, should I aerate my lawn in September and it's Bermuda? I'd say, no, you probably don't want to do that. So that's a good point. So for you guys for aeration, when do you guys shut down any kind of aeration on the greens for cool season turf? When do you guys stop with any kind of aeration?
Early April and like the second to last week in September.
Early April and the last. Okay, so even for cool season, you guys don't go that far into the fall as far as aeration goes. Cool.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. Yep. All right. So yeah, you're good to go, Simi. But feel free to top dress and aerate to your heart's content. The only negative is it's hot, so you're gonna be out there hot in the heat doing it. If you can tolerate it, the grass loves it.
I love it.
John says it was a joke, but that's my neighbor. Yeah, I figured it was a joke. He was like, "What cultivar is it?" I was pretty sure that wasn't. it was salad bowl. But yeah, but here's the thing, now, John. So here's the thing: we've exposed the neighbor's lawn. Obviously, the struggle is real. We can all agree that the struggle is real here. And I mean, if you guys are on good terms, I'm not going to say you should go knock on his door and say, "Hey, man, I got some stuff to help you out with your lawn. It looks kind of like crappy." I wouldn't go do that. But if y'all are friends, he at some point he or she says, "Hey, John, your lawn looks really nice. What are you doing?" This would be a great opportunity to, spread the love. You don't want to. While having an awesome lawn is fun, having someone else to play with is also fun too.
Yep.
So I would try and help your neighbor out if you can. All right, next up is Aster. He says, "Can you spoon feed with any liquid fertilizer, or are there specific fertilizers we should consider when spoon feeding? Cool season lawn in Minnesota. What say you?"
Yeah, pretty much anything, as long as there's a label for it that says you can use this on your turf, then you're probably good to go.
Yep. I mean, as long as the formulation, the analysis, and the nutrients that are in there are in line with what your turf needs, you're good to go. I am a fan. What I would say is this: only caveat I would add to that, Aster, is there are some liquid fertilizers that are designed for let's not be watered in, so they're not really foliar apps. If I'm doing spoon feeding for my liquids, I like to stay with fertilizers that are foliar, that rely on foliar uptake. That's the only thing I'd say. But yeah, pretty much, any of them can work fine. So yeah. And he says, and when it says specific fertilizers, I mean fertilizers that have lower NPK versus standard with higher rates. When I did my soil test in the spring, N was really low. Yeah. So what I would say is this: is that when it comes to spoon feeding, I use the granular fertilizer to do most of the heavy lifting. So if I'm doing it right, about 2/3 of the nutrient demands from my lawn come from the granular. The liquids help supplement that. So you don't really need, in other words, the NPK numbers matter, but they also kind of don't matter, because depending on the rate that you spray them at, in other words, you could take like a fertilizer that's got like 20% nitrogen in it, and if you sprayed it at a low enough rate, you can still put the same amount of N into the grass as like a 10% nitrogen fertilizer that's sprayed at heavier rates. You know what I mean? So it's the rate that you apply it at that is what really matters, more so than the numbers on the bottle, to an extent. Like, I mean, if you had like a 200, I mean, that's probably not going to work that well.
That's not much. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So to answer your question, Aster, here's the thing. We have a blog post that literally was released today on this very topic. So what I would say is this: go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to resources, go to blog, and our newest blog post is on spoon feeding your lawn. This is like literally what I've been using this season is what you see here: Country Club Humic Max at 1608 and Release 901C. These two, along with the Carbon Kit, is what I've been spraying my lawn with in my spoon feeding program. start with this, start with something like this or along these lines, and then branch out from there. Because if you're trying to, build out your program, start with a formulation that will produce good results. Like the picture you see there, like that's my lawn. That picture is only a couple of days old, and that is from feeding it using this and this. Like that's what I'm doing to produce that. So if you like that look, you can use those two products, and I supply the application rates like in detail in that post for that particular formulation. Like there's other things you could use, Turfplex, you could use other liquids, but that post has like it gives you the blueprint for using those two together to produce a very good result. So I would say if you're just starting out, like go with something that like that's done for you, and then start playing with it from there. Then you can start tweaking it and making adjustments as you see fit. But I would start with a known good, something that where if it doesn't work, it's me. It's not the products that I'm using. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, let's see here. We are winding down. We're almost there, man. Progression Decibel says, Ron, backyard magnesium is 9.8, front yard is 22.8. Wild swings. My backyard was never taken care of before we moved in. It would be good to see whether that's high or low on your soil test results. Progression. I don't know off the top of my head what that level means. Let's see here. John K. Power says, any plans to carry larger quantities of Primo? At the rate for 4,000 square feet for turf type tall fescue, it's almost a full bottle per application. Yeah, so the gallon, so Primo comes in, you can get it in 4 ounces, or you can get it in, what do you guys get? You guys get the gallons, or is there 2.5 gallons off?
We get link packs. We get them in 10-gallon.
Yeah, so 4 ounces, I want to say there's a gallon size, and there's probably, and it goes up from there.
Yeah.
But a gallon of Primo, I can tell you, it's not gonna it's like gonna be bring your wallet. It's not gonna be $320, $330. You know what I mean? So it's not gonna be cheap. So what I do is this, John, is if you have, here's what you could do, is if you have a couple of friends, because where you are, obviously you have turf type fescue, you have cool season grass. If you have a couple of buddies that are also using Primo, or someone in your area, you guys have like a group, like buy one of these to start. Yeah, so you have the measuring cup, because this is very handy, and then buy a gallon, and you guys just split it. And whenever this runs out, you can just keep refilling the bottle, and that way you've got the nice handy measuring cup, which makes it really easy to measure. Like this is worth its weight in gold. Having one of these, even if you're using like T-Nex, buying one of these one time is worth it. So it makes measuring like foolproof. And then you can get the larger quantity, the gallon quantity of Primo, and then just kind of go from there. I can see about carrying it if you guys want. If you're really interested in it, again, I know a guy that knows a guy. I can definitely get the larger quantity and list it in the store. It's just whether or not you guys are gonna need a gallon of this stuff, because again, it's gonna be more expensive. I mean, it's not gonna be T-Mex prices. As you can see, it's gonna be like $330 thereabouts, maybe a little bit more for a gallon. So if that's you, let me know and I can make it happen. But yeah. All right, next up is Simi Singh. He says, bro, thank you. It's my first time checking out your live. This is awesome. You are very welcome. Here's the thing, Simi. Normally, it's not this good. Normally it's just me. You're stuck with just me talking, which makes it, believe me, it's like at least 50% worse. And tonight we got Devin on here, who's like a golf superintendent, so he's out helping out answering questions too. But yeah, we have a good time, and I'm glad it was helpful. So appreciate you coming in and asking a question. We don't bite. Okay, let's see. Cool. Let's see what else we got here. Grasshopper Lawn Care says, how many square feet is your backyard? Like 8,500 now. It used to be larger, but it's like 8,500-ish square feet is what I'm at, Grasshopper. That's a good point. How big is your lawn going to be, Devin? Have you measured out square footage, like mowing, not the areas that's taken up by shrubs and wasting space? Like I'm talking about like the actual, like the important part, the turf grass.
1,400. So I'm going to be just shy of 1,500, which I think I've told you that before. I'm actually really all right with.
Yeah, so again, that's gonna make it really easy, because I mean, at 1,500 square feet, you're gonna be able to have it. I mean, to mow it is maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes to mow the whole thing and edge it. Yeah. So. Yep.
And then one thing I'm excited to, because I went from like 32-ish at the old house. Mm-hmm. Some products that I would have loved to use, but I don't want to buy the quantity to do all that stuff. Now it's kind of a moot point, because the square footage is so small.
Right.
Or so smaller, that I can really kind of experiment with other things and products that I would want to use that I just never did, just because of the price to do it on a bigger yard. So that'll be kind of fun too.
Yeah, so 1,500. People say that because some people say, "Oh, my lawn's really small," and I don't know. I'm like, man, listen, having a smaller lawn is a good thing. I mean, because you can it's easy, it's less mowing, it's less, and you can make that one area look awesome. Making it it sounds all fine and good. I mean, I get emails all the time, people saying, "Hey, I have like an acre lawn. What should I use to make it look like a golf course?" I'm like, dude, you have no. I mean, that's just not.
That's a ton.
It's a ton. It's gonna be a ton of time. A product is going to be really expensive. It becomes a job at that point. An acre's a lot. Like my lawn is 11,500 square feet, and it takes me. I can cut it. I can edge it. I can edge, cut, and blow it in an hour. Just like right at an hour, right? And that's about the limit. If I had 15,000, 20,000 square feet, it would start to take the fun out of doing it. You know what I mean? And an acre, I couldn't even imagine.
That'd be too much. And then the one thing I'm excited with only 1,500. That top dressing's easy. You do that twice a year on 1,500 square feet.
That's a good point. Yeah. Because everything becomes easier. You know what I mean? And you have less to keep track of. You can keep more eyes on it. So overall, yeah,
it'll be pretty sweet. I'm excited.
Now here's the thing, man. We're gonna have high expectations. Because we saw what you did with the rotary mower. We do have to also add a difficulty factor because you are a professional at this.
Yeah.
We're gonna expect it to look good. All right. So next up is Bill. He says, actually, no, Progression Decibel. He says, thanks again, Ron. My Bermuda is performing well. Otherwise, toughest part is scheduling granular treatments with 50% storms in the forecast every other week. It's free rainfall. But yeah, I mean, just keep working at it, man. It will get better. The biggest thing is if you're paying attention to a Progression Decimal, this is for everybody on that's watching this. Like if you're paying attention to your lawn and you're fertilizing it properly, you're mowing it properly, if you're just focusing on the problem areas and trying to make it better, it's really tough if you do that consistently to not have a better lawn. It's almost harder for it to not look good than it is for it to look good, Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's you're doing the same stuff that the pros do, and the only thing you have to add is just time. Just add time.
Yep.
Let's see. Bill W says striping kit for a Toro push mower, homemade or a kit. I mean, you're asking Dev. He's probably going to say
Toro. Yeah, I had the Toro kit, which was awesome.
Yeah, I say get the Toro kit. I mean, there are kits you can make for $15. They're probably not going to be as good. Not probably. It's not going to be as good as the Toro striping kit, so I would just opt for that. I mean, I don't know what the price difference is. I mean, worst case, if you ever move away from a rotary, you can probably sell the striping kit and get a lot of your money back. So I would just get the thing that's designed to run on the mower. All right, next up is favorite, and it says, man, I live in Florida, North Florida to be exact. Milorganite and Scott's Turf Builder, okay. They're okay for what they are. If you want a organic fertilizer, I would not use Milorganite. Milorganite used to be, it still is an awesome product, but it's the price of what it's at now.
You're insane.
It's insane. I'll tell you, you can go buy. I'll show you this favorite N. So if you look at the new fertilizer that we just launched from Miramichi this year, like this premium organic, right? It's a 444, so it contains more nutrient than Milorganite does. It covers more than Milorganite. So if you look at the cost per application, like Milorganite around here is like $26 a bag, $26 a bag. And that covers 2,500 square feet. So if you look at what this costs, and also you factor in this has got a microbial package in it, it's got humate in it. It's an OMRI listed product. So as far as, where is the label? If I can find it. Yeah, there you go. It's an actually OMRI listed fertilizer. So this is a true organic product. I mean, it's just better than Milorganite in pretty much every way. So if you really want to go with an organic, I would say the 444 is a much better option than the new one that was released. And if you're going to go synthetic, it's going to be hard pressed to beat the fertilizers from Lebanon Turf. Like they're really, really good stuff. So I'd say for, I'll give you a link here to our fertilizer section. And again, for organic, 444, and for synthetic, the Lebanon fertilizers are what I would go with. Again, I'm not like banging on Scott's but it's just it's a different class. It's a different like the market for those products is very different to the market for professional grade products. So I'm not like speaking ill of Scott's products. There's nothing wrong with it. Like for what they're designed to do, they're great. But you can't really compare it to the more pro level stuff, and the results are going to be better. So that is what I would do. And I sent you a link there to where you can find them all. All right, next up is a TK. He says, I have a ryegrass lawn and I have creeping bent grass problem. Okay, this is going to be a demo question. I applied 3 apps of tenacity last fall. Bent grass was burnt to a crisp. Unfortunately, it returned this year. Any tips?
All right, yeah, perfect. So you did do the 3 apps because that was going to be the first thing I asked when you did it. It should be 3 apps every 3 weeks, I believe. We've ran into this problem on the course before. This season, try doing your apps a little bit early when everything's still growing real good and that ryegrass is really pushing growth, and it should be able to outgrow that bent grass as it starts to fade out. So just kind of play with pushing your apps back further into like the middle of the growing season and see if it kind of nukes that bent grass out, and then that ryegrass can kind of fill in and fill those voids. And you certainly throw a little seed down too when you do it, and kind of times a couple fert apps, like maybe in between your first and your second one, or your second and your third one, do an app of fertilizer and really kind of get that ryegrass going to fill in, would be my advice.
Cool. Thank you so much, sir. That's awesome. Yeah, that is one I would have
good
absolutely
question.
no idea on. So it's 3 apps of tenacity. And guys on Instagram, sorry, we're about to sign off. We're at like the 4-hour mark, so I got to say goodbye because they're going to cut me off because they only let you stream for 4 hours. I don't know. Complain to them. Complain to Facebook. So I will see you guys next week. Take care. Awesome. See ya. So why the 3 apps? So explain to me the 3 apps with tenacity whenever you're trying to get rid of. So it's to kill off the bent grass, and then you seed ryegrass to try and get it to take over. Is that what you're doing?
So yeah, you'll spray that. You'll spray the bent grass, and it will kind of turn white. But in that first initial app, it won't get it all. So it's kind of just a repeat app just to kind of really clean it all out real good.
Okay. So 3
And
apps, and then you're gonna go. Cool.
And
Good
I
stuff.
want to believe, I think we do like, don't mark my words on this, but I think it's like 8 ounces an acre is the rate we do when we do tenacity to clean
8
out
ounces
like
per
approaches and T-tops. Yeah.
So an entire one of these. So this is 8 ounces. So this is enough for an acre. That's an 8 ounce bottle. Cool. Cool. Nice. Good one. That's a good one. I'm glad you were here because I'd be like, I don't know. I'll have to ask Devin and get you an answer next week.
Yeah.
Awesome
question.
stuff. Yeah, it's a good one. So that's definitely a Devin question. All right. Next up is grasshopper lawn care. So my front is 8K and back is my front is 12K. My back is 8K. That's a lot. It's a lot to take care of. Ferber Bermuda says, both you guys are awesome. Great info. Thanks for coming out, Devin. Enjoyed it. Appreciate
Nice,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff, man. And you're very welcome, Fraverton. And then CPIM says, is group 3, which is what I used for the first time today. Okay. So T-Storm is a group 3. Okay. And Clary's is a group 1. That one I am familiar with. So you said you,
Yeah.
so clear. So what I would say is this, what I've told, I think it's Thomas, I think he's on here. Hanan, so is if you are, say if you're using these guys, right? What I will do, let me go here to the fungicide section. So if you go to here, if you're using Pillar SC or Headway, these are both group 3 and I believe 11. I think 3 and 11 fungicides. I believe that's correct. So you can use these guys and then you can rotate them with Clary's 336, which is a group 1. So having this, having some Clary's there just from our standpoint of, I don't think Clary's personally is as good as Headway or Pillar, but as far as something to put in the mix that helps break up, as far as an application in between, I think it's a good product. So yeah, CPMs, it sounds like you're doing it all right, man. You just give it time and see if the lawn recovers. All right, let's see here. And what else we have is I think that's pretty much it. Doug is saying says Milo has lead and arsenic in it. That's what you've heard. I've not heard that, but I mean, it's again the triple form from Miramichi is truly an organic product. It is like it's OMRI listed. Here's the thing. Literally, that product was supposed to be launched. We're in 2023. Was supposed to be launched spring of last year, and it took forever. It took the entire year where I couldn't launch it because they said nope. We got to make sure to get the OMRI listing done because it's really important to us. We want to make sure that's done. So it took we had to wait an entire year before that fertilizer was available. So, but it's a great product. It's been well received. If you're looking for an organic product to feed your lawn, like a truly organic product, you really can't go wrong with this. It's a good balanced fertilizer. It's got everything in it. Got a microbial package in there. I mean, it's a great, got humates, an excellent product overall. I've been running this on my front lawn and the color looks great. The lawn has been very happy with it as a fertilizer.
Nice.
All right, follow-up question. I think this is gonna be our last question of the evening. He says, will aerating and sand leveling help manage purple nutsedge? Not really, no. My lawn is on a ridiculous slope, and I get tons of sedge popping up near the bottom. Yeah, so that sounds about right, Simi. So remember, sedge likes wet areas, kind of like poa annua, likes like wet areas of your lawn. So if you have a hill and where like the water's gonna run down the hill and it's gonna mostly settle near that bottom, so I'm not surprised that you have a sedge problem near the bottom of the lawn. The thing is, you told me is you have Bermuda, you have a warm season lawn. So what I would say is get two things. Like we have this on the golf course lawn store under the herbicide section. Get a bottle of Certainty and surfactant. These two will get rid of the sedges in your lawn. Like as far as like controlling sedges in warm season turf, it doesn't really get much better than Certainty. So these two together, and you're gonna be good to go. Highly recommend it. It's what I use on my lawn, and it's a great combination to control sedges. So cool.
Nice.
Well, guys, gals, thank you guys so much. I think that is all we have time for this evening. Really appreciate you guys coming to hang out. Devin, again, thanks a ton for making yourself available tonight.
Anytime. It's always fun.
And we got to make it happen again. So I know next time maybe when you get on, you'll have your lawn installed, and maybe you can show us some pictures of it. And
absolutely.
Cool. Anything else that for the course, anything so as far as anyone that wants to come out to the club at Flying Horse, you said there is a way to play the course, but you have to be a resident or should be staying there as a guest, right?
Yeah, so you got to be you can stay to play, so you can stay at the lodge and then you can buy a round of golf.
Nice guys. So if you ever want to go out to the club at Flying Horse, you can go out there and be nice. Don't take big divots, and because Devin will hate you. And yeah, please don't do that. And awesome. Again, thank you so much, sir. I really do appreciate it, guys. Everyone else, thank you guys for coming to hang out in the live stream. And on that note, we will cue the outro music. Again, check out the youth spoon feeding blog that is now live. It'll be the pinned comment in the show once it's over, and it'll also be in the description. We've got our fertilizers in stock. Any shipping delays that you guys experienced this week should be fixed for next week because it's 4th of July that's passed. Everyone's back. Warehouses are back in full swing. Again, guys, really appreciate you guys coming to hang out. Special thanks to Devin for taking some time tonight to come hang out on the show. And we will see you guys next week. Have an amazing weekend. Take care.
Thanks.